Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Dream Stream. Thursday, December 17th. We're in the AFC South to kickstart the day. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi. Good to be with you. Rossi, how are you? A lot of snow, huh? A lot of snow.
A little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, we're getting absolutely dumped on with the white powder today up here in the Northeast or wherever you may be. Hopefully you're not getting it. But, yeah, we're getting it here. But you know what? I think the snow is going to bring a lot of points to the sim. It's going to bring a lot of moolah to the DK Sim fam. Ooh. I feel like it's going to be nothing but positivity because snow – there needs to be something good that comes out of snow aside from kids not having to be on Zoom school. That's the thing right now. School's been canceled from being at home. Weird stuff. Weird world.
Actually, that's a great question. Like, because is it a snow day, technically?
So I have nieces and nephews, and I called over, and I said, why are they making so much noise talking to my sister? And she's like, oh, they got the day off. I said, what do you mean? Like, oh, they told them to have fun in the snow. That's literally what it is. There's no scroll at the bottom, like back in the day when we were youngins, where like you turn on the news. It's legit. Email came out. Tell the kids to have fun in the snow. We'll see them tomorrow.
Always for me, being from Lowell, they would skip over Lowell. It would go from Lawrence to Lynn. It would bug me.
Yeah, so
Lawrence, Lynn, no!
I went to Catholic school, so they didn't actually list my school. So if the public school got it off, the Catholic school, I grew up in Everett, so it was the same thing. And you would always turn it on, Glass. You would always turn it on. It would be the next letter. So it would be like in G or somewhere for me. And I'd be like, oh, I have to wait like 10 minutes.
Like that. Right. All right, go brush your teeth, then come back. We'll be on your letter.
Yeah, seriously. I'd be like, I think I'm going to just start playing Mario 2 now because I don't think we'll have school. But is that a bad idea?
All right, we've got a couple minutes until lineups lock. It's 11:57.
Yeah, baby.
So we'll give you a full pregame here. Who do you like in the showdown contest? We've got the Colts and the Titans. This one is likely for a playoff spot because both teams are 1-1 in holiday season play.
Yeah, they're chasing the Jags, which is interesting to say in 2020. Yeah, I in this contest itself, this is a tough one for me, and I've had multitude of games with both of these teams, just like yourself and DK Sim fans been watching. There's not like that. Like obviously, yes, we all know the man beast himself, Derrick Henry. You're not fading him. You're not fading. Do not do it. No, unless you want to. But I don't know if you want to captain him. That's the big question to me. Do you pay up to captain him? Do you think he's going to put you over the edge? Or is there that sleeper or somebody else in the lineup, maybe a Colt, that can get you over the edge? That's where I think the biggest question is coming in here. And then where do you go quarterback-wise? I think those are the two major questions. And for me, just to spoil it, I'm leaning on Tannehill. I'm stacking Tennessee. Putting Hines, though, Naheem, in my captain spot as a potential get me over the top in this Glash contest.
Okay. I put Henry in the captain because I'm lazy and I'm a follower.
All chips in.
$17,100 to put him in the captain. I've got Phillip Rivers in there. T.Y. Hilton's been good in these sims, so I want to stack those two guys. Paris Campbell, who Luke Murphy mentioned here in the chat moments ago. He's got Paris Campbell in the classic. It doesn't like this game, though, overall in terms of the 3-day or 3-game classic format. And then I've got Corey Davis and Blossing game as my punt play. This should go well.
Yeah, who's my absolute punt play? I think it was I always pick a tight end because last time I had, let me see. It's like who did I go with? Shaheem or one of these. Let's see.
Adam Shaheen.
I went with Schwam, as I like to call him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Jeff Schwam. He's a backup tight end for Tennessee. Scored last game.
Oh, Swaim.
Yeah. Schwam. Yes. Oh, you're a brush. Is that a brush? No, this is a brushstroke, right? Is that a brushstroke?
No, brushstroke is
the one overhead.
This is the butterfly.
Yeah. Get in there. So what is this thing? What is that first one you did?
That's the breaststroke.
Oh, that is a breaststroke.
You had it right. You had it right. My bad.
Yeah, that's okay. And then we doggy paddle. Doggy paddle. Favorite of mine. If there was an Olympic swimming contest for doggy paddle, that's what I'm interested in. We've seen Phelps just destroy everything else. I want the doggy paddle and like some 600-pound guy do it.
Wow. Check it out on the Ocho. Later today. All right, guys. Let's do it. Here we go. First sim of 3 on this Thursday. It's beautiful in the virtual Music City. Colts, the road team. Titans, the home squad.
Yeah, and like you said, this game for a playoff spot here, and playoffs start next week, right?
21st.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Monday.
Right around the corner, Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is a huge game. So if you want to put your fan hats on in there, DK Sim fan, let us know who you like aside from your lineups, who you actually want to see win. Like Jacksonville's like locked and loaded. They're in. They got the 2 wins. They get the advantage. They're playing a Houston team that's automatically out ski. So it's fascinating.
Emerson's forehead. This is day number 4 in a row wearing the sweater.
How's it feel?
It's so warm.
Mm-hmm.
It's now like attached to me, like the evil Spider-Man, and that fabric that just won't leave his skin. But I do the Sims with it on, then I take it off so I can preserve it and it doesn't get smelly. Marlon Mack up the middle for 6 yards. Here we go. We've got the $500 free showdown. Derrick Henry, 88.4% owned. Bye-bye. Wow. And then we've got the $500 free classic. And we've got a DK SimFam Friends League contest up and running. We had how many entries? That one's incomplete. 175 entries. Not bad. We'd love to see it.
Hopefully, the only thing I don't like about when they're high is if I stink, it makes it look even worse. Like if there's only like 70, like you're like, I only finished 58 out of 70. Oh, that's not bad. And you finish like 158 out of 176. Ooh.
Yeah, this is a true measuring stick for you, Rossi.
Let's go. I'm feeling good about it though.
3rd and 4. That one knocked down, incomplete. Not a promising start for Phillip Rivers and the Colts offense.
No, and that's, it's one of those things too where you're going to see like this could be potentially, we'll see how Tennessee starts here offensively, but this could be one of those defensive struggles too. Sometimes people, we've always heard, the noon Sims sometimes, are a little struggle bus city, but we had one the other day that was a high scorer. But, we do occasionally see, those early games, for whatever reason, whatever the sim gods say, sometimes give you a little defensive struggle. So I don't know if people maybe lean that way, put in some DSTs, looking at the ownership, that doesn't look like overly popular.
Yeah, Titans 14% flexed at defense. That's a bullet complete for a big pickup. Jonnu Smith, 30-yard gain. Let's see, the Colts D, Rossi, 6% in the flex.
Again, too much offense probably on both sides, but you never know. I'm always interested to see. My guy Jeff Schwam, 3.7. So I'm not alone. So that front play.
Tannehill over the middle, complete. Humphreys, the slot receiver, first down into Colts territory.
Yeah, too easy there. Just a slant across the middle. Soft defense from the Colts. Colts defense in real life, one of the best in the league, especially in the front 7. Right there, just too much room. And we've seen them get picked on here in Simland. So we'll see if Tannehill continues to throw as we've yet to see Derrick Henry.
Big Rob says, you guys crack me up, makes my workday go by so fast. Well, what's up, Big Rob? Thanks for tuning in.
That's what we do, Big Rob. We actually, just like you can listen to podcasts at 1.5, we try to make your workday go at 1.5.
Marcel, D. Kane, Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Problem Kid Gaming, El Paso, number 1. What's up, guys? Luke Murphy, Marcus AM9, Ben M. It smells fine. The sweater smells fine. And yes, Luke, both teams are 1-1. Jonnu Smith, catch number 2, gain of 12.
Yeah, another big catch again. Tannehill has all the time in the world back there. He's just picking apart the defense. We got the one rush from Henry for minimal yards, so maybe we're seeing a little bit of the blueprint, at least here in this first drive. Just keep throwing the ball. Pick on these cornerbacks and safeties.
From the 26, Tannehill roaming to his right.
There we
First
go.
down and more. Go! To the 5.
All right, this sets up well for the 88% that has Derrick Henry. You have him in the captain spot. I own him, just not in the captain. Like, this is the spot you want to be. Get him down into the red zone. This is where let the beast eat. Feed him the yummy, yummy pigskin.
I would not mind a fullback carry because he's my punt play. Nah, he's going to block. And Derrick Henry is going to swan dive into the end zone.
And there it is, Derrick Henry. You paid up for him. You put all the money. You pushed all the chips in the center and said, give me everything on Henry. If this was roulette, you'd say, put it all on Henry. And there it is. That's a great way to start for you. If you did, play, Jonnu Smith could start there too. Great start for the offense of Tennessee.
So we shouted out Big Rob and how he make his day fun and work goes by quickly. So Dustin Steyer says, I'm 3 cubicles over from Rob. I can confirm he enjoys you guys.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, whoever's the 2 cubicles in between, tell them, hey, check out this YouTube stream we got watching here. This is what we're doing.
So you guys shout to each other, or do you call each other on the phone? Would you play, Captain?
Is it through Slack? Is it silent? Like, do people know?
Yes.
Like, if you miss 1 second, you're going to be confused. It's like a good television show.
Okay, so there's 4:10 on the clock. 7-0 Tennessee. Phillip Rivers out of the shotgun, trips to the right, handing it off to Hines, and he's brought down at the 23. All right, guys, we're good. A little ish there in the stream. We're good, though. We got Bry Guy in the 1s and 2s. We can rely on him.
Sure.
Producer Drew, Joe, and Tate updating scores. You guys didn't miss anything. 3.5 left, first quarter, 23-yard line. 3rd and 15 for Phillip.
Oh! Smash. So this is 2 really bad drives for the Colts. So I know you stacked up the Colts. The ownership here shows that the Colts, people are liking some of their players in this one. That's a real tough start, especially how quickly in just almost like cleanly the Tennessee Titans went down the field and just scored. So, like Naheem Hines at 52, T.Y. at 42. Then you get Phillip Rivers at 35. Those are, and Paris Campbell right behind him, and that's all in your top 10.
Good field position here for the Titans. Dustin says we have private sim meetups every hour in the bathroom.
I hope that's true.
It's fantastic. Buzz Killington, good afternoon. Henry gains 4 yards. He's in double digits now. James Kelly, what's up? Don't blame Ducey. He didn't do anything wrong.
He may make an appearance, though. He may make an appearance during the sim.
Really?
Yep. He occasionally does jump out. It does happen. There's been times recently that Emerson will make a jump into these sims. Sometimes Angry Glash makes appearances. I should change that to Stirring Glash makes appearances. So we'll see.
Victor Cheney. What's going on? Smash the like button on your way in. Happy Thursday. There's real NFL tonight, so 3 sims. Then we've got the sweat, followed by Leaderboard Live, Raiders and Chargers for Week 15. 3rd and 6, Tannehill. Oh, missed his name.
Yeah, a lot of updates for the game tonight. The Raiders don't have a defense, and the Chargers don't have an offense. So it should be a fascinating game. A lot of guys out for the Raiders defensively. I don't know if Congo Cab has made his appearance. He can get his shots in. But, yeah, Mike Williams out for the Chargers. Keenan Allen said to be limited at best tonight. Austin Eckler's dealing with the quad. So it's going to be interesting to see how you want to stack your DSTs tonight. Or should I say your DFS. So definitely watch the sweat because I'm going to need some advice as well.
Yeah, the Raiders, of course, need the game, and the Chargers are just trying to mold their quarterback. But, his weapons being hurt doesn't help. Plus, who knows what Anthony Lynn's status is? Are the Chargers just trying to play out the string? And, all right, let's get this over with. But I can't imagine that because they've got a young quarterback to mold. So,
yeah, it's a good point, Glash, because this is such an interesting time where Gotta get you like it's a Thursday, so we'll have a long weekend. So let's just say the Raiders win. Let's go theoretical. All right, you ready to hop in the theoretical machine? I'll drive. I know it's your first time in, so be careful. Watch your step. You get in there theoretically, 30 to 14. The Raiders win tonight. Do you just bounce Anthony Lynn now because you get the extra long week, only 2 weeks left in the season? Maybe give an offensive coordinator or somebody a shot for the Chargers. Like, I see that potentially playing out just because, listen, this guy's not the answer. It's just not. And it's like, isn't this just the time to be like, hey, appreciate everything you did for us? Handshake on a Friday. Go enjoy your Christmas holiday with the fam.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's the way. If the Raiders, you never know, the Chargers still could win tonight. I'm not trying to bounce them out early, but I just think Anthony Lynn. Do you see any way Anthony Lynn's back next season?
No, I don't. I'm also kind of a fan as we get a big run here on the dump off to Hines. Out to the 46, stops the clock 30 seconds. I kind of like the idea of just when you give a head coach a new job, like give him the whole clean slate, fresh season, complete off season, meaning just finish it out. Your Adam Gases, your Anthony Lynn's, whatever happens is going to happen. Just play out the string and then, do what you got to do.
Sure.
I mean, if it's like week 4, week 5, like a Bill O'Brien situation, I guess go for it. Try to salvage your season.
Yeah.
At this point, though, what's the point?
Yeah, I guess the only way is that do you take your in-house candidate seriously? But I guess you're right. It's only going to be a 2-week. Team's probably packing up, getting ready for quote-unquote simulated golf season. So.
Yeah. It's true. How much trust do you have in the supporting cast?
That is a major factor.
So Hines, active per usual for the Colts, 52% owned. Tannehill, 3 for 5, 55 yards. Phillip Rivers, 2 for 4, 26 yards.
What happened?
Nothing. She closed the door.
Oof.
No fun.
Oh.
Tannehill, 1 for 21 on the ground. He's got the most rushing yards so far. Daniel Vaught says, I need season-long help, Matt Ryan or Mach Trubisky.
Honestly,
Mitch Trubisky.
No. If it was Mach, I'd trust Mach more. But this weekend, Matt Ryan going up against, I believe, Tampa Bay. Could be a little bit of a shootout. I'm going to go with I like Matt Ryan over Mitch Trubisky, and I don't know who the Bears are playing. But, like, you're probably in playoffs. Do you really want to trust Mitch Trubisky right now?
Yeah. The Bears play at the Vikings Sunday.
Yeah, no, thank you. I will take my chances with Matt Ryan, even if he stanks. I know Julio probably not going to play just because it's just a wait. Like, what's the point if he's not healthy? They really want to harm any more of his chances, his future.
Rossi is chugging his water, staying hydrated, even during the pandemic / snowstorm. A little bit of both.
Oh, gonna need it. Might filter some snow to drink later. Not yellow snow, though. Gotta be careful.
You're a big snow cone guy, from what I've heard.
Love me a snow cone. I'll be honest though, gosh, when I was a kid, like these days were like the best because I just go outside where like my dad was doing all the work and I just like be rummaging in the snow, 50 pounds of clothes on, looking like the kid who couldn't get his arms down as a youngin' in the Lowell area, as you mentioned earlier. That I always felt like there was like Lipton soup on snow days. Like there was not like, or I don't know if your parents made like homemade soup, but for me it was always just that Lipton package. They'd come in with some saltine crackers, some soup. That was it.
That was the best. You feel like you really earned it too.
You're like, give me. Oh wait, this looks like a weird looking.
40
Brownies playing. I'm still gonna lean towards him just because he's been playing really well. Mayfield
Browns play Sunday night. Giants.
Oh yeah, you gotta go with Mayfield. This is a major game. Stefanski's not gonna let this one slip through either. So, and Taysom Hill, like maybe I'm gonna be wrong. And I'm not like the expert of experts here, but I just don't like the way he's playing. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Jameis Winston, especially where today Sean Payton came out and said that Drew Brees is having complications. Like this is going to take time for him to come back. And if you're the Saints and this basically your window's closing on a Super Bowl, do you really want Taysom Hill to be that guy?
Question.
I think they're going to say, we got to see what we got in Winston. We're playing him 16 mil.
It's a legitimate question.
So answer the question again. Baker. The Baker man.
Guys, again, the stream is being worked on right now. The game is paused. So I apologize. We apologize. We appreciate your patience. These are things that are sadly out of our control as commentators. So we're going to stick by you and keep you updated. That's all I can say. So please don't get upset and hit the dislike button.
Oh, don't be foolish.
Hit the like button. You'll feel better about yourself. But Ops is working on it. The game is fine. This is a streaming issue. So they're working on things, guys. We're just we're communicating with our team to then relay the message. So we're being told our audio is just fine under the feed here. So, I mean, you got to like repeat yourself every 15 seconds because if someone didn't hear you before, they'll get upset that you didn't say something earlier. So yes, the game is paused.
Sounds like my wife. What did you say? No, I was saying it like, no, what did you say? No, it's not a bad thing. What did you say? All right, calm down. I repeat myself again.
Retease, did you know the audio is just fine if you like Rossi's voice?
Well, that's the debate.
Did you see that? Says, I'll forgive you for one sweater.
Sweater, you say? How about another Christmas song? Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to do it. Don't feel like people are going to like it.
This is coming from Bry Guy. He says, I think we're good. I'll bring the game back. You can explain again for a bit that the game was indeed paused. Okay, so I'm just going to say what I said again. So we're going to come back. Going to give this a try.
Well,
so there you go. You can see. You can see Madden. There's Madden on your screen.
Look at that. 666. Here we go, baby.
All right. We're resuming. Let's go.
Luke, if there's a touchdown, Kenny will make another appearance. Oh! Almost an interception.
We are back. We are back. We are getting Doug back.
We are getting the stream back. All right, let's see. Let's get these lineups up and going, baby. Let's see what we got. See, a horrible pass there to start from Tannehill, but hey.
Okay, so we're back. So change those dislikes to likes. Come on. Tannehill sitting in the pocket, delivers, caught at the... Ooh, wait a minute. Was he out of bounds?
No, he gave it to him.
Gave it to him. Okay, AJ Brown.
Yeah, right now, again, just to go over my lineup, you guys can drop yours. I saw a lot of people keep bringing the questions. Ask Lash what he wants for Christmas. Drop it like it's hot. For me, I went Corey Davis for the receiving core. I've noticed that is not – he has big games or he's completely fadeable, so don't love it right now, but still plenty of time.
Derrick Henry for the first.
25.
I have Henry in the captain spot. How is that possible? So, yeah, it looks like we have another lag going on here.
Don't worry.
Oh, boy. All right, 3rd and 4. 3:50 left, second quarter. Ball is at the 33-yard line of Indy. 3rd and 4. Tannehill is back to throw, and he hits Henry.
Wow.
First.
Derrick Henry, that's stuff you don't see. If he does make catches, Glass, usually it's like a little drop pass out of the backfield. That was a legit route. Great play there. Derrick Henry with the catch, setting him up at the 23-yard line.
Colts defense led by DeForest Buckner, who now has an X factor.
And has been the change for the Colts. Like, I know Phillip Rivers there now and a little bit of an upgrade depending on, what you thought of Brissett, but DeForest Buckner has changed this entire, defense in general. So that's why they're a huge threat as we get to the postseason. But these two teams that we're watching right now, both tied for the top of the NFC South in reality.
Tannehill, little hop in his step to Corey Davis. 18-yard gain to the 5.
And here we are again, Glass. Same exact position on the other side of the field in the first quarter. This is where they gave the ball to Derrick Henry. He popped his way into the end zone. Let's see if he can do the breaststroke again. Maybe doggy paddle. Frog.
Thanks for sticking with us. Trips left.
Oh!
Tannehill. QB drop.
no!
Throws the ball. And Buckner has it.
Worst case scenario for the Titans. You run an RPO with Tannehill. Come on. Don't outsmart yourself. Give the ball to the king. And that's going to cost him dearly. Good for the DST if you have the Colts.
Wow.
Colts already, like, this is a big momentum swing. This could have been 14-3 in a hurry, but huge blunder there by the Titans. So now we're at the 2-minute warning.
Max Gonzalez has cautioned all of you in all caps. We don't care, you know life. You literally commentate on a free Madden simulation. Not all of them are free, but you're kind of right, Max. Thanks for being here.
Appreciate
You're a great guy.
Smash that like.
Thank you all for your patience. Crush the like button if you enjoy these streams. When they're, when they're smooth, stuff comes up. We're all in the Northeast, all of us that are working this particular sim. So yes, there's some weather going on. Phillip Rivers on 2nd and 6. A missile to T.Y. Hilton near midfield.
What a grab. Phillip Rivers showing what he still can do, even here in Simland. As you mentioned, that unleashing the cannon. T.Y. Hilton, who's heated up recently, in reality, he's got 4 touchdowns over his last 3 games. Him and Phillip Rivers have found each other, found their safe space together.
Rivers to Pascal.
Nice.
All right. Slightly lawn in the chat says he faded Henry.
Oh, dude, the other one.
You're the one. Silly goose.
Yeah, I don't see Fantasy Hawk in here yet. Maybe I missed him, but he always fades like D players, and don't know how that pays off. But let's see, where am I at now? I feel like I'm not doing well. No, 133. Ugh.
Ugh. Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, I have Hilton and Davis. That helps. 2nd and 1. Oh, T.Y. makes a tumbling grab. Timeout. Under a minute to go in the half.
And people shouting out who they need. Send it out there. We'll see Pascal. Paris.
Got 50 folks watching on Twitch. Thanks for being here, guys. 2 wide to the right from the Tennessee 35, and Rivers goes down. Jason Mack says, the irony is palpable of someone taking time to comment on a sim, saying the commentator has no life. I like you. Must be about that first name, Jason.
Oh, we're the good ones.
Yeah. Oh, my God, not again.
Oh, another sack, Tennessee. Indy's got this one timeout left. They're in quite the pickle at the 46-yard line. Outside the field, ooh, they're going to call it here. Ooh. Okay, so, gosh, I think we're going to be looking at potentially, I don't know, we could get Hoyered here with no points. Maybe they can, what are they looking at, maybe 20 yards? You're just looking for a catch from somebody at this point. They may go deep. They may throw to the end zone.
All right, they've got to get to the 25 for a first down. Rivers. That's not far enough.
Nope, not even in field goal range if they can. I think that's going to be it. Get ready for that sweet, sweet halftime show, kids.
Sweet, sweet. Rob says Rivers is proof that the NFL is QB starved. Rob, there's a lot of good young quarterbacks.
And I don't think Rivers of all the quarterbacks. And by the way, Fantasy Hawk, that wasn't a criticism. You're getting very angry at me. I was just saying that's usually your strategy. You fade the top guys. That's not a bad thing.
Not at all.
And window washing and panhandling is a heck of a way to make a living. All right, don't be hating. Look at this. Does this look like a guy handled and washed his windows on the side of the road with a newspaper? It looks like you're my sponsor in this picture. People can still hear us. Like Glass trying to like clean me up. Be like, hey man, listen, we understand tough times. 2020's been hard on us all. Hope we're back.
Yeah, I was telling everybody in the chat, get your screenshots now. Well, you can.
Well, you know what's funny? They could take a screenshot and they'd get it anytime. That's just, Brian and Drew just making it easy for the folks on that one.
Rich One Beats. You guys take the time to do this, and to me, that's cool.
Hey, you're cool.
Yeah.
So we get ready for the third. I'm going to give you the leading lineup in the Glass Holiday tournament. Sorry, I'm never going to be able to say that right.
Glass Holiday. You got it.
Merry Glass Holiday to you. Happy Glass Holidays. Interesting enough, Titans DST in that number one spot. We got the couple.
Burn. Common time. My name is Jeff. You can do it, DraftKings. I think I can.
It's a good reminder to have yourself a nice drink of water.
Yeah, good call.
Calm down. Stay hydrated out there, especially in these times. Body gets all dried up, especially your feet. My feet are the chicken nugget toes are on another level right now. Hold on, Frank White says Rossi out there on the roof practicing for Santa knock the dish off. That's funny.
Delt over on Twitch. I hear you. Sorry. Game is paused. Matthew Uriah, I love how you're spreading positive vibes. We're really sorry. I mean that. It's not a fake apology. I understand why you're upset.
You phony. Glass is nothing but a phony.
And you haven't wasted an hour yet. You've, in theory, if things go really bad, you've only wasted 41 minutes. But we're not going to think like that.
Well, if Glass wasn't such a phony, maybe, you know how it goes.
So right now we don't know what the plan is here, but Brian and Drew are communicating. Bry Guy is working on the tech side here. Game is paused. 7-3 Tennessee. Third quarter has yet to begin. Ashley, go have a cigar.
Call Kaufman on my phone right now. See if he answers.
He does like a three-man booth based on his words the other night.
That was back when I first came onto these and he liked me for 2 minutes. He would be like, dude, you should come in. We should do a three-man booth. So I'm like, first of all, no. Second of all, I don't know how that technically would work. Maybe for the Simper Bowl or something, but that's up to the guys in the back.
Let's see. Oh, Zachariah, this might be the one thing I like you say. If I lose this dime, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, Zachariah. He gets it.
He does. All right.
Hold on. Problem Kid gave me. You spelled my name wrong, but this is hilarious. It says, Rossi's the type of guy to keep his feet warm on a bucket of chicken. Choker. Rossi and Cough in a three-way now. This is spiraling downhill. Well, you should have you should have seen my private chat with Glash earlier if you want to see things spiraling down.
See, this is where you had to be there the other night because now that you said that, it brings back memories.
Sorry. Probably bad memories.
All right, we're back. We're going to do it. We're going to give it a try. 7-3, third quarter underway. Brother Phil, you nailed it. Thank you. It's not the game, it's the transmission. The stream. We're back, everybody. Game on. That happened fast. Russ, go untangle these lights. The game's back. Reed teased, did you know? It's not you, it's me. This one, the worst halftime show ever. LOL. All right, here we go. 2nd and 9. 7.5 left, third quarter. Tannehill over the middle to Jonnu Smith. A lot of big pickups for the tight end one.
John Smith has played well in this one. Obviously we've been, in and out here, but when it comes to the game itself, John Smith has been quite the play so far.
LP says, Glash, can you wish my friend Roman good luck in the Jiu-Jitsu World Championships this weekend? He is part of the DK Sim fam. Good luck, Roman.
Roman, you didn't ask me, but I'm also going to say it because I'm scared that you would whip my butt. Don't mess with anybody who knows Jiu-Jitsu. Go get him, Roman. Knock him dead for the whole entire DK Sim fam. We're all behind you. And if you lose, don't show up.
That's complete. Lisa Robinson says, Glash, somehow I get the feeling, even if everything was running perfectly, some of these people would still cry. LOL.
Lisa gets it.
Lisa gets it.
Lisa, it seems like you've been in the chat before, which we know you have because you're one of our faithfuls and loyals. Appreciate you.
Lisa, don't you get it? There's always something wrong. 3rd and 2. First down, Tennessee. To the 31-yard line, that is Jonnu Smith again. Lisa, I might steal your chat VP and give it to Lisa. That was good.
Oh, listen, we give them out multiple times a day now. So whenever somebody does something that makes you feel like that, boom, got it. So you're in, Lisa. Guess what? You are getting a piece of the award. My cat hate night picture that my wife did. You get 1/100th of it.
Ashley, how was the cigar? I hope you enjoyed it. Derrick Henry with another carry. 2nd and 7. It's a 7-3 game. Both of these teams in the holiday season are 1-1 in the AFC South. Every team from each division plays each of its division opponents once. Top 2 from each division make the holiday tournament postseason, which starts December 21st, Monday.
Exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Last year, just in case people weren't with us and during the first go-around in the preseason, the Atlanta Falcons took home the Simper Bowl, the initial Madden 21 2020 season Simper Bowl.
I'm trying to remember who they played.
I believe the Chiefs.
I think you're right. That was going to be my guess, the Chiefs.
Pretty sure. And yeah, and they were a comeback story. They also won a game in the wild card round. So don't miss any of these sims when it comes to the playoffs. They get wicked wild, kid. Because they came back against, don't quote me on this, I think it was the Saints and won on like a pick 6 in the playoffs. It was just insanity. It's speaking about the most insane thing you've seen, here comes Steven Gostkowski. Give me these points. Because I played a kicker. I'm on brand. Give me this 40.
To make it a touchdown game.
Oh, Darth. Darth said he won an ugly sweater yesterday.
Yeah, this is great. Darth Gator won an ugly sweater from the Dream Stream. Thank you, DK and DK Sim fam. Glash, do the sweaters run small, big, or just right? Darth. It will make sure it fits you, Darth.
Extra sexy, Darth. So they fit no matter what.
Jero, no, we don't do well with positive reinforcement. Maybe just me.
It depends. Depends on the day, the mood. Like right now, I'm sure. Listen, we'll take everything. We'll take positive, negative feedback, as long as it's constructive. As long as you're not just like, this stinks. Yeah, I stink. You smell bad.
Ashley has followed up on the cigar experience. It's half frozen because I'm on my deck watching you guys. Things I do from Madden Sims.
Look at Ashley. Where are you at, Ashley? Like obviously, if it's freezing, so I'm probably not in the Northeast because you'd be getting snow. But if you're doing that, that's even more points.
See, we aren't making this up when we do giveaways. People actually win.
That is pretty cool. And it came on fast, right? It was just kind of like, hey, guess what we're doing? Hey, check the mail. He'd be giving you a sweater. Give him away.
Creature from the Clash Lagoon. That happened fast. Everyone in the chat channeling their inner Michael Scott. That's what Rossi and Kopp said. What did I get Leafy for Christmas? Post-route Malone. James Farrell. Leafy has lights. Put some gifts under Leafy. Maybe some water.
That was very nice. Hopefully it's some fresh, maybe some Fiji water. Make Leafy feel like they're going on vacation.
So Darth says, thanks everyone. Found out from a Twitter message this morning. If I had to guess, Darth, you'll hear again from whoever reached out, and they'll ask for what your size is. So, but it's also, and this is just me here. What size is yours? Mine's a large. It's a large, yeah. Can I get a large ice? Second and 6.
Drew's like, I'll take a large. Give it to the kid. Oh!
Well, I like when sweaters are just a little big.
Yep.
Yeah, it fits more like a t-shirt than a sweater. Yes, Andrew. It does, but it's nice and warm.
I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna show you what I'm wearing in between the next one, because this one's kind of my holiday-ish, because it has a Santa cap on it. But this will make the chat probably laugh at me when I show them what this says. And then I'm gonna go get my ugly sweater for the next one.
Emerson's forehead, a boy's large. Hey, we're almost at 200 likes. Great job, guys. Smash the like button. Thank you for sticking with us despite some tech issues on this first sim. They're annoying. We get it. We don't like it either. Promise. Salvatore, love the streams. Enjoying my lunch hour and listening to these amazing hosts. Wow. Is that you, Rossi? Is that you, Salvatore?
My burner? No, my burner is Creature from the Glass Lagoon. Also, I like people like congratulating Darth. I see that James Farrell there. Bills fan saying Hilton, please.
Let's see. T.Y. Hilton no longer has superstar traits.
Ooh. Ugly throw. Also, I don't know if you said it. I'm sorry if you did. Kyle with shouting out that GPA, just like, hey guys, look at me. I'm smart with that 3.75. So congrats. Congrats on being smart. Or at least typing.
Finals, Kyle.
Yeah. You study? Were you good all year?
Rivers is going to throw here on 2nd and goal from the 10. Get rid of it. Okay.
And there again, I always say this, Clash, and these, people always question, the quarterback just standing back there. No, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to find an open receiver. That is good coverage that you saw. Finally got it to Hines there on the underneath. Wasn't a great play, but that's kind of what they're going for.
Back at the 10. T.Y. Hilton, single coverage, left side. Rivers going right. Complete.
Got him!
And a touchdown.
What a grab. Is that
Burton?
Burton.
Hey, Bert.
Bert and Ernie, I don't know if you saw this, Clash, just a real quick Bert and Ernie story. They're all on Twitter now, and one of them, I believe it's Ernie, says, Bert's roommate. And, Bert's Twitter account says something like, living on Sesame Street. Ooh, for a cold shoulder.
Really?
Yeah, you can check it out. Now that they're all, because it's an HBO thing now, they all have their own Twitter accounts.
All the characters do?
Yeah, all the characters do, yeah.
Oh, my God.
You can check that out. Also, AE812 says, some people don't need an ugly Christmas sweater. Just show up shirtless. Well, how dare you? All right, body positivity up in this chat. You show up shirtless, you want to call that the sexy Christmas sweater. You be you. Whatever you got going on under there.
Wear a tank top.
Yeah. Oh, I tanked.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I did a tank top the other day with Emerson. It was Beauty and the Beast. People were saying we look like the Chip and Dale skit from Saturday Night Live with Chris Farley and Patrick Swayze.
You guys look good.
Hold on, this is unbelievable. Creature from the Glass Lagoon says, I would be honored to turn Creature over to you. I turned snow into rain yesterday here at the lagoon. Morphing into you would complete my life. Oh, that's good. It's good, Creature.
Derrick Henry up over 50 yards rushing. DJ J Stars in first place in the DK SimFam Friends Riding with Rossi Nooner. Henry's in the captain spot. Hines, Jonnu Smith, Burton, Campbell, and Blankenship. No quarterbacks to be found.
Oh yeah, we're on camera. I'll show you this little. See if people can laugh at this thing. This is something I don't even know when I got this. That's ready. It does.
Hold on, let me
get all my
Keep calm and let Rossi handle it. Love that.
And look, it's got a Christmas. Look at that. Where did that Christmas thing come from? A little
Oh.
Santa hat. I don't really know why it's Christmas themed, but I don't know. It was a Christmas gift one year.
From who?
I think it's my dad's girlfriend. I think she was trying to like impress me.
Did it impress you?
Not really, but it's cool. I wear it. It's super comfortable. I'm not trying to be mean. Impress isn't like I don't need to be impressed. Just don't have to like buy me anything. I don't really like when people like buy you things kind of and you feel like they're doing it for a reason. If that makes sense.
See,
I'm just kidding. She's super nice. I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. And it was early stages. With my luck right now, they're probably watching it right now. I'm getting absolutely freaking hammered. Like they never watch, but this will be the time they watch.
So producer Drew read my mind. He says, "Was it for your dad? It was too small or something?"
No, this is huge. Oh, let me just show you. This thing is like gigantic.
Oh, that gift wasn't for you. She forgot to get you something and says, "Oh, I'll give it to Jason."
It could be. That'd make me feel a little bit better, actually. And now I'm also feeling bad about myself. Forget it. We're going to edit this whole thing in post. This never happened. This conversation didn't happen. My feelings didn't happen.
Your knee-jerk reaction was, I wasn't that impressed by it.
Well, no, I guess my point is that this is where going back to that positive, like you guys can't take positive reinforcements. I didn't want a gift from her because I'm like, you don't need to buy me anything. And then when I got it, I wasn't impressed that I got it. It was very nice and thoughtful. I'm a jerk. I get it. I'm going to shut up now. And here is a big-time 2nd and 10.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, "Stop with the body positivity and holiday tree crap, Rossi. Go become an HR manager or something. You'd be perfect."
First of all, if you've ever seen the movie Office Christmas Party, excellent movie. Really funny. And the HR, Kate McKinnon as the HR is like perfect. That's kind of what I think they think I am right now. Jerem over on Twitch says, "To be fair, it's hard to find clothes for a 4'6", 286-pound man." That is true, Jerem. That is true. That's why she got me a 7X. Oh, boy.
That is good. Oh, Jerm, that was good.
It was.
Corey Davis makes the catch. Oh my God, that's so good.
Mars Brighton Burn. Rossi looks like a supervisor for Santa's helpers. Hey, CK Sim fam, this is what we needed. Good laugh together.
Jerm says, "Time to leave on a high note." That was so funny.
Rossi, what sound did you make to sound like you really like that shirt? Steven, I will tell you this, and this is the one thing as you get older, like when you're like 13, 14 years old in Christmas time, and your aunts and uncles got you like sweaters or pants, you just started to learn that, oh my God, thank you so much. Honestly, this is great. This is great. That's kind of it. I'm not a complete jerk here. I'm coming across really badly, and I understand that. So I will own up. I'm a dink at times. So that was my dinkness coming out. But I am super appreciative when people get me stuff. Just like I said, I didn't want something. All right, just again, enough. Burying myself.
From the 23 of Indy, Tannehill to Derrick Henry gets out of bounds. Emerson's forehead. I know there's a big and tall store, but is there a small and large store for you, Rossi?
Yeah, it's like a 2x4. You just have to, excuse me, sir. I go in through doggy doors to get in.
Tell us who you need, guys. Henry out there is a receiver. X Factor lit. Tannehill. Oh! A catch by Davis.
Getting to 3. Don't run an RPO. Give it to Henry. Very quickly, Brandon, Office Christmas Party not on Netflix. Currently on like FXM. If you have like cable or streaming service, you can watch on demand. I highly suggest just renting it. It's like $2 on Amazon.
They'll load the formation up with 3 to the right side, tight to the line. Tannehill. Looking.
Henry, he's right there. He's right there.
Oh my God.
Henry, like, what are we doing down here? Smarten up, people. Exactly. Feed the king. This is El Paso #1.
So Jero over on YouTube has sent me a screenshot of you pointing out the Christmas hat on your sweater.
It's beautiful.
I'm going to save this photo.
I actually took a screenshot of me just... Oh, actually, I think it's the same one maybe that we have.
Derrick Henry.
Get in there!
Another touchdown.
He's having a monster game. Like, again, he has a couple catches. You noted earlier, Glash, that he has played on the outside a little bit, but that is a big thing right there. You needed that score. They tried to almost avoid him with the first pass attempt, but getting what you're looking for. What is that? Garnimals?
Did you read what Brother Phil wrote?
Hold on, let me find that. I'm too stuck on what Lisa's talking about. A 7X Garnimals. All right, let me see. Where's Brother Phil? Is it a little further back? Oh, Brother Phil. Here we go.
What?
I always make it work, Brother Phil. Always make it work. You can all find what Brother Phil said over on YouTube. I'm going to go to my Twitch homies because I'm getting insecure on YouTube. Oh, wait, not much better over there.
Derrick Henry now has 4 total touchdowns in 3 holiday season sims. 2 rushing, 2 receiving. He is in the captain spot in the winning lineup. No surprise there. 3-way tie for first in the $500 free. Hines, Smith, Burton, Titans D, and Gostkowski in the winning lineup. Very interesting build. So
it is, but hey, it's paying off so far.
Yeah, Colts with the ball down 7 midway through the 4th quarter. And Phillip Rivers now 14 of 18. It feels worse than that.
Really does. He, because his completions also were like a lot of them short. Obviously, we saw that Burton touchdown last drive on a pass that almost was intercepted too. It was a very aggressive play by the safety.
In the SimFam Friends contest, DJ J Star is in first place. Jimmy B is in 7th. Oh, TY, put your hands up.
Stretch out, bro.
Guys, keep smashing the like button. We have about 800 of you watching on YouTube. What do you say we make a push for 300 likes? If you enjoyed Germ's comment about the 4'6", 286-pound beast, Jason Rossi.
Oh. You can hear me coming from a mile away. Just when your house starts shaking, it looks like you have your glass of water and it looks like Jurassic Park. Oh, Rossi's coming over.
Yeah, install a little doggy door. Here comes Jason.
Here I come. Can't ring the doorbell, can't reach it.
Complete to Hines.
And Rivers had 2 very bad incompletions. Had a nice pass for a first. There's another nice one. Hines for 7 yards. So they're trying to make it work here with less than 3.5 to go at the 42-yard line. Need a touchdown to tie it. Who you guys need here? I know we've heard Paris, we've heard Hilton. Burton's got the score. I need Hines like you wouldn't believe. Oh,
nice cut. Yeah, but tripped up.
Shoestring tackle.
Val Blackwood, who won one of our free rolls last night, they used to sell husky-sized clothes for kids in the 80s. I know I used to wear them.
Stop it.
That will fit Rossi perfectly.
Stop it. We talked about this in the past. Husky was the worst. I'd rather get like a large or an extra. When I was a kid and it was Husky, I don't know what it was. It literally made me feel like uncomfortable. Like, oh, let me go get you a Husky sweatshirt, honey. It's like, oh, gosh. Like, I wish I knew at 8 years old to do sit-ups. Husky. There was nothing worse than the Husky. Oh. Except Huskies are beautiful animals. Just the sweatshirt size.
Mockingjay 2020 watching Madden Sims with syrup stains and crumbs on their belly. What?
Wait. Oh, big sack.
This is getting weird, man. You and I are together for the next sim too.
That's it. Told you. I told you earlier. Whoever said like, oh, I can just like not really pay attention. It's gonna be a lot of callbacks. Drew pointing out, Steve over Steven on YouTube says next year DK can do Rossi lawn gnomes. I'm sure that's where they want to put their publishing money into. What a pass.
All right. TY, 32-yard pickup. They really meant hefty, says Mars Bright.
Well, that's absolutely what they meant. But it was like, even hefty would have, no, and just put large. Like, it was okay, or extra large. Like, it's okay to be a 6-year-old wearing, like, 14-year-old clothes, all right? And you stopped growing at that age, too.
Tom Cruise. Rossi has his shorts hemmed. Oh, my God.
All right, Hines. All right, Hines. Get me out of this blunder of feeling insecure. Oh, it's not even him, is it? It's Marlon Mack.
That was T.Y. who made the catch. Up the middle. Touchdown.
Oh, Marlon
Mack.
Oh.
Rossi gets his shorts hemmed.
Germ on Twitch. I thought it was safe on Twitch. Germ goes, I would totally buy a husky Rossi lawn gnome. All the real ones do get their shorts hemmed, by the way. You know, if you're... Happens. Marlon Mack basically punted here, 28%. I'm trying to stay away from it because now I'm just laughing. Charlie goes, the Rossi show. Yeah, bring it in. Oh, nothing wrong with jorts. Nothing wrong with jorts.
O-Dog DK. I hear you, brother. Separate company, separate entity. The NBA game. I hear you, though. It's a great idea. People have been talking about that since the end of March. Mm-hmm. But we're all Madden right now. 17-17. 153 to go. Loser of this sim likely doesn't make the playoffs and then might have to get its shorts hemmed.
I think they're definitely out, though, because 2 wins. Houston would only have 1. Yeah, so we're down to the wire here. Winning in. Because they'd have 2 points.
Right.
2 wins.
The question is, the next game would be seeding. Jacksonville 2-0 taking on the 0-2 Texans.
See Barbs. Barb says I could fit into a child's sleeping bag.
I am giggling like such a dork. I am here for it.
Creature from the Glass Lagoon. I'll make this quick. Rossi, you have a great beard. Rossi, your voice is nice. Rossi, you stay warm outside longer, and wind affects you less in a crowd. You know, baby. Like a fire hydrant over here.
Charlie says Rossi was a Pee Wee League nose tackle at 3'2", 220. Crushed.
If they'd only let the 220-pound kids play.
2. I just keep imagining you lining up at nose tackle. There comes little mini Derrick Henry. Block for me, Rossi.
Oh my gosh. Whew. Go get the quarterback. I can't run.
Tannehill complete to Jonnu Smith.
That's huge. That's going to be the ball game, I think, because that's going to put them in field goal range.
Oh, I'm having a great time. You guys are the best. Smash that like button. Hey, we persevered, had some tech issues early, but we're doing all right now. See, we're having a good time.
That's it. We're all feeling good, keeping it loose. That's what it's about. Making your days better, and you guys make our days better.
Brandon. Don't listen to them, Rossi. You can go anywhere as long as you have a car seat.
This is really good.
Get in your car seat. Time for Pee-wee practice. You got to go block from Derrick Henry. 3-2, 220.
Oh no, the RPO again.
Car seat.
That's good.
The comment started so promising. You can do anything you want. You can go anywhere. Just don't forget your car seat.
Guys don't even want to see. I can't even take video of how I drive.
Second and 10, 3 seconds. Oh, we're gonna. Oh, they'll kick it. Win this thing.
Yeah, we just got the icing. So now icing on top of my 3-2, 220. See if they can boot this in. Gostkowski's had a couple game winners in his day. This to get him to the postseason.
Wow, it's a high kick.
Got it.
Got it. Oh my god. Oh, just wiped tears. All right, that's it. Tennessee moving on. Colts, you'll need a miracle. Oh my god, that was fantastic. I hope you're okay.
Me?
I thought that was hysterical.
Oh yeah, listen, this is what it's about.
Okay.
Gregory says Rossi gonna cry after the sim. I'm gonna quickly move on and then absolutely just go down a pint of ice cream and be back for the 2:00 Eastern.
This is you, just sit in your car seat. Can't wait for practice.
Legs dingle. You know, like when you couldn't reach, like when like in school when you were shorter and your feet couldn't touch the ground. That was just me. To this day, I have to wear stilts to drive. Oh, we have good time. See, this is what it's about. Nothing better. What's the best cure for all things? Laughter.
All right.
With the picture.
All right, we're back. We're back for the 2 p.m. sim. We'll finish up in the AFC South. We'll have the Jaguars taking on the Texans. Had a great time with all of you. Joe and Tate updating scores. Great stuff. Jimmy B finished in 4th in the free roll. Only one team needs 2. Whatever. Is in 1st place in the free roll. Nice work.
Hey, let me just check I know they're updating, but let me just check before we get out. By the way, I'm just going to give it to you straight, narrow. The crusty cough, 3'2", 220-pound player of the game is going to be Derrick Henry because he was awesome. And he should have had 3 scores if they didn't blunder that drive with the RPO. You're not my kid award. Probably shouldn't even give it away, but looking at ownership wise, because there wasn't anybody that I feel like maybe T.Y. Hilton, but he seemed to play okay.
Yeah, he was better.
AJ Brown, maybe.
Yeah, he didn't do much.
I'm gonna go with AJ Brown. He's 40% owned. Smells kind of poopy. Actually, or I could go Tannehill because he didn't throw a touchdown. No, I'm still gonna go with AJ Brown.
All right.
Let the record know. And chat VP, obviously, Lisa got one, and you all get one for turning around. I know we went through some, and I know Glash can give you this, but we went through some difficulties. Glash handled like a pro, like always. Our guys, we couldn't have a better crew with Brian and Drew, handling this professionally, like adults, and not freaking out. There was one all caps, but that's what we like about it. You get a little feisty. But no, honestly, you guys handled it well. DK Sim family, like literally, like you turned this whole thing around. And, you made our day. So hopefully we continue on without error the rest of the way. Any issues, but appreciate you all being here. And I'm going to shut my mouth and let Glash wrap it on up.
That was a blast. We had some good laughs. Rossi, you take it like a champ, but I know you enjoy it just as much.
Yeah, you know why?
There you go. Yeah.
That's why. Look how wide this thing is. My body's like somewhere in here. Still not saying I'm skinny or anything, but like, look how big this thing is. By the way, I'm on 6 phone books to stand up this way.
332, 320.
Just like.
All right, guys, we'll be back. I'm sure this will come up again. So bring your zingers if you want for both of us, or
Bring
just
it on,
Rossi.
baby. Bring it on.
We'll have Jags and Texans at 2 p.m. Bry Guy will be back. So will producer Drew, Joe, and Tate as well. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back.
Okay, we are live for Texans and Jaguars. Second sim of the day for myself and Jason Rossi. And then we hand it off to Emerson at 4 p.m. He'll be joined by Christian DeAndrea for Raiders and Chiefs. So we're wrapping up the AFC South portion of the regular season. Jaguars at 2-0, Rossi. They have been dominant offensively in these sims.
Yeah, it's 2020 is upside down, and they say 2020 is hindsight, not this time around. But in reality, the Browns having 9 wins in the NFL here in Simland, the Jaguars led by Gardner Minshew, Westbrook, and co. This is the number one team, or one of the few undefeated teams here in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting. As you said at the end of our last time, this is more seeding purposes. Jaguars win. Obviously, they're going to be guaranteed a top 4 spot. Jaguars lose. Then it gets into a whole mixed match of points against, head-to-heads, all that fun stuff, the math we don't have to do because that's why we're here to chat. But it is going to be interesting. Obviously, using great options here for the DFS side of it, though.
Tate from the Game Ops team is in the chat. This contest will be my first dub. I guarantee it, Ernie. I guarantee it. Ernie. Ernie, I like the Blazers to beat the Lakers in the first round. Ernie. Okay, that's my Charles.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you. Good golfer there.
By the way, I'll mention this at the end of the first quarter, but DraftKings over on Twitter just alerted all of us that you can still get an ugly sweater if you go to TikTok. They're doing a giveaway on TikTok today. So you got to go to Twitter to then find the TikTok link. I tweeted it out. If that helps. Rossi, it's there. If you can't find it, I put the little arrow down and tell everybody, hey, another chance to win a DK ugly sweater. You can find it at DraftKings. It was about an hour ago. So check it.
Taking a picture of myself like you did earlier, and I'm going to reply to you on Twitter.
Okay.
But I don't know how to take screenshots anymore because I got a bad phone. I think I just got to.
Cool.
Anyways.
So yeah, like we were just talking a moment ago about like how awesome this Jaguars offense has been. Producer Drew says Minshew leading the quarterbacks in holiday season DK fantasy points per sim. DD Westbrook has been dominant. So I got them both in there. I'm going to follow the lead of how they've done.
Yeah, I, again, wasn't aware of the situation we'd be in with this game and didn't know all the statistics, but I did captain up DD Westbrook, have him in the captain spot in the Riding with Rossi. Oh, that was the nooner. What is this one? This is called Riding with Rossi Part 2. Ooh, a little DFS boogaloo. But yeah, went with DD Westbrook in the captain, teamed him up there with Minshew. I hashtag stack them tight ends. Didn't see that one coming now, did you?
No.
I got Eifert, Fells. I got the Lambo, get the keys, and Deshaun Watson. So, yeah. That sounds like my snowblower in between. But yeah, Watson, Minshew, stack the quarterback, stack the tight ends. Give me a little Westbrook, and, give me the old Lambo, baby.
So you got Don't Go Chasing Darren Fells in there? Love it.
Oh, I sure do.
Love to see it. I've got Eifert in there, Westbrook, Cooks, Watson, Minshew. I went cheap with captain David Johnson. I'm probably going to regret it. Might delete later.
Yeah, that one you might delete, not your Twitter pick.
You like that pick?
I did. I think it's very nice.
You look stunning. You look great with the light.
Oh, please. I literally just took it.
You don't look 3'2", 320.
Not anymore. I grew a little bit. I grew up to 4'6", so, the little things that happen.
Charlie says, Glass, try to maintain on this one. It's going to be hard. I was dying that last sim. It was so freaking funny. Oh, you guys are great. You guys are phenomenal.
Yeah, we love it.
All right, lineups have locked. So here we go. This is the final sim for the two of us.
Very quickly, Marcus says that can't be true. Periscope is no more as of March 2021.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
I wonder if just Twitter is going to just get rid of the name of it, though, because there's no way they're getting rid of the live feature. Also, Dallas God, if you don't like the sim, you don't like the sim. I'm not going to tell you why. I'm not going to beg for your like. Just like it because it's the right thing to do. Like it because you're here and you're entertained by the sim at the least. Dallas God, if that is your real name, and if you really are from Dallas and or a god.
That's the wind-up and the pitch from Jason Rossi. Producer Drew is here. Bry Guy on the ones and twos. Joe and Tate updating scores. Let's have some fun. We had a great time last sim. I think the worst, well, as I look out the window, it's still snowing here in New England, Boston. Hopefully we have a smooth ride. We had a great second half. Last sim had some stream issues. You guys stuck with us. Much appreciated. And we're here to have a good time. So let's do it.
Oh, some news out of the NFL. A couple things real quick. Giants maybe going with Colt McCoy. Maybe a revenge game against the Brownies this Sunday night. Also, Freddie Kitchen calling plays on Sunday night against the Browns. So what happened to our guy, our offensive coordinator, former Dallas head coach, Jason Garrett? Is he not longer there? What's going on here?
Nathan, no, we are not giving away sweaters for likes. I wish that was the case. If we got to a bazillion likes, we could just give away sweaters to all of you. But you still should hit the like button. You'll feel better about yourself. What I wanted to tell you all, and I'll say it again at the end of the first quarter, go to the DraftKings Twitter page, and you'll see about an hour ago, they have a tweet posted which reads, "Still looking for an ugly sweater? Here's your chance to win." You don't even have to download TikTok. Just hit the link on the internet. You don't even have to download it, because I'm not even a TikTok guy. But TikTok is the social media channel today in which a sweater is being given away. So check it out.
Love it. Get that sweater. Get that cheddar. Just very quickly, Jason Garrett tested positive for COVID.
That's right.
So he's out. That's why Freddie Kitchen. So it's a big-time revenge game if you have Colt McCoy, former Browns quarterback, and Freddie Kitchens, former coach.
Chris Boyd, says, sunny in Texas and warming up. Well, it's 4th and 1 at the 34-yard line. Probably a punt.
Must be nice to be warm.
All right, so the Jags, red hot offensively in this holiday season, going to punt because, of course, we all wanted to play Jaguars because they've been so good, but what a punt! Texans are going to start from their own 4.
Get the punt in there. Get the punter some respect.
Up the middle and through the woods, David Johnson goes. 17 yards for my captain. Let's go. That's probably the best he'll do today, knowing my luck. All right. Ownership. Right. The contest. Why you're all here. Gardner Minshew, 48.6% owned. Deshaun Watson, holy cow, 89% in the flex, and then 35% captain. Oh boy, David Johnson gaining a yard, 2nd and 9. Charles Johnson, what's going on? Ryan M, I'm with you. So again, you don't even have to download TikTok to get a chance at a sweater. Just click the link on Twitter. And look, if you don't do Twitter, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you where to go. Just the messenger.
Just helping you out, helping the peoples. Yeah, if you don't have TikTok, I don't have TikTok, Glass don't have TikTok, maybe we should have TikTok. But that's the route to go if you want one of those snazzy-looking DraftKings in an unbeatable, undefeated, incredible, soft as a baby's bottom, ugly sweater. Even though I don't like the word ugly, but I only use it during this time of the year for sweater purposes.
There you go, 3rd and 3. Watson takes off, slides, nicely done, to the 33-yard line, a gain of 6. So Edge 95, the offer for a DraftKings Christmas ugly sweater, holiday ugly sweater, is available on TikTok today, but there is a tweet on Twitter. Click the link. You can give yourself a chance to win. There's another giveaway tomorrow on the DraftKings Twitter handle. So the Social's just trying to promote all of their channels to give away a sweater. That's the long and short of it.
But Glass, what if I don't have a Twitter account? What do I do then?
Go build a snow fort and never leave.
I will go back to my snow fort. Thank you.
Make sure it's tall enough for you.
Oh, please make room for the doggy door. the flap that goes up and down. I don't like the side to side. Yeah, by the way, I've seen a lot of Houston Texans sims here. I never seen David Johnson have decent games, and he's already off to this is like the best start I've ever seen him have.
Oh, Edge 95 does not care about the sweater. I'm talking about the DK Sim promo offer.
Listen, we're not brainiacs here. We can't read minds. We're all about that sweater.
My bad. Michael Irvin, yes, was a brick show. Come on, you know better. That's what Cuse needs to do. They got to make threes to win games. Northeastern's actually not a bad team, but yes, I know. Syracuse needs to be better, huh? Basketball. That's true. 3rd and 4. We are midway through the first. Jaguars had the ball first. They punted.
Ran out.
Sean.
Was that my guy? Yeah, baby.
Darren Fells. Don't go chasing Darren Fells.
Well, I didn't chase him. He's coming to me.
Crush that like button, guys. We're nearing 300. Brian on the 1s and 2s says, nice practice Syracuse had with BC this season. Yeah, Syracuse destroyed the Eagles over the weekend.
I'm not going to start talking to Brian about college stuff just yet because I'm going to curse out my Notre Dame. So they have a big game Sunday, football-wise. It's great. Isn't this fun, Glash? Like, you got college basketball back in the swing of things.
Uh-huh.
It starts in less than a week. I know you're going to be a part of that broadcast on the local sports network. You're going to have, so pro basketball, college basketball, football coming to an end. This is fun. Looks like hockey's going to get their crap together to hopefully have a season start in the middle of January. Ooh, is that stuffed? Did he get it? Did. And most importantly, Glash, are we going anywhere? Are these Mad Sims going anywhere? Is there an off season?
No. We are here to stay.
I'll be going nowhere. I'll be planting my buttocks right here on my several phone books to be at eye level.
Congo Cab, hands were tied last sim, but listening to them roast Rossi crying at the comments. Yeah. Was a good time. Oh, man, this hockey news.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think he was retiring.
Henrik Lundqvist has a heart condition, and he will not be playing for the Caps this year.
Yikes.
Oh, money. The tight end 1 for the Texans is Darren Fells. Jordan Akins is the tight end 2 for the Jaguars. Tyler Eifert is the tight end 1. You can find all of this information, Madden Stream's info page. Ball is at the 12-yard line. Texans are threatening with a power I formation. Minute to go in the first. Watson hands it to David Johnson, and he is brought down by the other Josh Allen.
Yeah, not the potential MVP. Yeah, I said it. The defensive end also taking same exact spot draft-wise, just a year apart, but that's going to stop the drive there. They had a really impressive drive. It was a 3-and-out from the Jaguars. Texans come in, slaying their way down the field, but stop there at the 14.
Creature from the Glash Lagoon. Jason Rossi will be right here on his booster seat.
A little inside baseball for you guys. When I'm not doing the Sims, I'm just sitting here in front of my computer waiting. I just come downstairs, pack up my bag, get my boxed lunch, get my peanut butter and jelly, cut the crust off, glass of milk, skim, sit here and just say, "Am I on today?" And when I don't see a Slack come my way, I just sit there till 10 p.m. And then I just pack my bags and go back upstairs and go to sleep. And do it all over again the next day. Sometimes I do degrease my ruffles as well.
Oh my God, I was dying laughing that last sim. Brandon had a good one. It's like, Rossi, don't worry about it, man. You can do whatever you want. Just make sure you have your car seat. I wasn't expecting that.
Listen, we're having some fun here. It's a great Thursday where me and Glash are in the Northeast. We're getting crushed by snow. I'm going to go out and unbury again after this sim before some football tonight to warm my cockles. But That until then, yes. But no, this is the fun. This is the highlight of the day right here, and hope you guys are all having a great one.
Show.
Oh, sorry. Edward Pride says no Bradfords. # where's the cat? Cat's sleeping. Cat's napping right next to me, and yes, Bradfords mean dookie, poo-poos, if you would.
Joe Mallet. Rossi is a very honest guy.
This one. So I upped my ugly sweater game. This is not a DK Sim fan one, but this is my Bret Hart. Bret the Hitman Hart. Best wrestler of all time.
Give me a second. Let me I'm gonna zoom you in. Oh, nice, dude. Wow.
This thing lights up as well, but I think the battery isn't working. But we'll find out if I can get it to work.
Very nice.
Yes.
Will Fuller has the longest catch in this sim so far, 1 for 19, in case you're wondering.
It was. This battery's not working.
Holden O'Donnell. What are these plays from the Jags? LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, some teams you have noticed now, DK Sim fam. You've seen some of these teams in Madden 21 like 80 times over. That you do see some wacky plays, but Glash is laughing, so I can only imagine what happened there.
So Charlie's the one who doesn't want me to lose it, but he says Rossi got banned from Macy's. He crushed Santa's legs. What did he use for?
And it's hard to weigh as much as like a tire at the age of 4. You know, your parents couldn't pick you up. You needed like safety help. You needed like 4 or 5 mall security guards to lift you.
Mike, 55. Check 55. Mike, I'm here.
Incomplete. Mars Bright Burn. Glash looks like a delivery guy who holds the pizza like a briefcase.
Actually, you do kind of have, I don't remember the exact look, but you have a look. I know he wore more of a cap, but the pizza delivery guy from Home Alone, those sweaters, I noticed it the other day. He kind of wore like a whitish sweater. Maybe I'm wrong. It might have been red, but either way, that's the vibe I'm getting.
Minshew has all the time. A laser beam to Westbrook.
Oh, baby. Give me that, captain.
Gain of 21. First catch for D.D. Westbrook. We talked about it pregame. He's been the 3rd best receiver in this holiday season in terms of yards.
Yeah.
He's been a beast.
There's some good ones out here. Sorry, I'll wait till after the play. There are 2 in a row that got me.
Oh.
So, Steven says, if Rossi falls in the snow, we won't find him until spring. The one's called a Lando Calrissian. I don't know if I'm saying that right from Star Wars. Action figure for when I was a kid, a toy. It was like a G.I. Joe style, and I lost it, and I really did have to wait until the spring. So yeah, that's what happens. I have to be very careful on the big pots.
Shotgun snap to Minshew. End zone. Knocked down.
Good D. That's a linebacker back there. Look, McKinney back there. Rovin. And then the one right behind it, Mars Brightbird, says, Rossi's so big, Thanos had to snap him twice. I'm scared. Nope, still here. Gotta wait another snap.
On 3rd and 10, Minshew.
I don't feel so good.
On the move. Slides to the 8, so they're going to settle for a field goal.
Yeah, that was weak. That was weak by Minshew, but hey, rev up the Lambo. Is that a Lambo? I feel like a Lambo would purr like a kitten. Like you'd start up and go, boop, boop, boop. Meow. That's what a Lambo sounds like if you were wondering.
Brother Phil, Rossi, you were an ideal example of being a good sport earlier, being that comfortable in your own skin and with being who you are and being able to laugh at yourself. Admirable qualities. Respect. That's how you got to do it, man.
Brother Phil, bro, I got one life. This is it. As long as we're not having talking crazy talk here. We're having some fun. I'm all down for that.
Logan White says, my wife hates me watching this. LOL. Mars says, Glash looks like a lifeguard with no swimmers.
What is this? Everyone's just bringing out their best today. It's just like Thursday. Really? It's roast.
Give it to us.
Bring it.
First and 10 for the Texans. That's complete to Fells, Rossi's captain.
No, he's just on my lineup. My captain's D.D. Westbrook, though.
Oh, okay.
I kind of wish I did. Peace of Mind says, every time Rossi does a sim, both kickers go off. WTF. Not true. Last game did not happen. But I will say, gosh, it was a little over a week ago I did a sim, and kickers were in the leading lineup of the free showdown. The hashtag stack them kickers finally worked.
Oh, okay.
Laney, they're not being mean. We're all joking. Get in on it's all good. It's like your mama's so fat jokes all day, kind of.
On a real football note, not to get serious, but yeah, someone mentioned, I think it was Burt Macklin, about the Chargers. Keenan Allen, I guess, is so the latest from Adam Schefter, there is concern about Keenan Allen, who is questionable, but Eckler is expected to play. Mike Williams is likely out, so you got to keep an eye on the Keenan Allen news.
Yeah, I'll be 1,000%. And that's why I'm not playing Justin Herbert tonight. And this is semifinals, fantasy, pretty decent money league. I'm just not playing. I'm going to go with Jared Goff. Oh, baby, that doesn't happen often. A sack. And Deshaun Watson. But yeah, I think I didn't like the way Herbert threw 44 times, completed 32 passes on Sunday, and barely was just in the midst of the low 220s. He did score 2 touchdowns, but no Mike Williams really affects that. And if Keenan Allen isn't at 100%, I don't like it. Even though the Raiders, again, if you look at their injury report, it doesn't look like they have a defense tonight.
All right, back to the roasting. Creature from the Glass Lagoon, Peter, tweets at Jason Rossi, putting his feet up next to Glash, and it's both of us on a cruise ship, and your feet not reaching the rail to relax.
That's really funny. Where do these gifts come from?
Seriously. What do you search on Twitter to find that?
Got to be short legs or something. But anyways, that's hilarious. But that was really true. I'm not gonna break the fourth wall here, but when I was in 3rd grade, and you had those desks that were connected, the seat connected to the desk, barely fit in them. But my legs never could reach. They were always dangling.
Texans are at the Jags 32, 3 minutes to go, second quarter. 3-3 game. Jags win. They get the top seed out of the AFC South. They are 2-0. Houston is 0-2. Darren Fells, another catch. Ashley says Rossi would make a great elf.
Let me give my little... Yeah, I kind of look like an elf with this look, kind of. Bearded elf. Sim Santa, by the way, we did get word he is on track from the North Pole. We'll be making an appearance, I believe, next Wednesday as part of the playoffs here in the DK holiday tournament.
Michael says, my wife hates me watching these as well, so I said I would stop. Talked to her for 3 hours straight, and she yelled, "Get out of here and go watch football." She hasn't bothered me since.
Honestly, I believe every second of that story, because we've all been there in some way if you're in a relationship.
From the 17, 2nd and 10, Watson from under center. Fires, open man, it's Fells.
Oh!
Down at the 1.
Ooh, this is David Johnson potential territory. But, again, we also saw they got down here and kind of petered out last time.
Barb says Rossi is starring in Bad Santa 3.
Be happening next week. Stay tuned.
Charles Carter in here with a roast of Tom Carroll. He's not even here. Tom Carroll looks like a backup lineman at his first high school party that realizes keg stands are real. So jovial. What? He's not even here.
That's funny, though. That's a good one.
It's good.
We see Holden. We'll get to your question in a moment. Let's see if they score here. I see he's dropping fantasy questions.
Oh, give it to David.
Oh, no, that was Duke.
It's Duke Johnson.
Oh, no.
That does not help me, but some of you might like it.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, the backfield, powdering you up, but unfortunately not helping if you went with David.
Oh, man. Slightly says going to Duke.
Yeah. Ugh. Robbie Noble, Rossi, life is too short. You got the truth, my man. So Holden has an actual question. Says, I have D-Hop and along with DK. Do I go with Keenan Allen or David Montgomery at the flex? If Keenan Allen plays, you can't not play him. David Montgomery, that was a nice outing last week, but Vikings tougher up front. I think if you have Keenan Allen and he plays, I'd play him. He's a reception machine, especially without Mike Williams.
There's the analysis we need.
And David Montgomery at the end of the day had 180-yard run. I think he still finished over 100, but that was it. That was the major play for him. And I don't think he's the guy you want to rely on right now.
I'll tell you what. I'm having a blast with you guys today. Smash the like. Rossi's having fun. I'm having fun. Producer Drew, Bry Guy, they're chatting with us in our Slack channel. Tate and Joe updating scores. We're almost at 300 likes. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe as well. Follow us over on Twitch. Thanks, guys. You guys are good fun. First half is winding down. Let's see. Post route Malone, formerly James Farrell. I wished it into existence, talking about the Duke Johnson score. No huddle offense for Jacksonville. Still 3 timeouts, down 7. Play action, Gardner Minshew. Launching and completing to the 43. It's Eifert.
Love that. Former Notre Dame tight end there, getting his.
Peace of mind. DraftKings should sell DK Sim announcers fat heads.
My head's already pretty fat, so just do it to scale.
Yeah.
This big old dome I got here.
A fat head of you, would it come with the 8 phone books?
It's right at the bottom of them. The hem shorts and all. You hear my son upstairs screaming?
Yeah.
He learned to,
Am I gonna be as tall as you?
He's already taller, actually. He's already past, I'd have to actually, we're getting the 1-year doc's appointment on Monday. I gotta see how tall he is. He's probably already surpassed.
Oh, well, Minshew at least got rid of it to not get a major loss, so now 3rd and 14. Brandon says, Glash looks like that kid that had a lemonade stand every summer. Lemonade! Lemonade!
Get your lemonade here, 25 cents, please.
No one will buy my lemonade.
All right, honey, here's $5.
Make it a quarter. 50 cents is too much. But Mom, I want to go to Toys R Us. Lemonade. 4th down. They're gonna let the Lambo.
Hey, gonna let him start the car. Get the purr. Ooh, look at this. This is a deep one. 55. Come on, baby. That's good. Come on. Purr like a kitten. I don't know how to purr. God, look at that. 55 yards out. Desmond, give me a high five, pal. We're a kitten. No, still sleeping. Okay, cool. You do you, pal. Cat sleep.
Yogi Dead on Twitch. One time we sold a whole pitcher at once with no sugar.
Ugh. Just lemon juice?
It's disgusting. Oh, Kool-Aid, actually. Hood style.
Oh, okay. David Rossi was a bobblehead, the neck would break. Ryan M. # stack them kickers, bro. I see you.
We've reached the point now where not just you, but now the imaginary bobblehead of you is getting roasted.
Yeah, just this big old head just looks.
Vince Stevenson. Rossi always takes the stairs because he can't reach the buttons in the elevator.
I go in the elevator and I say, hey, can someone, excuse me, Anybody out there? And then the doors close and they reopen. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you help me? I can't get it. Help me.
And they don't, and there's no phone books. They never leave a phone book or a step stool in the elevator. It stinks.
Darren Fells, 4 for 47.
Can't drink my water.
Yeah, there you go. Good call.
Cheers, DK Sim fam. Stay hydrated.
Mhm.
Avoid those chicken nugget toes. Drying up.
Will Fuller, 2 for 29. Westbrook, 2 for 29. That's all I got for you.
Yeah, Fells, he's got like 47. He's playing well. Receiving numbers are good. But the real goodness is right here with the DK Sim fam. We get ourselves into the third quarter. Both rocking our sweaters. His you can win.
Laney, Brian, you two remind me of the strippers they hire for the day shift.
Excuse me now.
Okay.
I didn't know they had such sparkling personalities, but hey, listen, Laney, you got to do what you got to do. The price is right, my friends.
Okay. 10-6. Bry guys on the 1s and 2s. We've got producer Drew, Tate, and Joe updating scores. And speaking of, the scores are updated through the first half. Two-way tie for first place in the $500 free classic. In the $500 free showdown for this one, Sport Kid 76 in first place. Duke Johnson and the captain. Fells, Eifert, Minshew, Deshaun, and Texans D in the flex. In the DK SimFam free roll as
Look at this. Look at who's in second class. Watch out, boys.
Oh.
Tied for second.
Are you Bloody Knuckles?
No, I'm right below. I'm my first name backwards, last name backwards.
Oh, I never knew that. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rossi, Jason. Yeah, you're tied for second. Let's go.
No sad Jizzor, baby. So we need to see Deshaun throw it to more Darren Fells. Or run it in. Get in a tickle fight. Whatever works.
We are just about at 300 likes, so just a couple of you. If you want to smash that like button, we'd love for that. By the way, it would be so fitting for you to win the free roll based on how these last two sims have gone. It would just be magical.
Absolutely would be.
Brandon Cooks with the catch, hops out of bounds at the Jacksonville 46.
Yeah, I don't need any of that. Get out of here, Cooks.
Relly Rel says we should both be on a Christmas card.
Well, how about this? Next time you see us pop on screen, take a screenshot, print it, Christmas card. Voila.
Boom.
You're welcome.
Great idea. Like where your mind's at.
Well, listen, we're also dealing in tough times, 2020. Like, as a family man now, like, I was like, oh, we're going to do a Christmas card. Then it's like December 1st. Bless you. December 2nd. I don't care if they didn't hear it. December 3rd, 4th, and you didn't do it. Then you're like, okay, we're just going to take a picture and send it to people. Print it out, slap it on your fridge or above your fireplace, wherever people hang Christmas cards, on your doorway.
I'm into it. Will Fuller with the catch. 4 for 54 now for Will. All right, let's look at your lineup. You've got Fells, Eifert. So yeah, you stack the tight ends, Westbrook at captain, both quarterbacks, and then Lambeau. Okay.
Yeah, baby. The tight end and quarterback stack, and dipping as we speak because the ball's not gone to Fells again. But nice Fells touchdown would do me wonders. Duke. Oof.
David Johnson was trying to roam free. Let's see.
Poster Malone gets it. He says, just post it to social media, tag your family. You get it. Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa. She goes, all I want for Christmas is the hashtag Rossi life-size 22-inch action figure, life-size, with the Kung Fu grip. I was going to say, if we're going to go to scale, it's a little taller, but yeah, not much. Not much.
Bankroll says, wow, you guys really make me feel worthless for watching this.
Oh, Excuse me, Baker? Worthless? Why, because you're an excellent and perfect human being?
Let him know. Mike's 50.
3rd and 20. Fells again.
Oh, almost got there. Yeah, big catch, though.
Gonna get another field goal.
Stack them kickers. Come on, Flash.
No, but they should go for it.
Oh, they might actually here. Down. I'm sorry, up by 4.
They won't.
At the
They'll
30.
kick it. They'll kick it.
Yeah, 4th and 5. If there was like a 4th and 2, maybe. Let's see. 37-yarder. Ooh, low. No!
Oh, Keamy!
Doinked it!
Charles Johnson. Rossi uses a 3-foot tabletop Christmas tree and still has to use a chair to put the star on. How tall are you actually, though?
4'6". We don't break kayfabe here in Simland.
Izzy Dean. I would love to see Rossi coming into the ring in WWE with Jim Ross calling it.
That would be a dream come true. I don't even need anybody calling it. Just get him. I've always asked him when I used to work closely with a then traveling company. Now no longer. I used to always say, "Can I just go down the ramp?"
Read Stevens' comment. Rossi is sitting on Jeff Dunham's lap now, who is making him say everything.
Let's go, defense. Let's go, defense.
Jeff.
Hey, who we got?
All right, midway through the 3rd, Chris Thompson, 5 carries, just 8 yards.
A+ over on Twitch as the little bear said this is too hot, mama. Bear said hers was too cold. Rossi ate them both and is here for seconds. Okay, we're dipping into some what are those, nursery rhymes.
Do what you do.
I'm sorry, everybody. Yes, it was a 47-yard field goal. I'm sorry. When I was thinking 37, I made a mistake because I'm 4'6", 370 pounds. The numbers are all relative at this point.
Nathan G says the Sims would be better if you guys updated the rosters, just saying, well, Nathan, there's a strategy behind that. We want to create consistency. First and foremost, it's a pain in the you-know-what for our team to update the rosters because then they'd have to update the info page. It would just cause a headache. But more, this is really the main reason. We want to create consistency so you guys, our DraftKings players, get used to the depth charts and you're not surprised when you wake up and go, wait a second, what happened to RB1? I thought he was the RB2. We just want to create some consistency. So I hear you, though. It's a fair point. We get you.
Yeah, and also just remember, it's Simland. It's not reality. Again, Jaguars are 2-0. Even though we must give a little love, Jaguars were 1-0 before they lost every game since.
Thank you all so much for being here. We have one more sim today after this at 4 p.m. Emerson and Christian will have Raiders at the Chiefs to wrap up Simland on December 17th. Minshew, what in the world? Throws it out of bounds. He's now 6 of 13. Gross.
Yeah, not the game. Coming into this again, they're 2-0. Texans 0-2. Minshew, one of the better quarterbacks so far in Simland, teaming up with Westbrook. Those have been two of the more elite players, and haven't seen it yet. Over just about a quarter and change left. We'll see if they can salvage the rest of this game.
Emerson will also be here to host the Sweat to get you ready for tonight's game between the Raiders and the Chargers. That'll be at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, and then Adam Kaufman and Kenny Ducey will be on Leaderboard Live tonight. Following the big contest is Watson scrums out to the 29. He's at 45 rushing yards. Stops the clock, 2:03 left, third quarter.
It helps. It helps you right there on the rushing game. That's why Deshaun Watson, when you have the dual threat quarterbacks, points can just be had. Hard to fade those guys.
Kuzma, 22, is in first place in the Glash Holidays Riding with Rossi Part 2. I find it kind of funny how I titled... So I made this contest last night so I wouldn't forget, and it also gave people enough time to make lineups. And the fact that multiple people have made car seat jokes, Riding with Rossi is actually a great title.
It really worked out right. We didn't know. See, again, that's why earlier someone said, well, I'll just come in and out because I don't have to pay attention. We told you there would be, jokes that were callbacks to things earlier, and this was all one big, we knew this would all work out. Cream rising to the top here.
Minute to go in the third. The leading lineup for Kuzma at 22. Fells and the captain. Watson, Minshew, Will Fuller, Eifert, and Chris Conley. Dizzy Dean. You want to announce that one?
Hailing from parts unknown, standing at 4'6", weighing in at a whopping 370 pounds, the undefeated limbo champion of the world, Jason Short Sack Rossi. That crowd goes absolutely bonkers. I should play more limbo when things get back. Like, I'll crush it. Is it okay if you just walk under it for the first 7 rounds?
Yes.
I'm sure you're sure, right? What are you gonna do?
I'm never sure about anything.
I'll tell you right now, limbo, hell of a skill. Bending back that way, look at yoga, look at that.
Deshaun Watson, 14 of 15 for 152, no touchdown passes. Minshew, 6 of 13 for 116. David Johnson, 28 rushing yards. Watson, 46 rushing yards. One touchdown for Duke Johnson. That's the only touchdown of the sim. And then Darren Fells, 6 for 70, the leading receiver.
And he said I capped him. I really wish I did at this point because D.D. Westbrook with a 2 for 29. Fine, but not getting it done. You want that captain to rake those points. Right, Des? Catch just, I don't know if I'm going to screw up this one. You see the cap there? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's the football. Hey, say hello. Stop being rude. Yeah, it's all good. Get your nap in, all right? And bother me later. That's what cats do.
Dean Murray says, Rossi, you do that all the time in front of the mirror, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I announce myself. That's when I wake up. I just get up, and that's how I start my day.
Fourth quarter. Watson. Complete. First down. Nice ball. Nice ball. Randall Cobb.
Caught on the Cobb.
All right, Mike Drummo, I'll play your game. Who's going to get a touchdown tonight between the Raiders and Chargers? Well, I certainly hope it's Darren Waller and or Keenan Allen because I have them both in season long.
I just have a feeling, without knowing a ton, seems like a good game for Josh Jacobs. Rock went in.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think tonight could be an absolute shootout.
It very well could be, especially with, even if these receivers are down, neither defense is really been great in any facet, especially recently. So I could see this thing getting to that position.
Ryan says, Rossi is a short version of Paul Bunyan.
Oh, I like this one. D. Murray says, I know I've said this before, but when I see Rossi, all I can think of is Yukon Cornelius from the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer special. Damn right. That's a great compliment. Like, I feel like with the hat, I'm giving that vibe. I have a kid I work with that literally looks like that dude.
I know we could use more offense, guys, in this sim. 820 of you watching. Crush the like. Smash it. Want to get to 400 before this sim's over. We've had a blast today. Watson is going to take off inside the numbers, sliding for a gain of 8. 55 yards on the ground.
Dropped to 11th. Me and Bloody Knuckles must have the same lineup because we just traveled from 2nd to 11th in 1 quarter of action. So hopefully get maybe some Darren Fells here. Give me the Fellsy.
Sean Griffin asking for an NBA Finals pick.
Jeez. Okay.
Meanwhile,
Duke. NBA Finals pick.
Dizzy Bean says you're a short version of Danny DeVito.
Oh, come on. It's my father.
NBA Finals. Lakers versus... Lakers versus... Bucks.
Yeah, like... I'm going to say Clippers.
Ooh.
Versus... Who's going to be that team that comes out? Not going to be the Heat. I think the Bucks is going to be one more year. I'm going to sound stupid if I say this, but I was going to say the 76ers, but no. I know new coach. I think that stuff can really help. I'm going to go with Brooklyn Nets.
Oh.
Nets, Clippers.
No.
Just putting it out there. Talent wins in the NBA, those two teams. I think both teams will be hungry enough.
You're a pawn.
Well, I'm a lot of things that you can read.
Oh, Darren Fells.
Oh,
Go
yes.
chasing Darren Fells.
I'm a pawn. I don't think you can say that on Twitch anymore. They're muting things. That's just a gut. I don't want it to happen. But I did want that to happen. Darren Fells, come on. Hops is crushing. I'm dropped to 14th, but I'm going to skyrocket back up, baby.
Sixers Clippers would be really good. A Doc Rivers revenge series.
Yeah, it's just I love Doc, I do, but I don't see the 76ers getting over that hump. I think Milwaukee, I like your Milwaukee pick. I was just trying to think of something that isn't as the chalk. Like, even the Clippers are chalky enough, but I think they're going to be an angry team. I just think, you know what it is? Paul George getting that money, I think it's time to see if he can do it. This is going to be his push. I think the same thing with that Nets team. I was trying to think if there's like the 76ers, I would say, are the hungriest team in the NBA. None of those guys have won anything.
I also, even when I say Bucks out loud, that is such a wide open conference. It's unbelievable. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami goes after James Harden. They're like the perfect team for him, in my opinion. Miami. Go get him. Go get Harden. Make it fun. Now, if you're worried about Harden going out in Miami, fair. We all saw the meatball he turned into.
Listen, I loved it. You know what? It's going to prove something that we've always seen before. Athletes let themselves go. He's going to snap right back into action. I said when I saw that picture, I said body positivity, baby. Give me that. Looks like me during this quarantine. I went from 255 to 355 to 370. It's the 2015.
Lisa Robinson says, I used to hate football. Then I started gambling, and now I love football. Plus, I get to meet cool people like you guys.
Welcome to America.
Welcome to America, where the players play like every day. Same land all day. Gardner, step up, kid. He'll slide.
Yes, Creature. Me and James have been practicing. You know, I've been showing him my jump shot, which is just called a tippy toe shot because I can't get up. But yeah, me and him have been crushing some ho-hos, drinking. I don't like eggnog, but it is part of our training regimen. So, you know, to gain weight, you got to gain weight fast. And the McRib, which, by the way, me and Freeze Pop, Tom Carroll, freshman there, we're going to be having the McRib Classic this Saturday at 2 p.m. stream. We're going to eat McRib during the sim.
Yeah, he was telling me that last night.
Yeah, it's going down. We've been talking about it for a little while. So I'm going to be doing some celebrating. It's my 7th cheat day of the week on Saturday.
Did you see Germ's tweet at us?
Hold on. Let me
You got to open this.
Okay. Get back over to my Twitter.
I wish we had another quarter break. I could show you guys this.
I didn't know that was Germ. This dude's so funny. I'm retweeting it. I'm just retweeting it. So if you follow at Jason D. Ross, you can see what he tweeted. That's great stuff. Germ, my hat that suit tight on my head is off to you.
All right, 2nd and 2, 4:40 left. Jacksonville down 11. Jags are 2-0 in this Madden tournament season, holiday season, they're going to get the 1 seed because Houston is 0-2. Jags will end up 2-1, but they beat both the Colts and the Titans. I'll tell you what, though. You pick the Nets. If Kyrie Irving...
I don't want to see it. As soon as I said it, I'm starting to feel like gross about
If he can keep that head on straight, which is a huge ask.
No way.
He can freaking play, man. That guy can ball.
He's one of the best ball handlers the NBA has ever seen, but he's lost it. He has. Leaving Cleveland, something what happened there. Like, he doesn't know, like, he's not that dude. If they get a James Harden, if say the Nets were to get him, then I could see them going to the finals more realistically. I just don't think he's, I don't know, unless Kevin Durant and him are like literally like the best of best friends. Because I think that could become a very ugly situation as well.
DJ Chark, good to see you. People have been asking about you. 2 catches. Relly Rel, love you too. Edward Pride, LOL, Rossi, stop. You can't stand on your tippy toes. They could never support that weight.
Dude, the chicken nugget toes are very strong.
Your tippy toes can't support that weight. His toes just break in half.
And just snap. Probably already been broken. How would I know the difference? I have no feeling below my ankles.
Eifert with his 3rd catch, 2nd and 5. All right, Jacksonville has a chance to make this a 1-score game. At the 9, 3 and change to go.
Yeah, come on, Gardner. Get it to DD. Give me in that number 1 spot.
Minshew fires into traffic. That's enough for a first down.
Tyler Eifert, I'll take that too.
Ooh, we have a surprise from Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s.
Ooh.
He's got a holiday card coming up, so you get your screenshots ready. Your screen grabs, I should say.
I'm going to get ready for my face. Brian once, in the early stages of the Christmas tree behind me.
Touchdown!
Oh, wow. Chris Thompson. Boom. Banging it in.
Armstead.
I'm sorry, Armstead. What the Christmas tree? Raquel Armstead. Again, no COVID opt-outs, no injuries here in Simland. Wow, that's a punt play. 0.4% owned. Wow, that's a kick as we're going to go for 2.
To make it a Lambeau game. Minshew! For your life!
Oh. That's basically the ball game unless they can make, they 2 timeout and the 2-minute warning. They'll have a chance.
The chat is not happy with Raquel Armstead scoring.
Neither am I.
I know, I'm not either. I didn't play him.
Yeah, holy chicken nugget toes is right, Brad Wallace. That's 0.4%.
Mars Bright Burn. He's 4'6".
Listen, if you want to know the truth, hang around post game. We're going to give you the truth. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Adam Kaufman has chimed in and says, Minshew,
Oh, Christ.
try harder. Lisa Robinson also loves saying, what the Christmas tree?
Wait a second. This is really funny. J Mill, Rossi, I've been watching these Sims for a while in chat and chaos. However, I wanted to ask you, did you used to be the Notre Dame Leprechaun mascot? Question mark. Not trying to be funny. If you're not trying to be funny, that's the funniest thing that anyone's written in a while. I used to be Lucky the Celtics mascot as well. But just not the one that's athletic and does all the flips. The one that literally looked like a walking fire hydrant. Yeah, that guy who couldn't move. And needed assistance to dunk. Needed 14 people. But Cough, you hang around too. Don't just pop in the chat. No, what the F? You don't be swearing in here, Cough. Hang tight for the Christmas card we're going to make you. And I'm just kidding, Cough. I'm glad to see you. I was praying to God when you jumped in.
3rd and 9. Coming up on the 2-minute warning. Smash the like button, hit subscribe. We have one more sim coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern. Raiders at Chiefs with Emerson and Christian. They'll be here soon.
Emerson right now, he's drinking up his protein shake, putting you all inside of him. Dudes and babes, and chinchillas.
My sweet little leprechaun, Jason Rossi. Watson. Over the middle for a first.
I'm laughing at that. I'll give Joseph some credit. Rossi once tried out for Willy Wonka, but wouldn't stop eating the chocolate. Oh.
Barbs. Don't. Joseph Odom is shouting at Adam Kaufman.
Nope. All right, here we go. Ready? We'll give Joseph Odom what he wants for 3 plays. All right,
Please,
Joseph.
we beg of you.
Yeah. Sweet dear Lord.
Please. Do game commentary. Please, buddy, and thank you. Well, Koff is not doing Sims today. He'll be on Leaderboard Live this evening. Only 3 Sims today, guys, with NFL coverage later on. 2nd down and 5. Up the middle. 1st down, but we get a flag.
Nice run by David Johnson. Big hole in the middle of the field, but looks like it's coming back.
Coming back. Despite Rossi only being 4'6",
Yes.
I do feel we grew today as a family. We did grow spiritually. Maybe not physically.
Yeah. My parents told me I would grow, and it just stopped. People sing about Oompa Loompas.
3rd and 5. They're in the gun. Big play here for Jacksonville defensively. Michael Irvin. Incomplete. All right. And that stops the clock.
So you're saying there's a chance. Gardner Minshew, the hottest quarterback in this Simland. D.D. Westbrook, the best receiver in Simland. They have one last shot to make it real, to help your lineups. We'll see. Nice break up there. Great defensive play by the Jags.
Michael Irvin. Rossi once got stuffed by Mini-Me at a charity game. Yeah, we've got a minute left, so get all of your Rossi roasts in here now, and we'll read them. Make them good. Because we're done after this. Smash the like, hit subscribe. Thank you for being here. And good luck with your fantasy teams this weekend. A lot of you in the postseason.
Gotta get to that ship.
Minshew.
Oh,
Incomplete.
yeah, tough attempt there on the block by Chris Thompson. Just got rolled over, almost got hit. So 80 yards to Graceland here. They need a touchdown to win this one. They will get that higher guaranteed top 4 seeding here in the holiday tournament playoffs. They lose, they leave themselves up to chance.
Minshew running for his life. On the run. Got a man. It's Westbrook.
Love to see it.
Tick, tick, tick. Let's go. Let's go. Gotta move. They're at the Houston 45. Minshew throw power is an 85. Deep accuracy is an 80. From the 45, Minshew.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Yeah, not a good pass there. Down to just 18 seconds. A lot of time was wasted on that big, deep completion.
Rob Hall says Rossi's parents told him to grow up, and he said no.
I tried.
Right now, Kuzma, 22, still in first place in the Glash Holidays, riding with Rossi Part 2. Minshew going for it all. Intercepted.
Oh, that's actually going to hurt my mind. But, yeah, big play, going for it all. It's a pick, ball game. The Texans will not leave Madden Holiday Sim Land tournament without a win. They're not making the postseason, but that's a win for pride.
Well, that's it. Good stuff, guys. We had a great day. Stick with us with post game. We'll go through the stats, the leaderboard, player of the game. We're going to do our Christmas card too.
Yeah.
Woohoo! So, Ron Cam, get your screen grabs in. Dustin, hello. How are you? Justin, I agree. How's this Christmas card look? Oh, wow. It looks awesome. Happy holidays.
We can't talk, actually. We just butterflies.
Okay. Darren Fells, 7 for 79 and a touchdown. Will Fuller, 5 for 64. Yeah, looking at the YouTube feed right now, a little weird. But we'll do it at the end. We'll do photo posing. Who is your player of the game? Your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
All right, I'll be honest. There was not a huge standout performer in this game. Darren Fells didn't score, so I don't know if I can go to him. He had a great game. Like, did anybody stand? It might be a kicker. Like, gut. Maybe it is Darren Fells. He had a great game. I'm gonna go with Darren Fells.
Okay. How about your Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award?
Yeah, that one. Brandon Cooks did okay. Chris Thompson, where was he at? He didn't play great. He's out. He's getting it. Stinks. I ended in second place, by the way. I'm not happy about it.
You stink.
3 points off from the dub. Didn't get it. I was trying to do it for my guy, Tate Knops, because he was saying he was getting that dub. I was trying to help him, so at least one of us did, but didn't happen.
Three-way tie for first place in the $500 free showdown. Fells in the captain spot. Watson, Westbrook, Fuller, Eifert, and Johnson in the flex. As for the Riding with Rossi Part 2.
This close. I was this close.
Tate, you came in 97th. Far from a dub. I guarantee it. Ernie. Kuzma, 22. Came in first. Nice job, Kuzma. You held on.
So close. Kuzma, you got me. Came in second place. Me and my guy, Bloody Knuckles.
Oh, yeah. You maintained second. What was the difference in the lineup? Oh, Fells in
the captain, Conley, and he had Will Fuller. Even though Fuller didn't do anything. Lambo, so he outscored me by 3 total points. Tough.
Damn. Best finish for you, though, right? Wasn't it you pregame? You were like, I like when the free rolls are only like 70 people and I come in 58th. It's like not as bad.
Yeah, because I usually stink in these. This is a good one. Feeling good.
Good for you. I came in 103rd.
Listen, I've had a rough go today. We've been battling me down the mallet that God hit over my head to keep me short. But Lisa, I appreciate that. Lisa dropping the S, saying the sexiest elf I know. I'm going to take that as the biggest of compliments. And I'm going to ride that high. So get your stills ready. We're going to make the most excellent Christmas card. I already have a still of one. But
Thompson did not score, Keanu. It was Raquel Armstead, the RB2.
He could have been the player of the game because literally it was owned by nobody, but it would just be embarrassing, and we all were angry.
Lisa Robinson is giving you the Sexiest Elf Award.
Yeah, love it. Appreciate that. It's like a backhanded compliment.
Wesley came in 67th. Chris came in 20th. Good stuff, guys.
Great stuff.
That's going to do it. It's going to do it for us. So we'll take our photo now. Do we smile? What do we do? Do we just pose?
We just look like an elf, or look like just pose. First pose. Wait, which way do I look? They can't ever figure this out.
I look towards you like this.
Okay, so I look towards you like this. I'm gonna do like one of these. Then I'm gonna give you one of these. You should flash the DraftKings in your there it is. Look at this. We're like a weird Fox comedy.
Yeah, Ross, you went the wrong way with your finger point. You got to do the opposite.
All right, so this way.
Yeah.
This way? I don't get it. We were both going the same way in the Zoom chat. I don't understand. I don't know technology, but I did know I had a great freaking time here on a Thursday. The best 2 for I've had in a while. So this was an absolute blast. Thank you,
Wow.
DK Sim fam. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of the day. I don't know about Glash because he lives in the palatial estates. He's up in his ivory tower, but I'm going to be schlepping through some snow the rest of the day. So this was definitely the highlight of my day. So thank you all for all the fun. Thanks for all the compliments, the short jokes. Keep them coming. I'll be back on Saturday for a noon and a 2 again. So it was real. And Glash, always a pleasure, my man. This is a blast.
Good time, man, for sure. Had a blast. Emerson coming your way with Christian DeAndrea at 4 p.m. They'll have Raiders at Chiefs. Kaufman and Kenny for Leaderboard Live later today. You'll have the same crew, Brian and Drew. Brian on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew. Tate will be back updating scores as well. And I'll be back tomorrow at 4 and 6 with Christian DeAndrea. Headband special at 4 and 6 tomorrow in Simland. Thank you all so much. One more sim to go. We've got the Sweat Leaderboard Live. Thanks for being here. Get your Christmas cards screenshots in, and be back at 4. See you later.
Cheers.
is like a 1.5 feet tall out there. But it's been incredible, Christian D'Andrea. In case you guys forgot, which of course you didn't, I'm Emerson Lotzi. I've been outside all day with little Winnie. It's her first snow day, and she has been frolicking through the white, fluffy fields outside our house.
So she wasn't
Incredible.
like scared of it at first. She was just jumped right in.
She dove right on in, and there is a boatload of content over on my Instagram right now.
Sure.
Also on Twitter as well. Check it out on Twitter, Emerson Lotzi right now, and then give Train Island a little follow while you are there. This is the third and final sim of the day, ladies and gentlemen, but that does not mean we are running out of content to deliver to all of you loyal, amazing human beings. So we have the Las Vegas Raiders right now at the Chiefs, and then the Sweat's coming up. I'll host that at 5:30. And I think it's Kaufman and Kenny for Leaderboard Live tonight. So which Thursday night game involves one of these teams. But talk to me real quick about a little bit of Christian D'Andrea's strategy here for this Madden sim.
I mean, listen, this is at Arrowhead. It's against a terrible passing defense. All signs point, Emerson, to this being a bloodletting. So you got to stack up the Chiefs as much as possible. And there's really only 2 ways to go, maybe 3 ways to go for your captain. You're either going to go Mahomes and pay up big, or maybe pay down a little bit, get some savings, get Travis Kelce in there, get Tyreek Hill in there. The good news is if you go Hill or Kelce, you can get all the primary free roll for our DK Sim fam members. And this one might come down to A, who you captain, which one of those 3, but B, who you have your punt play Raider on. 2 guys kind of stood out for me. Hunter Renfrow going off pretty cheap for a guy who had 8 fantasy points in his last sim. He is only going to cost you, let's see here, 4,200 in the captain, so 2,800 in the flex. A lot of value there. Otherwise, if you find yourself running out of cash and you got to pay down, you can always go with Jason Witten. Maybe he's going to return something for you, but maybe he won't. Who the hell knows? I'm just happy that he's here in Simland and no longer in the Monday Night Football booth, because he was atrocious.
It was an interesting year that he spent in the booth, and his hair was doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it was coming, it was going, it waned and waxed like the tides, Emerson.
Now it's like, I am effing out of here. My lineup looking like this, boys and girls. Travis Kelce in the captain spot. Love those tight ends. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and then I've got a trifecta of Las Vegas Raiders. Darren the Murder Hornet Waller, Josh Jacobs, and my guy, sneaky play here. Also, I only had $1,600 to spend. Nelson Aguilar.
Oh, you know what? Aguilar, not the worst way you can go with that. I mean, he does show every other game and he gets you a few points for 1K plus. That's a good punt play. I like it.
Thank you very much. It means a lot coming from you, my friend.
Yeah. Dude, there was a while there that real-life Derek Carr had the perfect passer rating when targeting Nelson Aguilar. Went on for like half the season. Obviously, no longer there as these real-life Raiders have fallen off significantly. But Aguilar has done a nice little redemption tour this season, tied for the team lead in touchdowns with Darren Waller, averaging almost 17 yards per catch. Dude has done some significant career rehab. For a guy who looked like for a minute there was going to flame out and never really reached potential, he's like a good little role player. You know, you don't want him as your wide receiver 1, but you get him in like a 2-3 spot, you can be okay.
Spencer, we really have the same lineup. Are you serious? Dude, come on, man. Well, I guess you and I will be splitting the $0 when we win this thing. By the way, holy crap, Christian, that man bun is getting pretty outrageous, says J Barbs.
It's so
it's beautiful, dude. Like,
it's not
you
even,
are fire.
A top pony. Like, this is straight up 70s, 80s workout equipment right here.
I just need you in like that one piece like singlet.
Oh,
you know, whatever they were wearing.
A good leotard going over the tights.
Ooh, so hot.
I think
So
we
hot right now.
men of our age or a certain age all remember the Eric Pride's Call on Me video, and I think I can pull that look off. I really do.
All right, Patrick Mahomes to his big beefy tight end, Travis Kelce. His first play of this drive, by the way, Raiders coming up with a sack of Patty Mayonnaise. I hope all of you were able to, which I know not all of you were able to, because I think there's only about 80 lineups in this thing. I hope you were all able to get into the Chucky versus Patty Mayonnaise LOTZIA contest that Christian DeAndre and I talked about a little bit. And there you go.
So third
Patrick Mahomes 2 for 2 going to Tyreek Hill.
third and long, not a problem. The sack on first down, and then comes back slinging as we get the brief media blackout here. Clearly this game not available in our market. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Thank God. It's like, oh no. Everything was going so great. And I know I can trust Bry Guy on the ones and twos, but if something goes wrong, it definitely is Bry Guy's fault. Cuckoo, Mr. Robinson. Absolute pleasure to have you on the board. 21 yards on the catch. So it started off rough, absorbing the sack, and now marching downfield and on the 24-yard line of their opponent.
Yeah, well within Harrison Butker range, but obviously the Chiefs want more. All of us who stacked up this very potent Chiefs lineup want more, and that is a whole lot of us. The top three guys by ownership in the free contest, the only three guys over 50% owned. In fact, they're all over 70% owned. Mahomes, 86%. Tyreek Hill, just a shade under 80. And Travis Kelce right there, a little bit over 71. Big time Chiefs stack in this one. So if you really want to climb the leaderboard, you got to hope that your counterculture Raiders bet pays off. Does not look like it's going to go that way, as Mahomes wheeling already, averaging 16 yards per pass attempt as the Chiefs face a goal-to-go situation.
It's good to see everybody hanging out over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. All of you watching oh man, I wanted to call that so bad. I needed the captain in there. But Kelce being tackled after his second reception at the 1-yard line. But twitch.tv/DraftKings. Germ. Looks like H. McDonald hanging out with us today.
Some goofy. Ooh.
Goofy, yeah.
Could be Edwards airtime here, although the Raiders are stacked up against it. If the Chiefs are like the real-life Chiefs, they throw out of this. No.
Oh, come on, CEH.
You can't blame poor CEH for that one. That was a terrible play call, Emerson. The Raiders put like 8 guys on the line. They had 5 guys to block them. Real-life Patrick Mahomes would have thrown that underhand blindfolded to Travis Kelce for the easiest touchdown of his life. Instead, loss of 4. Third and goal coming up from the 5 now. And
come on. Yeah, baby. Run it in. Get there. Oh, my God. Absolutely no gain on the play. So, Harrison Butker, bring it on down. The field goal will.
A disappointing finish there. 2 bad play calls in a row, and the Chiefs go from second and goal at the 1 to a chippy here for the butt kicker at AOL.com.
Kicker stack, says Tyler Link. Hey, so far so good for you, my dude. It is good to have you here. Spencer S. asks, Emerson, have you had the McRib sandwich yet? I have not. And Rossi was telling me, is it with you at 2 o'clock on Saturday? Or I think it's with Tom. He and Tom, I believe, are going to try the McRib live during the 2 o'clock sim. I'll be on the noon sim on Saturday with Rossi, and then he's going to open up his mouth and his belly and spend some time with Tom and deliver the goods to all of you guys. Put the McRib, put that patty of meat in his mouth, and just go to town.
Dude,
he says.
Dude, a decade ago, I first Thanksgiving in Wisconsin, didn't know anyone. My boss invited me to Thanksgiving at his house. I'm like, that sounds horrible and awkward. I'm not going to do that. So instead, I spent Thanksgiving in my 1-bedroom apartment, the only place that was open, was McDonald's, and I put down 3 McRibs in celebration of our great country. And I feel like the Pilgrims and our forefathers were both looking down or up, depending on your view of them, and saluting me for patriotism.
Oh, man, pass interference there. So Raiders picking up a nice little chunky yardage. Shout out. Big thank you to the Kansas City defense for that one. There's Darren Waller with his first catch of the day, 11 yards. So I'm playing against Zach Thompson in our season-long league with some of the DraftKings studs and semifinals tonight.
Ooh.
He has Waller.
Ooh.
I would love for Waller to have one of his off nights tonight. What are the chances that happens? Please, please, positive. Let's speak it into existence. Waller doing nothing tonight.
You know what? I would feel a lot better about your cause if that Chargers team had a healthy Derwin James, because James would definitely get the go erase this guy assignment there. The good news is they still have, they're pretty solid. The last time those two teams played, he only caught half of his targets, 5 for only 22 yards. Yes, there was a touchdown in there, but you got to figure that if Waller is lining up in the slot, or even if he isn't, the Chargers can shift one of the best interior cornerbacks in the game over him to limit what he does. That's Casey Hayward, a former Vanderbilt Commodore, who has developed one of the finest slot corners in the league. So, all things considered, yeah, I don't think Waller is going to have an amazing game. He could still get you double-digit points, but he's not going to give you like that 20-point. You log in on Friday morning and look at it and just kind of sigh and get ready for defeat as Carr.
Oh my God, dialing down the middle. You're thinking he's going to hold on to the football for way too long and somehow find a way to screw this up. Instead, he goes to Mr. Henry Ruggs, not the first, not the second, but the third.
Wow. You see him doing that dead end shuffle and you're like, oh my God, it's going to be a 16-yard loss. Nope. Instead, a dart to the rookie. And I thought this was going to be a bloodletting, but the Raiders on the road with the early lead. Maybe we should have seen this coming. Maybe I should have seen this coming. Let's be honest.
I hate myself. I had Ruggs in my lineup until like 20 minutes before kickoff. And I think I shuffled some things around to squeeze like Jacobs into there. And that's why I threw Aguilar in there where I only had $1,600 left to spend. So shame on me, but well done by the 34.2% of you who decided to roster him in the free showdown. 3% of you put him in the captain spot. That free showdown, by the way, north of 16,000 entries in it.
That's crazy to me. We're so happy that
it's incredible.
That's amazing. And without your support, we couldn't keep doing this. We couldn't consider this a job, sitting here and talking about McRibs. So thank you to everyone who's tuning in, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. Even if you hate us, we love you.
Retease, did you know, said Lamar ate 2 McRibs at halftime against Cleveland. That was one of the best moments of the 2020 season. That was one of the best games of the 2020 season.
Yeah. Do we have an injury report on poor Trace McSorley? Did he really tear his ACL just because
oh my God,
Lamar couldn't hold off on the McRib for an extra half hour?
You know what? Trace McSorley, if that truly is the case, if he tore his ACL, he put the team on his back when he did so, because if he does not do that, I do not believe the Ravens come back.
Oh, yeah.
Giving Lamar enough time. And then that was on 4th down, right, where he had that ginormous play.
Third down scramble.
Okay.
So it's a knee sprain, so that's a partially torn.
Okay.
Not all the way through. So he is on IR. So I don't even know I got to look up who the Ravens backup is now, because obviously RG3 already on IR, McSorley joining him. Let's take a look at what Spot Rack has.
PP Hooligan. Pete Fooligan. I did not know that McDonald's has a patent on their fries. Oh my God, he gets sacked and loses the football, but it is scooped up. It is scooped up by, I believe that's CEH. So Kansas City right now, getting lucky. Kansas City's in the playoffs in our Madden holiday season, everybody. They're just kind of playing for seeding at this point. But when it comes to the Las Vegas Raiders, they could use a win right now because they're 0-2. So I don't know like how things are going to shake out here. I don't know if this win is going to, if they do win the game, is going to even make a difference. But if we're talking just air numbers here, Patrick Mahomes has looked pretty solid. You know, he had the fumble recovered just now by his own team. But I think it said he was 8 of 9. And yeah, he has 8 of 9, 100 yards.
Ooh,
So well on the way to the B word. 3 for 3 for Carr. 3 for 3 for Carr, 49 yards, and then that touchdown to Henry Ruggs.
Mahomes getting outplayed by Derek Carr, not something we expected to say today. But I looked it up, Emerson. The Ravens have not signed anyone to fill that backup spot. They do have a guy on the practice squad. So if you are a Tyler Huntley stan, maybe you are a University of Utah Ute diehard. He was pretty good in Pac-12 last season, but there's a chance that if gastrointestinal distress strikes once more, it could be Huntley time in Baltimore, which would be just delightful. Let's be honest. I would be 1,000 appointment viewing if Tyler Huntley is getting snaps for the Ravens on Sunday.
Yeah, I think Kyle Whittingham, too, was the Pac-12 Coach of the Year last year. I think he was. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. 4th and 8. Bring out the guilt. Putting away the football.
Dad, a Rhode Island high school legend.
Indeed. I love this about you. Whittingham has been there for what feels like ages. I worked out there from like around 2010 to like 2012, and it was awesome covering that team.
So that's not Provo. Is that Salt Lake? That's not Salt Lake, is it?
Yeah, Salt Lake City, baby. And then you want to go a little south. That's where you got BYU and Provo.
Right.
Provo, Utah. And then you want to go north, Logan, Utah. That's where you get Utah State.
Yeah. What's in Ogden? Is that?
Ogden is Weber. Is Weber State. Yep. And I think like my first story when I was out there was a wide receiver from Weber State, Tim Toon, was Mr. Irrelevant one year in the NFL draft. So that was kind of cool. Went out there and like talked to him. We didn't go to that. I forget which city it is. Isn't it in California where they hold like a parade for the last person selected in the NFL draft?
Oh, it's somewhere. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's like it's entirely too much, but I appreciate the put into it.
Yeah, right. Anywho, north of 700 of you hanging out here today with Christian, the man Von DeAndrea, Emerson Latzia, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew in the hizzy, Tate and Joe on the ops team, adding up scores manually, doing everything from home still, the rock stars, the rock in which this DK Sim fan is built on. So shout out to those guys. Much love, man. Don't freak out if you don't see a score right, because like I said, they're doing everything from home.
Give
them a second.
Guys, and meanwhile, the Raiders with a chance to build on their lead if they can pick up this third intermediate, 3rd and 6. Oh.
Ooh, excellent, Smithers. 5 for 5, 67 yards and a touchdown now for Derek Carr. And then finding Mr. Tyrell Williams.
Do you remember how unstoppable Tyrell Williams was earlier in the season? When he averaged like 25 fantasy points per game. The man was just a beast. They just set him on fly routes, and no matter what, he'd pick him up as Henry Ruggs with another long completion. So he is already having himself quite a day. On pace for the bonus into the end zone, already over his season-long average. So if you were among the masses that picked him up, 34% of you. Congrats, that was the right play. Ooh.
A first incomplete pass of the game for Mr. Carr, so he is proving he is human after all. But I see all you guys there on YouTube. Fantasy Hawk, Congo Cab, big Raiders fan. How you feeling about tonight's game, my friend? Although it's still weird seeing him with a Colts logo next to his name. We will be talking a lot about the sports betting side of tonight's Thursday night football game between the Chargers and the Raiders. You guys have questions about how to build a showdown lineup. We've got a squad of analysts on tonight. So it looks like Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler, Pierce Dietrich will be here. We'll look at some of the Saturday games, 2 of them. There's Buffalo at Denver. There's Carolina at Green Bay, so we'll look ahead to that for a little bit. We'll talk some NBA. We'll talk some spreads on the main slate on Sunday. So lots for you tonight from 5:30 to 6:30 here on the Dream Stream. Following this game, third and final sim of the day between the Chiefs and the Raiders. What do you expect tonight? You expect?
Well, first,
you expect some points.
It's a great sweat lineup, and I don't want to brag here, but it was Pierce, Moose, and I who broke down 4 of the prop bets from last Monday's game, and we hit on all 4 of them. So if you're ever like, can we trust these guys? Absolutely. Why would I ever steer you wrong? Moose would never lie to you. But
no, he wouldn't.
I am excited about tonight's game because the Raiders are obviously trending in the wrong direction. Their only win in their last 4 games is that terrible game against the Jets, which just the fact that they needed that comeback, it's a moral loss for them. That was terrible. But they're playing against possibly the dumbest team of 2020 that isn't coached by Adam Gase. The Chargers are just like someone spilled a team, and just are trying to pick up pieces. They are the football team that tries to soak up spills with their sweatshirt rather than going and getting some paper towels. Everything there about them looks good on the surface, but then makes no sense in practice, and it just ends up creating a bigger mess. Anthony Lynn almost certainly going to get fired this year because his team cannot get basic and decisions correct. But they're going to have a chance. I mean, not here in Simland, but this Raiders defense has not been very good. The passing defense especially is a problem. They don't stop anyone on 3rd down. They don't stop anyone on 4th down. They give up a lot of touchdowns in the red zone. They give up a lot of rush yards in general. I think this is going to be a good, high-scoring game. I would definitely take the over on it. And if you do have either quarterback is available to you in fantasy, I think either guy is going to be a solid play. Obviously, Herbert with the bigger overall upside and Carr with the greater efficiency and higher floor.
Stoked for tonight, man. I'm ready for it. I've gotten so used to having football almost every night of the week because of the way COVID shuffled around the schedule, that not having football since Monday, it feels like it's been an entire week. Although we'll probably end up just watching Housewives of Salt Lake City as, once again, Mahomes fumbles the football and they're getting away with murder right now. They are getting lucky. We're covered by the Chiefs. Come on. What is you doing, baby?
Mahomes is really putting together a Madden Mitch kind of game. 2 fumbles in 2 quarters, 0 passing touchdowns. Smoked there. Ball still caught, but gain of nothing there. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 games.
My stomach is killing me right now. I could pull a Lamar. I could pull it.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta broadcast from the locker room if you're going in. You can't just.
I may have to leave like 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, and go do my thing and come back. And I'm gonna try to hang on because I don't know. I don't want to leave all of there. That's a lot of pressure on you.
Is the roommate there to wheel you to the locker room like Paul Pierce's teammates did back in 08?
I've got no one here except Wen Dog, and Winnie is passed the hell out because she's been playing in the snow all day. She doesn't care. But I'm going to overcome the adversity. I'm going to do this. I don't know. I lit this candle up next to me too, and I wonder if inhaling this candle has disrupted my stomach. Pumpkin sweet vanilla. I don't know if that's a thing.
I've never heard of that, and I did work at a Yankee Candle seasonally back in college, so I know a little something about candles, Emerson. They do not make them themselves. It did. We could weaponize them.
Travis Kelce on the reception, 31 yards, has 3 catches for 40 yards. We received a couple candles the other day. We have way too many candles in this house right now. Way too many. And my issue is I love lighting all of them. And then my wife ends up getting a massive headache because of it. And I light too many scents that are too different. And then the complaint is like I shouldn't be doing that. Lighting them all. I just like the feel, the ambiance. You know? I get the tree behind me, the candles.
Smells like
Yeah.
in the next room smells like buttercream frosting.
Yeah, she doesn't like when I do that. I said, well, each room does have its own scent. They're not all in the same room.
I very nearly, because I'm a slick deals user. I am a frugal man, but I definitely put way too much thought. Like you get Yankee Candle jar candles for $10 each if you bought like 6 of them at Kohl's, and I was like, ooh. And I was like, I literally went through 15 minutes of picking out scents and flavors and figuring out where I could pick them up before I realized no one in the history of the world has needed 6 Yankee Candle jar candles at one time, and I came to my senses. But
Patty mayonnaise, easy. And, cuckoo, Mr. Robinson had himself a hell of a first quarter. So it's fitting that he's the man on the receiving end of Patrick Mahomes' first touchdown pass of this game. We're a Bucker extra point away from tying this baby up at 10. But here's the thing, Christian, man bunt DeAndrea. All 3 timeouts for Vegas, 52 seconds to go. Hey, Roger, it can happen.
I mean, no real deterrent from the Chiefs' defense either. They've been carved up early in this one, where at least you can say the Raiders have forced a punt. They've forced a couple fumbles. The Chiefs' defense cannot say the same. They're going to have to make some adjustments at halftime. Andy Reid going to have to put that mid-break cheeseburger on hold to yell at the defense that has given up 10 here early in Western Missouri.
Yo, Tyson says, let's go, D-Rob. I'm making money this game.
All right. You like to hear it. I'm looking at where I am in the El Atzia showdown. 26th out of 87. Happy with that, even with the 0 from my punt play, Jason Witten.
Ghost 407. NVT Fernie says, this man is struggling to hold it in. Oh, dude, it's like you're almost here. It's almost like you're me, and you know. All right, there's the first time out for him. You guys on Twitch are funny. I hope you guys have all taken some time to build a Twitch account just to hang out with us over there from time to time. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. My guy, Train Island, is always floating around, hanging out over there.
Until my internet goes down, which happens only roughly about every 7 minutes. Oh, this is going to pay off. No, it won't. Never mind. Jalen Richard ran out ahead of his blockers, and so they only pick up 4 yards on 2nd and 5. So a third down coming up here that could get the Chiefs back with the ball and a chance to score before halftime. Raiders need to convert here, and then they don't have to worry about Patrick Mahomes burning them with a 75-yard touchdown pass. If they don't, however, things could be a problem. They are tailor-made to run. Yeah. Chiefs barely have 5 guys in the box.
Third and 1. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. Is that Mr. Jones?
Brought him down with the sling blade, and now not only the Chiefs going to get the ball back, but the Raiders going to have to punt it from fairly deep in their own territory after losing 10 yards on that dead-eyed backward shuffle sack on Derek Carr.
So that was the Chiefs' first sack of the game. The Raiders have already sacked Patrick Mahomes 4 times in the first half. They're going to have likely another chance to do it here soon. The Kansas City will have the ball here at their own 29-yard line. 23 seconds to go. 1 timeout left. Yeah, it looks like Midwest Heather, as Choker has pointed out, has taken a commanding lead in the LOT-ZIA Chucky versus Patty Mayonnaise contest. Mahomes, I don't know how the hell. Oh baby! Let's go,
Oh,
Kelsey. Stay on your feet, Captain. Captain, oh, Captain.
Wow. And just like that, into field goal range. I tried to warn you, Raiders. You decided to play stupid instead. This is what you get.
That's right, Producer Drew. And he gets out of bounds. That's my guy, Wise. Attaboy, young grasshopper. Patience. Let them come to you. All right. Don't burn all the time.
I don't
What
like
the
this.
hell are you doing?
God,
All right, call the timeout. I know. He could have easily still
got out of
sprinted his
bounds.
ass
He could have turned it
downfield.
upfield, and maybe he just didn't want to fumble again. He's just
Maybe, yeah, that's right. Good point. In case you're just joining us, Patrick Mahomes. I think the biggest reason, like not the biggest reason, because really the Chiefs recovered both of his fumbles, but he's kind of slowed him down a little bit. The guy has 97 awareness, so maybe a smart move on his part to slide. But we're going to have a 44-yard field goal here, and the baby is delivered.
Great. So that Butker play paying off for a bunch of you as 2 field goals and an extra point right now. And let's see. Butker owned in.
Come on, find it.
Lineups. There it is.
The Butker did it. The Butker.
All right, 3 seconds left. So as long as this is not a touchback, we'll be done with this first half. If it is a touchback, the Raiders will get one more chance. And gotta imagine they're just gonna run it up the middle of Josh Jacobs, if that is the case. No, returnable. 2-1.
And it's all good. All good in the hood, man. Post route, Malone. I like this one. Formerly James Farrell. I do love how James Farrell is always reminding us that this account is formerly James Farrell. Let's go Butker before I have to leave. Okay, so it is halftime. I mean, you guys go do what you got to do, but Mahomes, 16-17, 206 yards here, and obviously 1 touchdown. I'm a little chilly, so you know what I'm going to do actually right now?
Yeah, I mean,
Here we go. Look at this. Look at this little Look at this DraftKings blanket.
It's a blanket?
Yeah.
Like nice cozy vellum or what?
Look at this. I don't know what it is. It just arrived in the mail today. I don't want to cover my microphone here.
How do you guys
wow.
Man.
I don't know. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I've received so much random stuff this week, like at my door. Oh, that's right, Brian guy. Check this out, guys. Hold on a second. I gotta stand up and show you. I have socks. I'm like, oh my God, we got a blanket. That's really cool. But the coolest part is socks, bro. Look at these things.
Are out. Of course. Yeah, no.
Hey.
No. I just want to show you my socks, everyone. Oh, hey. Why, yes, I do, Peloton. What's up?
Quad father.
That's you.
Whatever, bro. Anywho, man. Yeah. Dude, send me your address. I'll send you some of the stuff that I have.
I feel like DraftKings should just send me that stuff. I don't want to take from your personals. I mean, plus.
Yeah, I'm the highest paid employee over there. I can afford it.
This is all building towards me getting that Yeti tumbler. That's all I want. That's all I want.
I have one. I have like 3 or 4 of those. I'm pretty sure I stole one off Cofield's desk at work when we were still allowed in the office.
Oh yeah, give me yours. That's perfect. TV's Jesse Cofield. I can sell that to some creeps on eBay. No problem.
No, goofy as a dog. I do not shave my legs. I do have this like weird thing because I think when sometimes I wear socks, I see it like in old dudes all the time. Like my grandfather used to have it where like halfway down the bottom of your leg, like the calf of your leg, it's like on the outside, there's no hair. Like it's really weird. It's like, I don't know if it's from wearing socks all the time or from crossing my leg, right above the ankle bone on the outside.
The interior of like from the knee down.
It's like the exterior. It's the exterior of the leg.
Yeah, no. Smooth on the exterior, interior, normal hair.
Oh. Yeah, 74 BSP says, I need that haircut. So he needs that hair that's on your head.
I mean, if you are a Yogi dead, dick. If you are a kid with alopecia in the Chicagoland area, there's a good chance you're going to get this hair, because that's why I'm growing it out. All you dicks out there making fun of my amazing flow. One,
Oh, man.
this is luscious Adriatic hair, but two, gets grown out for a good cause. So there, you dicks.
Well, guys, we love each other. We're just we're a big old family.
Yeah.
we can talk to each other like that. 13-10, though. Second half is underway. Anyone wondering what what other sims are coming up today? It's absolutely zero. But there's Josh Jacobs. Finally, someone told him that I was brave enough to roster him. You're going to get hawked down, aren't you? Come on.
Yeah. But, hey, first and goal coming up, and he's got an outside shot at the bonus. 3 for 60 out of JJ, the guy who should have been last year's Offensive Rookie of the Year.
21% owned in the free showdown, 1.7% in the captain spot. So, yeah, first and goal. Raiders coming out here on fire in the second half.
Ooh.
Damn. Damn, Derek, he was wide open.
Yeah. Oof.
What the hell's up? I thought, like, he had decent speed, too. Let me see. Is he listed as top speed guys? No, he's not. Top speed guys on the Raiders. Ruggs, 98. Ooh, wow. He's almost Tyreek Hill status. Tyrell Williams, 92. Jonathan Abram, 91. Darren Waller, 90. Nelson Aguilar, 90. Another terrible throw out of the back of the end zone. Or maybe, that's actually a wise decision. It just looks like a bad throw.
Third and long coming up here. Nothing encouraging out of Derek Carr after that Jacobs run, but could be Waller time. You see him split wide there. He is indeed. So going to be coming out that near side. Oh, right in triple coverage for Waller. So the Chiefs knew what.
Oh, it is
Renfro?
Yes, Captain Planet Renfro.
Ooh.
Hey! I'm gonna give you some credit. I mean, you called this guy's name out before.
I did. The guy scores points. He gets into the end zone. Well, he doesn't really get in the end zone, but he always does something. I mean, he's gotten you at least 4 points in 3 of the last 4 sims. Had 5 catches last time we saw him. So, not super surprising that he's got 1 target there. And the Chiefs just glommed on to Darren Waller off the line, so left a little room for Hunter Renfro, the little engine that could, to find his way in for the tutty.
Not to be confused with the newest member of the Red Sox outfield, Hunter Renfro. It doesn't appear that Small Ben 7 is very happy with what is happening right now in this sim. But hang in there, my friend. You will make it. I promise you. Real quick, while there's 800 of you watching, if you guys haven't hit the like button, first time we have asked you kindly, feel free to tickle that thing if you'd like. Maybe just 17 of you right now. Hammer away on the like button if you have not done so already. Or you can also hang on to it. Just have it in your back pocket and use it during the sweat. From 5:30 to 6:30 coming up here on the Dream Stream, or Leaderboard Live tonight with Kaufman and Kenny.
We got a little Mahomes action there. Unfortunately for him, did not fumble it. Now strikes downfield to your captain, Kelsey, who is 5 from the bonus right now. Got to think he's going to get there without any problem.
Reeves, did you know? Is that supposed to sound appealing? Possum Grape. I like your username on Twitch. 2nd and 8 coming up. So back and forth we go. Just north of 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. Raiders got themselves 17-13 lead. You guys have any questions about early questions? Maybe about tonight?
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead. Feel free to drop them in. Christian DeAndrea and I can gossip about it, talk about it.
1,000%. And
Or-
I feel bad for all the vitriol poor Kenny gets. But dude, I love hearing that guy's takes because they're always off the damn wall, bonker. Like he is a microwave for hot takes, and everything comes out maybe frozen in the middle, sure, but the outside is steaming hot, burn the top of your mouth boiling. So you're gonna get some nonsense out of Kenny, and you're gonna go, I either love this guy or hate this guy, but you're gonna have an opinion about it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. Even someone who has a really garbage opinion, they still decide to stick by it. I respect that. I really do. Retease, did you know? Check out that Twitter. Check out my Twitter and Instagram. I got so much Winnie in the Snow content today. Guys, go over to Twitter. Emerson Latzia on Twitter. The Emerson on Instagram. It is my 5-month-old puppy in the snow. She's even got a friend of hers, Henry Higgins. He is like a 7-month-old lab. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be future lovers. They love each other a lot. The kids growing up in the same neighborhood. We've all had that romance when we were younger. It's incredible watching it bloom in front of me in the snow.
That's a dog with a My Fair Lady reference, Henry Higgins?
Yeah, yes it is. Corner of the end zone.
Cheetah gets into the end zone, so that's going to help everyone out there with those Chiefs stacks and going to put Kansas City back in the lead. So it's good news if you got those Raiders wideouts as well, because Vegas going to have to keep throwing the ball, cannot rest on their laurels, grind some clock. No, they got to score points and come from behind.
Who killed Kenny? Nice. Our Kenny is still alive. That happened like early on in the South Park days. I haven't watched South Park in years. I only watch garbage television now. South Park is good TV.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. You got your Real Housewives to worry about.
Yeah, and so I remember early on when I started watching that.
Dude, South Park
that was big when they killed Kenny.
Yeah. They see that they switched up and they kind of evolved the characters and added new ones. The pandemic special was great. Yeah, I'm a big fan of all things South Park. Very, very helpful in a time of immense boredom and staying in. The fact that you can pour through like 225 episodes has been pretty solid.
I still remember, I think it was when I was in high school, South Park's movie came out.
Yeah, like 99.
Yeah.
Really. I remember I wasn't allowed to see it in the theater. Such a little guy.
Yeah, and then the creators, remember Basketball? Basketball was one that
Dude,
hit
I love
theaters.
basketball.
That's a good one.
Basketball on a regular basis. I quote way too much basketball. That was one of the DVDs we would try to bring on our college lacrosse road trips, and then inevitably when the DVD player burned out, we'd have to go to whatever VHS tapes we could find. So we watched Aladdin and Little Mermaid and Cool Hand Luke, and like the first 15 to 20 minutes of basketball. That was every road trip to like Gas City, Indiana, and East Grand Rapids. As your boy Jake.
Yeah, there we go. Hey,
closer.
69 yards. Very, very nice. It's very, very sneaky, sir, on 5 carries. Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s says, speaking of tunes, The Simpsons debuted 31 years ago today.
Yeah.
I still remember my parents used to let me watch whatever the hell I wanted as a kid, which probably explains a lot right now. But I remember as a kid, I'd sit there and we'd watch The Simpsons. So first we would watch America's Funniest Home Videos. And I think that was on ABC. And it was when Bob Saget was still hosting it early on. And then when that was over, we'd flip over to Fox and we'd watch The Simpsons. So that was kind of like a Sunday night thing with my parents when I was a kid. Seriously, man. They showed me watch like Beetlejuice, like Edward Scissorhands. This is all like when I was like 5, dude.
Oh,
yeah.
Car gets swallowed up. So after a big first down pickup, car goes the wrong direction. 2nd and long, incoming here, and obviously the Raiders don't want to punt this one away. Don't want to squander any of the momentum they've had.
Aiden Chris says, how is Witten doing for the Raiders? And I can tell you it's not great. I do not believe we have called his name once.
We have not, in fact.
But we have called Tyrell Williams a few times. And there he is again. And now 3rd and 4 coming up. Williams, 2 catches, 25 yards in this game. How you guys looking and how your lineups looking? Where are you at in these contests? The LOTZIA Chucky versus Patty Mayonnaise contest. 87 of you. I should have gotten the contest made earlier, so my apologies for that. One of you loyal members of the DK Sim fam reminded me on Twitter and said, yo, dude, get on there. It was Peter Render.
Oh.
Peter Render tweeted me. Nice conversion. 23 yards going right back to T-Dub.
Tyrell, once a Madden superhero, maybe getting some of those traits back here in this game. Again, this game for nothing but pride. The Raiders cannot make the holiday season tournament. The Chiefs already assured their spot here. This is just for seeding for them. But the Raiders playing feisty. I mean, they take every game against the Chiefs as a challenge. It's not something you can say about their other games. They tend to Lamar Jackson themselves in other big moments.
So that was Josh Jacobs with the carry to end the third quarter, 20-17. But you do have the Raiders driving right now. No X factors on that team, by the way. Josh Jacobs, Rodney Hudson have superstar traits. Trent Brown, right tackle. Also in the December update, Darren Waller adding a few superstar traits as well. You can see all that stuff, guys, who has superstar traits, depth charts, all that fun stuff. Madden, DraftKings Madden Streams information page. If you just Google that, it's the first thing that comes up. You can even, spell all of those words wrong, and Google will help you out. 6 for 93 for Tyreek. So he's 7 yards away from the bonus. Kelsey's 5 yards away from the bonus. Ruggs has a touchdown on 62 yards receiving. Robinson has a touchdown on 52 yards receiving. Hunter Renfrow, 1 catch, 9 yards, but most importantly, a tutty. And you said that's about what he would average in some of these.
Yeah, no, it's above and beyond. So that very nearly 8 points there, and he cost $2,800 to roster. So paying off if you fell into his trap, or if you went with Witten instead, it was a little bit cheaper. You are kicking yourself. But some big passing performances in this one. We might get a bonus out of Josh Jacobs on the ground, but it looks like Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, all on pace for a few bonus fantasy points in this one. So that Chiefs stack about to pay off for you a little bit more. Has a 3rd and short coming up here. So it could be just time, and he can get himself pretty close to the bonus if he can run one in from here, Emerson.
Stephen Boss says, who is the leading scorer right now in the Chucky contest? I didn't make it in, but wondering where I would stand. Okay. We have Captain Blood. Captain Blood is the current first place team, 98.31 points. Reminds me of the former softball head coach at Cornell. His name is Dick Blood. Very nice guy. Coach there for, such a long time, but you guys can Google it. It is a real name. It is
actually the birth given name of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat as well. I don't know why I know that, but Richard Blood became Ricky Steamboat, became Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who still with us. Fortunately, not one of the early wrestling deaths, and a guy's still in pretty good shape. I mean, he was a workhorse in the 80s, long tenured memory of my early wrestling days. So
his name is not even Richard. It's straight up Dick Blood. So 1st and goal coming up here for the Raiders. They're on the Kansas City 2-yard line here, looking to deliver the goods once again. Josh Jacobs could really use you here.
Ooh.
You meat wagon, you. I was actually shocked at first that he was able to break through the Chris Jones tackle And then there were like 5 other Chiefs players there just waiting to drop them. And look at, is that Chris Jones with the X Factor? I don't know who that is. I can't tell.
It might be
Might be Matthew.
Yeah, it is, in fact, the Honey Badgers. Jake gets it to the doorstep. Are they going to give him one more shot to punch it in here? Good news. Well, maybe the good news for the Chiefs, rather, is the clock is ticking down. So they may get the ball back with just enough time for them and them alone to score. Let's see what we get here. Offset fullback. Looks like another run play. It is.
Yeah.
And
there's Jones. This time he gets through. Does the dirty deed. Takes down Jacobs in the backfield. And now Daniel Carlson will come out and attempt to deliver the tying field goal. More than enough time for the Chiefs to do their thing. We've seen them score in like 3 plays already in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that the Raiders tied it, but I don't think any of us think there is a prayer of this going to overtime at 2020. The Chiefs too explosive on offense. The Raiders moving the ball pretty efficiently and more than 4 minutes left in this game. We're going to see some more points here. If the over-under was 44, you would be very, very concerned if you'd bet the under.
Country boy saying, Josh Jacobs, Jingleheimer Schmidt. Emerson's baby Gap shirt is here. Yeah, you are. But again, final sim of the day. The sweat coming up at 5:30. We'll talk about Thursday Night Football. We'll talk about the Chargers and the Raiders. Yes, we will. Sports betting angles, DFS. We'll look ahead to the weekend slate. We'll talk some Saturday slate as well. You got a couple games in the NFL. Taylor Rash, Emerson, how's that X Factor feeling? A little warm right now. A little warm. Producer Drew is already jinxed us on feeling it right now as Hill climbing the hill, pulling down the pigskin. He said, yeah, man.
Oh.
One's feeling like overtime. Bry Guy has already told producer Drew to shut up and don't put that evil on us. What do you got planned the rest of the day?
I'm going to watch some football. I'm going to finish up tomorrow's edition of the Post Route, which you can subscribe to absolutely free as Kelsey goes over the bonus, Mahomes goes over the bonus, triple bonus for this Chiefs passing offense right there. Tomorrow's edition of the Post Route, postroute.substack.com, I'm going to break down all 10 of this year's open and potentially open coaching spots in the NFL, lay out the pros and cons and whether or not you should want to go there. Not only is it a fun breakdown for me, but I also get to trash Adam Gase at least once more in the year of our Lord 2020. So if you are interested and you want to see not only the open slot coach rankings, but also our picks for this weekend, including picks from Vern from You're the Worst, Todd Robert Anderson, this week's guest picker. Subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com.
How did I do on my picks a few weeks ago when I was your guest picker?
Ooh, you know what? Let me pull them up right now. You went pretty upset heavy, so you got a few weird ones, but you also...
I did go really, really upset heavy. I said, F it, man. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time.
You went...
Yes.
Robust 7 and 8.
I went 7 and 8. That's not bad.
It's not. All
right. So where did I finish among everyone else?
Oh, you were last by 2 spots. I went 11 and 4. Sarah went 11 and 4. Ryan Van Bibber 9 and 6. And then there's you just trailing behind with your bold pick.
I was either going to look like the smartest son of a gun on the planet, or I was going to finish last. And I finished last.
For a minute there, you had that Browns win over the Titans that no one else got. And then that was the only upset of yours that paid off. The Falcons did not beat the Saints. The Texans did not beat the Colts. The Cardinals did not beat the Rams, although we all predicted that. The Chargers did not beat the Patriots. It was very much the opposite of that.
Wow. Yeah. Son of a gun, man, you know? Is what it is, dude. It's just that world we're living in, brother. 7 of you who have not hit the like button. Let's go. I want you all to hold hands and do it together on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Nice, Christian.
Yeah. I know we got a good group out there trying to help us out, trying to make sure we get those bonus likes. And hey, if you're just saving it up for the sweat, I understand.
I want the 400 like bonus.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why they send you all those nice blankets.
That's why they send me all the nice blankets. Why I'm the highest paid employee at DraftKings. So the Raiders take their final timeout, but Butker is going to frolic out onto the field, and he'll have a little chip shot, about a 30-yarder. That will deliver the lead for Kansas City, but 1:22 to go for the Raiders. I'm assuming he makes this thing. I remember one of you saying early on in this sim, like, yeah, I stacked the kickers. Hey, not a bad day to do it.
Lots of kicker points out there. Butker in particular into double digits right now. And Carlson, I can't remember where his field goals were from, but he is definitely close. He's got at least 8 points for the Raiders and might be adding 3 more if this drive works out well for him. 79 seconds left, 0 timeouts for the Raiders. That is definitely a problem. They're going to have to use the sideline expeditiously here.
What? Trolls, is that true? Or am I like, Emerson, I can't hold hands with you. I got stung by a stingray last night at work.
Ooh.
Is that a true story? Because that sounds like really cool. Please tell me everything about it. Even if you're making up the story, like entertain me. And make up a really good story of how you got stung by a stingray. Or maybe it is a true story, which I would believe you. Whatever you put in there, I will believe. 1st and 10, Tyrell Williams. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Look at that one. And
this is producer Drew's fault. This is producer Drew's fault.
Just putting the pressure down on your intestines, Emerson. This is a game that the Raiders are saying, you know what? I hate this guy. I want to make him feel. I want to see him sweat for the worst possible reasons. There it is, field goal range. So great news for those Daniel Carlson owners out there. Clock is ticking, clock is winding down, but Raiders can still get the touchdown and this one in regulation. Let's see where we go.
Ben Stevenson, you're so true, dude. That is so true.
Oh, they're going to have to hurry. 19, 18.
Wait a minute.
They might not get this kickoff.
Wait a minute. Wait 1 second.
8,
this is
7, 6, 5.
5.
Oh, they're
4.
Wait. They're
not even going for it. What the hell's happening? But they can still win it.
What?
Oh my God! What did I just witness?
Why? Well, I mean, thank you, Virtual Chucky, for making sure this one didn't go to overtime. But the Daniel Carlson owners out there have to be furious. The Derek Carr owners have to be. What was the purpose of that play? This is why the virtual Raiders are 0-3. Terrible management, and they are paying virtual John Gruden $10 million annually to dial up plays like a short crossing route in a 3-point game. with 1 second to go.
Troy, here's your shout out. Troy Singer. Good to have you here. Handsome man. Only one incomplete pass for Patrick Mahomes. We're in the holiday card here. Do you want to I saw like the Rossi Glash when they were looking at each other. You want to do a high five?
Yeah, can we high five through?
Here, tell me where we are. Tell me if this is right, Bry Guy. Is this right? Do I need to like bring it back a little bit?
You're going
All
the
right,
right
we'll
way
just do this. Other hand. Wait. Like this?
No,
This is what I need to do, or do I need to go the other way?
You got to go the other way.
I'm going to do it like this then. Okay? Freeze frame, freeze frame, freeze frame, freeze frame. Hey, who's your Krusty Kaufman player of the game? We still doing it?
I don't know.
Rusty, what do you got?
I would go with I don't know. Tyreek Hill had a pretty good game, but I mean, anyone in that lineup really did put together some numbers. Just a tremendous showing from the passing game. Let's go with Tyreek Hill, just because he had slightly more points than Mahomes or Kelsey, but you could really make the case for any of those three guys. And for the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner, I think we got to throw Darren Waller in there. Does Waller make sense? Waller didn't find the end zone. He didn't really have too many passing yards.
I got him in my lineup. Yeah, that's true. 4 catches, 40 yards.
Yeah. A disappointing.
I mean, you could go Josh Jacobs, but if you're looking for ownership, like points to ownership, yeah, 55% owned. I mean, I'm looking just in our Lazio contest. Jacobs is 19% owned, only got you 7 points.
Yeah, and Sammy Watkins definitely qualifies as well. Only the 1 catch for him, and it's for barely any yards. Let's give it to Sammy Watkins. Let's keep things local to the Chiefs in this one. The Raiders outperformed expectations until the very last 2 plays of their game. Your Krusty Cough player of the game, Tyreek Hill or whoever, because the Chiefs had 3 awesome performers. And the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner, that's going to go to Sammy Watkins.
All right, man. It was great hanging out with you.
Always a pleasure.
I
won't be on the sweat with you in a little bit to lay out what I'm sure will be some pristine advice from
you and I together. Oh, badass! You and I are together on Monday at noon. That's cool.
Oh, excellent.
That'll actually be the last game of the Madden holiday season before the playoffs start.
Oh, wow.
So, because that's Cardinals 49ers, and then at 2:00 it starts. The Madden holiday season playoffs start. So, good times, great oldies, guys. I'm coming up. I'll be hosting the Sweat 5:30. Pierce and Jeff and Reed, and then I think Kenny is on, but I think Kenny's talking basketball. So you guys can listen to him talk a little bit of basketball.
Man's got takes.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for hanging out with us. Christian DeAndre, you did a killer job as always, my dude. Brad on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew. Tate on the ops team. You guys, please check the contest. Let us know where you finish. But we are out of here, and I am smiling now for the camera for our holiday card. In 3, 2, and 1. All right. Good evening, all you cool cats and kittens. I am Emerson Latzia in a not very ugly sweater, very beautiful sweater. You are watching The Sweat. The reason we are here is because we have a lot of football to talk about before tonight's game between the Chargers and the Raiders. I am not alone here when it comes to talking about showdown picks for this contest. I've got this beautiful three-headed monster of Pierce Dietrich, Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich. Gentlemen, plain and simple, favorite place tonight, your captain. Reed T, go ahead, start us off. I know this one is hitting close to home for you, pal.
It is. America's team, the Las Vegas Raiders. No, not America's team at all. Not America's team at all. I like Derek Carr at 15K, and it's not necessarily in terms of probably being the best quarterback in this matchup. We know what Derek Carr has done this year. He's been, head and shoulders better than he was last year, but I think he's just too cheap as a home favorite in this one. I know you think that against the Chargers, you go Josh Jacobs heavy, but I like him in this one, and I think this is going to be a shootout. I think Justin Herbert's in play. What you do like about the Chargers defense, if you're a Chargers fan, is that they're pretty good against the pass in the air. So why play Derek Carr? Well, we saw Derek Carr get a little bit of a rushing touchdown last week, Emerson, and I don't necessarily call him a rushing quarterback, but the Chargers do give up quite a few points on the ground to quarterbacks. And so I think when you look at Carr, who's thrown 40 plus times over the last 2 games, I think there's some upside there.
All right, Jeff, Derek Carr, $15,000 in the captain spot, 3 players ahead of him who are pricier. Your captain, one of those guys.
Yeah, it is actually. And look, I don't mind the Derek Carr call. I mean, if you're going to go with the Raider, I think you kind of have to go with Carr because they spread the ball out so much outside of like the 1 or 2 Darren Waller games where he catches like 15 passes. So I don't mind Carr, but I'd rather go to Austin Eckler. Look, find someone who loves, find someone who loves you as much as Anthony Lynn loves Austin Eckler. I mean, this guy's come back for 3 games. Okay, there was the blowout game where he got like 16 touches. The other 2 games, he's had 24 and 25 touches. I mean, he is going to get the ball. And look, I love Justin Herbert. I kind of would rather roster Justin Herbert, but Justin Herbert with Austin Eckler in the lineup, it was only averaging 1 passing touchdown per game because Anthony Lynn wants to throw the screen pass to Austin Eckler every single down. So I think he goes to Austin Eckler here. The Raiders defense is falling apart. I actually kind of like the Chargers here, which is a whole other segment, but that's we'll get to that. But I like Austin Eckler. I like paying up for him slightly better than Carr.
That's a wonderful tease there, Jeff. Pierce, need your captain for tonight's showdown between the Chargers and Raiders.
I like all the guys these guys are talking about, but it's hard to roster them unless you put Jalen Guyton as your captain. I know it's pretty aggressive, but if you look at what the Raiders allow, they've allowed 68 passes of 20 yards or more. That's the 5th most. They've allowed 16 passes of 40 yards or more. That's the most, and that's what Jalen Guyton is. You're looking for that home run ball. We've seen him hit this a couple times this year. If he hits that home run ball, then you're pretty much good to go. And then you just let your Ecklers, your Herberts, and your Derek Carr, take care of the rest of your lineup.
All right,
Jeff kind of alluded to this. The Raiders have some injuries back in the secondary. And yes, the Chargers are checking down a lot. We've seen the last 3 games since Eckler has come back. We've seen Herbert's yards per attempt go from 8 down to as low as 3.9 in some of these games. But the thing is, they've lost 2 of these 3 games. They haven't scored more than 20 points. It's time for them to open the offense up. Mike Williams is questionable. Keenan Allen is questionable. Even Eckler has that questionable tag, so that might increase the target share here for Guyton. But it's a pretty good matchup here, and it gives you a lot of savings.
Yeah, it does. You could put some meaty men in the rest of your lineup. So would his quarterback, Justin Herbert, be the guy you're stacking with him?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You got to play him. It's a no-brainer. We don't doubt his talent. The only issue we've had with Herbert this year is the last 3 games. Eckler is, getting all the shares here for these low yardage passes. Hopefully they change the scheme up. It's not working out for him. You want to see him air it out. The Raiders have several injuries in their secondary. Their 1st-round draft pick, their cornerback, he's out. They've got another quarterback that's questionable. They're starting strong safety. He's going to be out. I know on paper it looks like you want to attack the Raiders on the ground, but if you look at the injury report, there's definitely an opportunity here. A lot of it just comes down to the Chargers coaching staff deciding to air the ball out more like they did earlier this season.
Reed T. Fowler, Derek Carr, that is your captain. Which one of his targets do you want to stack with him?
I mean, if I had to, Darren Waller is definitely there, but it's going to cost you a pretty penny. I love that Jalen Guyton call. I like another receiver actually on the Chargers side. I just think Justin Herbert is definitely in play. Like Pierce mentioned in terms of his yards being down, and I know the Raiders. Trust me, I've watched more games of theirs than I like to admit, and that I can stomach. But they're allowing the 6th most fantasy points per play. And the Chargers are 3rd in neutral game script. So I do think the Chargers have a lot of upside from a fantasy perspective. And I want to get the guy that we've seen have these ceiling games like Justin Herbert. Mike Williams, I believe, is out, Pierce, already, just because he's just fragile. He's like a glass house. And Keenan Allen, I think he's going to be limited too. They say if he's active, he's going to be limited. So that probably does lean to Jeff's pick on Austin Eckler. But we've seen what Justin Herbert can do. And I think if you get some of those guys like Jalen Guyton going, he's going to be a nice stack with Carr.
Jeff, who are you stacking with Austin Eckler?
Yeah, look, the good news is with all the value that's potentially going to be available at wide receiver, especially on the Chargers side, you're probably going to be able to play both quarterbacks. And I don't think there's a very big difference between Carr and Herbert. I think they both have good upside in a matchup like this. But if I'm going to stack one guy with Eckler, it's actually going to be Derek Carr. Because if Eckler's running rampant and scoring touchdowns and getting all these yards, Carr is probably going to throw a lot. In the Raiders' losses, he's thrown for way more yards than in their wins. Like when the Raiders get up, they just try and run the ball, and Derek Carr doesn't actually do that much. But you've seen over the last few games, the Raiders have lost. He's cracking 300 yards like every week, and he's playing pretty well. It's just that he's not necessarily needed every week. I think this is going to be one of those games where he's needed, though. He's playing well, like I said. So I'd slightly lean him over Herbert. But again, realistically, I think this is a game where you want both quarterbacks.
Jeff, you just mentioned all the value at wide receiver. So is it going to be a wide receiver as your value recommendation?
Look, I'm going to take the load off Pierce and Reed, and I'll let them talk about all these wide receivers because I can tell they're very excited to do it. Devontae Booker at 1,800. I think this is actually a pretty smart play too. He's just too cheap. This is a guy who gets red zone touches every week for the Raiders. I understand Josh Jacobs is playing and all this, but Booker is still more of the passing back. And the thing you have to understand about the Raiders, they give Booker touches regardless. It's not about game flow. They'll just rotate them in series. They usually give Jacobs 2 and then Booker 1. But again, for 1,800 in a showdown, you're telling me you're guaranteeing me like 35% of the snaps for Booker and you're guaranteeing me red zone touches? It's too cheap. I think he's a great value at 1,800.
By the way, latest right now, Chargers wide receiver Mike Williams not expected to play against the Raiders per Adam Schefter. And then Keenan Allen is likely to be limited if he does give it a go. Reed T. Fowler, hook us up with a value play for the showdown.
It's like the one problem I have with Booker is that he saw less snaps than Jalen Richard last week. And so that scares me a little bit, but we know what his upside is, right? We've seen it. It's Tyron Johnson at $5,000. Raiders, like I said, I know like they've given up the 12th most PPR points per game to wide receivers. Pierce mentioned the deep threat ability. We saw it with Mike Williams out. Tyron Johnson is that guy that plays on the outside. And the Raiders are not going to have Damon Arnett, that questionable draft pick from Ohio State that they picked way earlier than they should have. And he just cannot stay healthy. He gets back on the field, and within 2 or 3 plays, he's back off the field. They're already out with Jonathan. They're already without Jonathan Abram. He's out with concussion and knee injury. So it's Neville Lawson, and Lawson is not good. So Tyron Johnson, $5,000 is someone that I'm taking a look at. And Brian Edwards, he's 3 digits, $600.
Pierce, you kind of already gave us a value play in your captain spot, but you got another one for us?
Well, adding to that, Nevin Lawson's questionable as well. So, yeah, the Chargers are going to be the place to play. But if you want to pivot away from probably, which is going to be a popular play with Tyron, is to go to Hunter Renfrow. And, his snaps might scare some people away. He's only playing about 60% of the snaps, but he's running 30 routes over the last 3 games. That's comparable to what Ruggs is running. It's comparable to what Nelson Aguilar is doing. He's got the 2nd most red zone targets. The Chargers have allowed a touchdown to 2 separate receivers last week. They did the same thing the week before. They've given up a touchdown to a receiver in 9 of the last 10 weeks, 11th most passing touchdowns allowed. So we know that someone in the Raiders is going to catch a touchdown. You can possibly pivot away from the chalky Chargers and hope for that Renfrow touchdown, and he will pay off.
All right, let's do some chaser fade, but we're going to go ahead and put our sports goggles on here. Jeff, Raiders -3.5, chasing or fading?
Yeah, look, especially up at 3.5, I'm going to take the Chargers. So I'm going to fade the Raiders at -3.5. I mean, look, again, it just comes down to their defense, man. I mean, they're just allowing points everywhere. I mean, you go back, obviously, we can talk about the Jets game. That was like an episode in itself. But, I mean, Indy, I mean, the week before getting smoked by Atlanta. This team is not playing good. I don't care how well Derek Carr is playing. That's great. The Raiders might even win this game, but I don't think it's going to be by more than 3 points. And, I mean, again, you've got Justin Herbert here. So even if the Chargers defense plays bad, there's the very real possibility he just shoots it out. And again, we get a close game. I don't know. There's just nothing here with the Raiders that would make me say, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to cover by more than a field goal. I get it. It's the Chargers, but I think you take the plus 3.5 for sure with the Chargers all day.
Pierce, does anything convince you to think and to say, oh, yeah, they'll definitely cover by more than a field goal?
No, I'm going to fade that. And I understand that the Chargers are 1-6 against the spread in the last 7 games, but the Raiders have not covered their last 3 games, and those weren't even close. The Raiders can't defend the run. They've got tons of injuries in the secondary. Josh Jacobs is not 100%. He hasn't really looked that great this season anyway, and I know the Chargers haven't been all that great. But the thing that strikes me as odd is earlier today, almost 90% of the bets were on the Raiders, yet 50% of the money was on the Chargers, which tells me a lot of the smart money is going to the Chargers. So I'm going to follow that.
Reed, when it comes to this rivalry, you know this. Not only have the Raiders won 3 in a row against LA, they've also covered in all 3 of those games. You want to chase your boys minus 3.5?
I mean, yeah. Let me defend the guys a little bit here. Not these two jabronis that are fading the Raiders here. No, like they bring up good points. The Raiders have not been good. I'm not going to try and tell these guys that they've been good. Take it one step further. Pierce, 1-7 their last 8 for the Chargers. We know the foibles that Anthony Lynn is up to, and the antics that he can provide towards the end of first or second half. We just know that that's the case. Now, granted, there's also another guy on the other side, in John Gruden, that gets his guys playing fairly well when the chips are stacked up against him. That's all narrative street. These guys laid out the trends. Vegas has not been good in their last 8, 4-4. They're even not that good at home as favorites either. So I get taking the points. I think the Raiders win this, but yeah, if I were putting money on it, 3.5 with the Chargers seems good.
Pierce, give me your favorite bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook that you were chasing tonight.
I like Austin Eckler over 5.5 receptions. I know I'm talking about them airing the ball out and opening up the offense. I know a lot of DFS players want to see the same thing happen as well, but look, they don't care what we want. The coaching staff for the Chargers is going to do what they want. They're going to continue to be conservative and check down. He got about 16 targets 3 weeks ago, 9 targets over the last 2 weeks. If you get 9 targets to Eckler against the Raiders team that's allowed 73 receptions out of the backfield, this seems like a really easy over of Eckler over 6.5 or 5.5 receptions.
Reed, favorite bet for this game?
Yeah, I mentioned it with Tyron Johnson, over 3.5 receptions, plus 124. If he's a guy going out and running those Mike Williams routes and Keenan Allen is limited, that leaves just a handful of guys. I know Hunter Henry is there and Austin Eckler soaks up a lot of those, but I think that's 3.5 getting plus money. I like it.
Jeff, the bet you're chasing for tonight.
Yeah, I have 2 things written down. I really do like the Chargers plus 3.5. I think that is probably my favorite bet, but I also have written down, just take all the Austin Eckler overs. I mean, he's going to get the ball. Like I said before, Anthony Lynn, he loves this guy for whatever reason. So, you can take receiving yards. You can take what Pierce is doing, receptions. That's fine. Just take the Austin Eckler overs.
You 3 hang out because we need you for some Saturday showdown conversation here. DFS and Sportsbook early looks at the 2 games on Saturday. But for now, here is unreasonable odds on tonight's game.
All right, so we're going to shift gears to tonight's game, the Thursday night game, which is featuring the Chargers at Raiders. In this one, there is a player prop that, you and I talked about, and hopefully this show gets out fast because I feel like this line is just going to be.
We're already getting it out too slow. I'll say that. Something happened.
Yep. So Austin Eckler is in an amazing spot here against the Raiders. When we were prepping for the show, which was about 11 a.m., this line was at 39.5 for his receptions. Since that, his receiving yards, 39.5 receptions. That'd be remarkable. Take the under. 39.5 receiving yards.
I'd be willing to play that pretty big.
Yeah, for Austin Eckler. Since then, in the last hour or so, we got news that Mike Williams has been ruled out of this game. So one less body in that Chargers offense. Since that news came out, Austin Eckler's receiving yards has already jumped to 44.5. I'm still down with taking the over. I'm still down for taking the over for about another 15 yards at this point. Since Eckler has returned, the Chargers have made it a point to give him the ball. Justin Herbert has been throwing to him out of the backfield in the 3 games that he's been back. 85 yards, 32 yards, 67 yards. You look at what the Raiders have allowed, 557 receiving yards to running backs. That's the 7th highest total in the league. Eckler is averaging a 23% target share since he's returned. That's even better than Keenan Allen. Not by much, but Keenan Allen's at 21% over that same span. Mike Williams, 13%, not a guy they go to normally, but there's a 13% chunk that now has to be distributed to the rest of the offense. This is one of those spots, in my opinion. You take what you normally bet and do it again. So that's like a double 2-unit play, in my opinion. But like, this is just such a good spot for Eckler. I will be on this a lot.
Yeah. I tried to lock it at 39.5 at one point in time. I got 42.5. There was some
That's fine
in the moment. But 44.5, I like it a lot. You probably like it a little more than me. I'll play it up to like 49.5, I guess, let's say. From a target perspective, it's been targeted at least 9 times every game since he's returned. 16, 9. I think 5.5 receptions is another good play.
Yep.
So he caught 4 of 9 targets against the Patriots in that blowout. That would be the only under. He caught 11 against Buffalo, all 9 of the targets against Atlanta. This is a Vegas defense that gives up a lot of yards, is not very good against running backs. So
and also just fire their defensive coordinator.
Okay. So yeah, not great. This is the way, I'll have a best bets article. I have a lean to the Raiders on the spread, who have been awful lately, but the Chargers covered for the first time in 6 weeks.
It was probably an accident.
DraftKings last week. It's a gross game. I lean to the Raiders. I lean to the over. I think we'll see some points.
Yeah.
You got a lot of banged up defenses. Those will be in the article. But the third play is going to be Austin Eckler, receptions and yards. And that's, I think, what I'm actually going to stick to betting on tonight, pending any news. Eckler props are going to be where I'm at.
Chargers also tied for the best record in the league on hitting the over with the Titans 9-3-1. So if you wanted a trend to kind of back you up there with the over, the Raiders have been one of the best, as well as the Titans at 9-3-1.
Hey, everybody. I am back on your screen, but I am not alone. They're all 3 of these gentlemen look familiar because they were in the first block of the show. Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, Sweet T. Fowler. Guys, we got not 1, but 2 games on the Saturday slate. So we're going to get your DFS opinion and sports betting opinion on all of them. Jeff, let's start with you. Buffalo at Denver. Who would you captain?
Look, I mean, I know I'm usually the guy who tries to take some sort of weird angle and give you some kind of low ownership play, but there's no need to get fancy here. Just play Josh Allen in the captain spot. I mean, you're going up against the Denver Broncos defense. They've allowed the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks, the 6th most rushing yards to opposing quarterbacks. And realistically, who else are you going to play? Who are you going to play on Denver? I mean, maybe what are you going to chase the Melvin Gordon 2 touchdown game? Maybe that happens. Buffalo's not the greatest rush defense. Drew Lock's not throwing 4 more touchdowns here. Josh Allen is by far the best player in this game. You could throw Steph Diggs in there too, but I would rather roster Allen against this defense. Like I said, I think Josh Allen essentially acts as the Bills running back. I think he is a great chance of finding the end zone with his legs. So captain Josh Allen.
Reed, is it that simple? Is it Josh Allen and then everyone else?
Yeah, I mean, Stephon Diggs, you can have an argument there, but why not get the guy who's distributing? Because, I mean, Diggs is playing fantastic ball. I'm actually going to take Jeff's role. He took mine, the more rational, let's play the guy who should get the highest upside. I'm going to take Jeff's role. And I don't know if anyone caught it last segment where Jeff told everybody that his call was a smart play before he actually explained it. But I think this is a smart play here. In Noah Fant, Noah Times New Roman font, $8,400. He's cheap, and I want to get Diggs. I want to get Josh Allen in my lineup, and the upside could be there with Fant. Like, he burned everybody last week where he left early with that illness to not come back, and so people might, be angry at him. And for your fantasy lineups, sure, rightfully so, but the guy's dealing with an illness. He should be back, and if he is, tight ends have seen close to a 25% target share against the Bills. It's top 5 in the league, and they're giving up about 8 yards per target to that position, and that's top 10. So if that's the case, I don't think Drew Lock's going to throw 4 touchdowns, but maybe 2 could go to Fant.
Not for the Fant of heart.
Oh.
That was producer Matt. He dropped that in the Slack. It made me look smart. I can't take
cheater.
credit for it. Yeah, I am cheating. I'm also cheating when I'm reading the information you just put in here about Broncos running back Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay are questionable to play in Saturday's game against the Bills. But Pierce, who would you captain?
Stefan Diggs. Jeff's right. You really have very few options. So if you're not going to take Allen, go ahead and take Stefan Diggs in this spot. He's looked great all season. And Denver's without A.J. Bouye. They're without Bryce Callahan. This is a spot where you can attack and not really have to worry about it. Diggs has had 9 receptions or more in 4 of the last 5 games. He's had over 90 yards in 4 of the last 5 games. The game that he didn't hit was where they actually had some rare success on the ground, which they could possibly have against the Broncos. Not so good run defense, but if you look at the script here, you look at the over-unders, 6.5 receptions projected for Diggs. I think he'll go over that. 82 yards projected for him over-under. Those are pretty good numbers. 82 yards. When Cole Beasley projects for 63.5, it seems like the sports books are saying that, Buffalo is going to be able to pass pretty easily against Denver. So Josh Allen, Stefan Diggs. I'll put Diggs in the captain spot, though.
Okay, you mentioned just Diggs and Beasley and some of their numbers available for prop bets on the sports book. Are one of those your favorite bets, Pierce?
I'm going to go with the Bills -6 here. And I think Denver's getting a little bit too much credit for beating the Carolina Panthers, who are not a good team. But the Bills have been really good. I mean, all the bets are coming in on the Bills side. The bets, the money line, it's almost like 96%. And I know you don't really want to follow the public, and it is early, but what it tells me is this number is going to move more towards the bets or the Bills being an even bigger favorite. So if you can get the Bills at -6, I think this is the spot to go for.
Reed T. Fowler, your favorite bet for the Bills at Denver?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Noah Fant here. Over 3.5 receptions. It correlates to what I think he can do in this game and how the Bills have defended against tight ends. And that might have been without Matt Milano in the lineup. But even then, right, the Bills defense. And while we're seeing these huge games from Josh Allen, is that their defense is okay, but they're still giving up a ton of points. So I like Fant if you can stay in the game. Over 3.5 at -112.
Jeff, favorite bet?
Yeah, look, Reed makes a good point about Fant. I like the Fant props too. I think I'd rather take the yardage, though. Buffalo's allowed the 3rd most yardage to opposing tight ends, and Fant is a really good after the catch guy. That's why we like him. He's athletic, and realistically, the over under prop on yardage on the DK Sportsbook is at 33.5 right now. Again, he could hit that on 2 catches. So I think I would rather lean towards the yardage, but realistically, I like both the overs on the Fant props. That's where I'd go, and just so we're all happy and the 3 best friends. I like Pierce's call on the Bills -6 too. Who cares if they're a public bet? The Bills were a public bet against the Steelers too. Denver is terrible.
Nightcap, guys. Carolina at Green Bay. Reed, who would you captain?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Pierce here because he knows the Carolina teams. But I'm going to go Mike Davis as my captain, 13.5. It looks like Christian McCaffrey is not going to play again. I don't know if he's been officially ruled out. But I mean, he's sure trending that way if that's not the case. 13.5 in that captain spot. Last 3 outings without Christian McCaffrey, 21, 18, and 16 touches. We know that Green Bay allows running backs an average of 29 PPR points per game. That's 4th most in the league. There was that little dip, right, with Mike Davis where he didn't see production and he became, like the guy that was enemy number 1 when he was priced super low. But I'm going back to him. Green Bay cannot cover the running back. And I think DJ Moore is okay, but give me Mike Davis in this one.
Yeah, McCaffrey officially listed as doubtful for Saturday night's contest against the Packers. Pierce, Reed says these Carolina players. Is that true?
Yeah, Carolina's not very good. I mean, just look at the record, look at what they do. 27th pass DVOA. Play Devontae Adams. Don't overthink it. Carolina gave up 4 passing touchdowns to Drew Lock last week. What is Aaron Rodgers going to do? And he's probably just going to throw the ball to Devontae Adams. The Panthers have allowed 6 passing touchdowns over the last 2 weeks. You've got Devontae Adams, who leads the NFL in red zone targets. 10 touchdowns. That's the second most. He tore the Panthers up last year. He's going to face Rasul Douglas, and he's allowed 19 or more fantasy points in 4 of the last 5 games. Don't overthink it. It's just Jim and Adams.
All right, Jeff Pierce says, don't overthink it. Captain Devontae Adams, are you overthinking it and captaining someone else?
Yeah, of course I'm going to overthink it. That's what I do, Emerson. I mean, 100%. Look, you obviously have to play Aaron Rodgers. I don't really mind playing him in the captain spot, but instead of Devontae Adams, you put Robert Tonyan in that captain spot. This game reeks of a Robert Tonyan 3-touchdown game, doesn't it? Carolina is terrible against opposing tight ends, 7th most DK fantasy points per game to that position. They've allowed touchdowns to there, and they allowed some like 4th stringer on the Broncos to get in the end zone. They're really having trouble against this position, to be honest. A little bit better against the run, but I think if you're not going to go Rodgers, I think you go a little bit sneaky with the value play Tonyan at captain. Then you can fit in all the guys, the Mike Davis and the Devontae Adams. But this game really does reek of a Tonyan multi-score game.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Tied with Travis Kelce for the reception touchdowns lead among tight ends. Oh, it's so great.
He's got more touchdowns than incompletions, I believe. Like, it's crazy.
That's another fun fact. I mean, Reed, while you're here, you want to give me your favorite bet for this game?
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff's thinking that it's going to be a Tonyan multi-score, I believe he's plus 900 on the DK Sportsbook for 2+ TDs. No, I like the over in this one. It was at 50 earlier in the week. It's now 51.5. So I'm liking it a little less. 1.5, plays a factor in it. But look, the Packers run the second most, or they have the second most yards per play. Panthers are 9th as well. So even though they're a bad team, Teddy's getting these guys down the field, and they're actually doing well. It's these defenses, right, that are just not good. Green Bay is number 1 in points per game. They score, 31.5 points? I think they get that pretty easily. And Carolina, I think, ranks as the 6th worst total defense. So they just can't tackle anybody. They can't stop anyone. Carolina, for as bad as they've been, 4-1 in their last 5 hitting the over. So I like that. Let it come down a little bit, but if you want it right now at 51.5, I take it.
Jeff, favorite bet for Carolina at Green Bay Saturday night?
So I kind of do like the Tonyan touchdown props for sure. If you want like a long shot bet, obviously we're talking 2 touchdowns. It's a long shot to happen. But my favorite bet is going to be the Carolina Panthers team total, actually. I'm on the same page as Reed. I like the over, but I actually like betting the Carolina team total over. It's 20.5 right now, minus 121 on the line there. Look, this is a team that's like Reed said, like Teddy Bridgewater is marching them down. Green Bay is so good at letting in like garbage points to opposition. Like they just don't care late in the game because Aaron Rodgers has them up 17 points every week. So I think this is a great bet, actually. Again, they have the skill, the Panthers do, and Bridgewater's competent. And if they're down, fine. Like they'll get the garbage points. I think 20.5 is too low.
Pierce, your favorite bet, please.
I like the over. And to Jeff's point, it really is a garbage situation for Teddy Bridgewater. Doesn't really look great in the first couple halves or the first half, but he'll be fine in the second half. I think the perfect example is you look at the Tampa Bay game where they were a 6-point dog and they were just getting their heads bashed in. But by the end of the game, they scored 23 points. And so if you only need 20 points out of them, you'll definitely get that in garbage time, especially against a bad defense. They got 23 points against a good Tampa defense. Facing Green Bay, the 20th DVOA that allows 25 points per game, it should really be a hard time for the Panthers to get their points. And I think we can assume that Green Bay is going to score. They're facing the 25th DVOA, and the Panthers, Green Bay averages 32 points per game. So in an average day against an average team, they scored 32 points. They should go well over that. So I like the over as my favorite bet, but I like Jeff's bet as well.
All right, you three take a quick little break. We'll talk some Sunday spreads coming up. But after this break, we've got Kenny and Nick Whalen joining us. We're going to focus on NBA season tipping off here in 5 days. And I'm talking about that right now with Karin Phillips of Deadspin. It's funny, like Paul George, who also recently secured the bag, he was causing a little bit of drama, controversy, if you will, like on social media when he said to everyone, hey, I'm back with my trainer that I had during my MVP season. Thing is like he never won the MVP. I know he finished third in the voting a couple years ago here, and DK has him at plus 8,000 to get there to win MVP. Like, do you think he can actually do it?
No.
Like, I mean, I don't think I don't think he doesn't actually, he's required to do what you have to do to be an MVP, like with LA, right?
Yeah, like you can't be the MVP if you're the second best player on your team. Like they don't give you the award to Scottie Pippen if you're playing with Michael Jordan. Russell Westbrook didn't win it until Kevin Durant left. It doesn't work like that. Like when Steph won his, they weren't going to give it to Klay Thompson because, you're the second best player on your team. So Paul George is like, this isn't Indiana. And the wonderful year he had in OKC, the reason why he was third and wasn't necessarily higher is because there was a guy next to him who had just won an MVP and has still averaged a triple-double that season. He's playing next to Kawhi Leonard. And just even from the standpoint of what happened in the bubble and all of these off commentary quotes we're getting from Paul George that just do not make any sense over the last 6 months, all of those play a factors in voters' mind. I'm not saying it's fair or that it's right, but it's human, and that's what happens. And it's just when you just add the structural or factual things up, and we don't even have to bring in his stats or how he will play this season, no, you can't win MVP because the second best player on this team. Now, unless Kawhi gets hurt and he's out for the season,
right,
and he leads them to like a number one seed, then yes. But outside of catastrophe for the Clippers, like it just physically can't happen.
What do you think the ceiling is going to be for a full season ahead for Zion Williamson? Because the training wheels are off here in the preseason opener, like no minutes restriction. I think like 33 minutes or something crazy like that. So, I mean, a full season, healthy, not being held back. What do you expect for this kid?
I don't have a ceiling for Zion Williamson. And maybe this is the Duke fan in me that watched him, but I like to remind people we haven't seen Zion Williamson healthy since he blew out his shoe against Carolina.
Oh my God!
Because
yeah,
when he came back,
moment.
Yeah, he came back. He still wasn't 100%. He still wasn't in the same shape he was. That explosiveness early on wasn't all the way back. And then we saw what happened in Summer League, and then with the meniscus, and then how they brought him back slowly, and then the hiccups with the bubble. So we haven't really seen Zion be Zion in over a year. And now with the training wheels off, that guy the other night, what did he have, like 26 and 12 or something?
Yeah.
I think he
it
had.
was impressive. I mean,
like
for the kid,
12.
and I know I don't want to like put all our marbles in like all our eggs in one basket here for like a preseason games, but I don't know, it's kind of cool to see like that kid do what he can do, see him at full potential when he is healthy. It's exciting. It's good for the NBA.
Yeah, it's great for the NBA. And like I said, this is the first time we've seen them all the way healthy. And I think back to his first preseason game last year against Atlanta. I was actually there when he had the dunk, like within the first 2 minutes of the game. And it was like we got those glimpses last year, but we didn't get full Zion. And it feels like full Zion is back. And that's why we want to put all our eggs in one basket, because it's like he's finally back. And now we can finally see if these eggs can be a tasty omelet.
All right. You had my curiosity, but now you had my attention. He was, in that Rookie of the Year conversation last year, despite only playing like half the season. But like this year on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you've got LaMelo Ball as the favorite for Rookie of the Year, plus 400. Who is your favorite?
It's between LaMelo and James Wiseman. And James Wiseman has a chance just because he has the opportunity to give the Golden State Warriors something they've never had before. And they're going to need that without Klay Thompson, because there is a huge burden this season on Steph Curry that we're not talking about yet. But give us 2-3 months from now, ask me about Steph Curry. You're going to be like, I remember you saying this in the preseason.
We'll mark the tape. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's a huge burden on that guy's back. But LaMelo has the greatest chance of winning because if you look at everybody in his draft class, and this was already a weak draft class.
I was going to say, it feels like it was short on like impact players.
Yes. Not only that, but look at the guys in the lottery or the first round and ask yourself this question. Who's going to have the most opportunity to win MVP because they're going to have the ball in their hands as much as him? And it's nobody but him. Playing point guard on that team, and they've got a lot of youth and athletic wings, and the way he passes, it's set up for him maybe not to have crazy outstanding numbers like a Ja Morant or a Zion or a Kendrick Nunn from last year, but his impact on more wins and win shares and just excitement he's going to bring and his responsibility of being a point guard as a rookie is definitely going to put him at the lead of the pack for Rookie of the Year.
Okay. So it could be just more than what we see in the stat sheet.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. All right, right on. Carl Phillips, always great talking hoops with you, my friend, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Hello again, everybody. Emerson Latzia back here with you on a Thursday night edition of The Sweat. Just a little break right now from the NFL. We're going to bring in a couple guys who know quite a bit about the NBA because the season tips off here in 5 days. We got 2 games on opening night. Salaries already available on DraftKings for you guys to build your lineups. Let's go. Kenny Ducey, DraftKings contributor, and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Price check for me, dudes. Favorite plays at each position for this opening night slate. And I will start with you, Mr. Whalen, at guard. Talk to me.
I think I like Stephen Curry. 9,300 going up against the Brooklyn Nets. You know, from what I've seen of Steph in the preseason so far, he's looked like the Steph Curry of old. Took 13 threes in that game against the Kings on Tuesday night, had almost 30 points in that game. I think this offense is going to run through Steph Curry. If the Warriors are going to make the playoffs this year, it's going to be because Steph Curry has an excellent season. And when you look on the other side of this matchup, I think Brooklyn could have a top 2, top 3 offense in the NBA, but this team is not going to be great defensively. There's some concerns certainly on that end. I don't know who they're going to throw at Stephen Curry. You can't really put Kyrie Irving on him defensively. And you know, going back to this Warriors offense, they really only have 2, maybe 3 dependable offensive players, depending on how you feel about Andrew Wiggins. And I'm including Kelly Oubre, who's a bit of a wild card in that discussion. So, you know, again, I think the Warriors this season are going to live and die by Steph Curry. And I think hopefully that means we get a vintage Steph Curry season.
Are you drafting Steph Curry right now? Because it sounds like you're also doing a draft at the same time.
I am doing a draft right now. I'm not taking Steph Curry. I just took Anthony Davis, number 3 overall.
Okay. Very nice. That's very wise of you to do that. He's set up to have another great season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. You're in good shape. Let us know if you need to take a break to focus on your draft.
We're good.
Kenny Ducey, talk to me about guard for opening night.
Well, you got him doing his draft. Someone's trying to get in the front door in my building. So a lot going on right now in this segment.
It's probably your roommate.
The one constant, probably. Steph Curry at $9,300. Yeah, where did those keys go? We saw him in the preseason here. Nick touched on a lot of the points, the why I like Steph Curry, so I won't go too long here. But look, he looked spry. He looked like Steph Curry, and he's going to be taking all the shots in the world, as many as he can handle for Golden State. This is the game I want more exposure to here because, Golden State does have a good, defensive reputation, but ultimately I do think this is going to be the higher implied total on the board. So I want to load up as much as I can on this game and take a few pieces from the Clippers-Lakers game. And also Kyrie Irving can't defend at all. This team can't defend point guards. They gave up a lot of points to point guards last year, the 4th most threes attempted against them last year. So it's a new coach, it's a new system, but I still don't think that these players are much better equipped to defend. So I ultimately think that Steph Curry, with some of his new toys here, Andrew Wiggins, Kelly Oubre, you bring in, you have Eric Paschall again, you have Nico Mannion and James Wiseman that they acquired in the draft. I actually think that it could help him out. Although he doesn't have Clay there, I still think that he's going to have a good team around him, and that should ultimately give us the best Steph Curry.
Okay, Nick, and I just want you to know you are not in trouble. This is actually fascinating, the fact that you can multitask like this and still sound as smart as you do and drop the knowledge that you are on us and build at the same time a successful season-long basketball fantasy team. So good for you. So what about a forward here for opening night?
Based on the price, I'm going Montrezl Harrell. 5,300 going up against his old team in the Clippers. I really like the value at that number. He's looked awesome so far in the preseason. And granted, the 2 games in which he's played best, Anthony Davis and LeBron James, were not active. So there maybe were some elevated minutes there. Obviously, Davis is going to cut into Montrezl Harrell's workload, but I think he might look even more efficient with LeBron James passing him the ball. One of the major issues that plagued the Clippers last season was they never really had a true point guard. I mean, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard can both play make, but they're not LeBron James in that respect. And I think Montrezl Harrell is going to get a ton of easy baskets throughout this season. And I think it begins on opening night. And I usually don't buy into the revenge game type of narrative, but I mean, based on what we know about Montrezl Harrell, if there's one guy in the league who's really going to take, not being re-signed by the team that kind of raised him in the NBA personally, I think it's Montrezl Harrell. So I'm looking for him to bring in a little extra against his old team on opening night.
Kenny, was that your doorbell?
It is. Yep. It is my doorbell. I'm not going to go up and get an answer. I'm not going to answer it here. What I'm going to do is answer your question, which is, who do I like at forward? Am I jumping ahead here, or is that what you were going to ask me?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure whoever is trying to get inside your apartment, is okay and not stuck out in the cold. It's disgusting up here in the Northeast.
There's a breezeway. They'll be fine. Kelly Oubre at 6,700. I really like, because look, he's coming off a career best 35% from 3 last year. Yeah, I think he has 40-point potential in this game. And the reason is, if you learned anything from Tony Snell, right, in the DFS community, it's that people who play good defense will be on the floor a lot. Coaches will put out players. They'll run them out for 30 to 35 minutes because they have good defending skills. And what are the Warriors going to need to do? They're going to need to find a way to stop Kevin Durant. Steve Kerr has been raving about Kelly Oubre's defense. They love his ability to defend. So I think that he's going to see the floor a whole lot here. And again, with a lot of attention on Steph Curry, I think he should be that wing shooter that Steph looks to, who gets some looks, because, they have to fill the void of Klay Thompson here. So ultimately, I actually like him at this price. A little expensive, but again, I think that he can get you 6X. I do. I think that he's going to play enough, take enough shots that it should be possible. Again, this is a high implied total, I'm assuming. I mean, if it were me coming up with the total, but we don't have them yet. So I want to get another piece of this Golden State offense, and I'm going to go with Kelly Oubre. Although I don't hate the Montrezl Harrell game or call. I just don't know what this bench is going to look like, Nick. Like I think this Lakers bench is such a mystery. It was last year, really, with all the veterans they had. I think we have to see how Harrell plays, or how he ends up getting minutes, because like Dwight Howard wasn't getting a whole lot of minutes. Are they going to play him instead of Morris? I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm sure they're going to use him, right? He's really good. But we just don't know what the minutes are going to look like. So I'm going a little safer here and taking Kelly Oubre.
I want you to be prepared. If that is your roommate, you are sleeping on the couch tonight, pal. Okay? I want you to be mentally prepared for that.
Let me see if I can answer it.
And maybe if you're lucky too, you'll get one of these phenomenal DraftKings blankets that you can have to help keep you warm when you are on the couch and in trouble.
All right, let me see if I can see who that is while Nick's talking.
All right, that's fine. Nick, what round are we in your draft? Have you made your second pick?
No, I haven't. I have 8 selections until my second pick, so hopefully we can finish this up before I'm back on the clock.
Okay. All right. Well, this is all up to you, and it may only be you because we've lost Kenny. What price check for me at center?
Yeah, I think he just walked out the door. I'm going Jared Allen at 6,200. If you're not going Anthony Davis at center, it's kind of a toss-up between the remaining 3 teams you'd be choosing from. And, the Nets center position in and of itself is a bit of a toss-up. But even if DeAndre Jordan ends up as the starter, as we expect, he's Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving's guy. There's a reason he ended up in Brooklyn. I think Jared Allen is the better player. I think that's eventually going to be borne out this season. My last memories of Jared Allen are in that first-round sweep against Toronto, where it felt like Brooklyn was down by 35 at halftime of every game, and they would come roaring back. And, my lasting image is Jared Allen grabbing every single rebound that was available, had monster rebounding numbers throughout the NBA bubble, not only in the playoffs, had at least 11 rebounds in 8 of his final 10 games to end the season. Of course, DeAndre Jordan was not active for those games, so that's the big caveat here. But if I'm staying away from Anthony Davis, which I'm not sure that I ultimately will, but if I am, I think Jared Allen is my next best option.
Okay, Kenny, who was it?
It was the girlfriend.
It was, oh, dude,
Yes.
Okay. My boy's bound for the couch, but before you are banned to the living room, my friend, you got to give me a center you're price checking for the opening night 2-game slate.
So I'm a little interested in Marcus Gasol again. I don't know how much any of these bench guys are really going to play, but at 4,700, a guy that talented really caught my eye. But my play here is going to be Serge Ibaka at $5,200. He should be starting on opening night, and he hit 39% from three last year, which was a nice little rebound from his pretty poor 2019 shooting season. He has that upside with the threes, the rebounds, the blocks. Marcus Morris, look, we don't know like what any of the severity of these injuries are. I'm assuming that they're not severe, but he is dealing with some sort of knee issue. So there is the chance that he could be limited, and you could see even more Ibaka, maybe at the 4, but ultimately he projects out as the starter here. Zubats has never really been, that really, eye-popping to me. I think Serge Ibaka should get a healthy dose of minutes here in a big game on opening night. So yeah, give me Ibaka at $5,200 again. If I'm not, going crazy and paying for Anthony Davis, because everyone in the world can just say, "Yep, Anthony Davis opening night going to get 70 points." But yeah, give me Ibaka here at this price. I love him.
Okay, Kenny, come on, because Nick's trying to draft a basketball team right now. How many more picks before your next selection, Nick?
2 picks.
All right, go ahead. This is up to you. Value play now for Tuesday night.
All right, I'm going to throw a couple out there. We got KCP at 4,200. I know I'm with Kenny that it's a little bit concerning almost how many guys the Lakers now have in that rotation. And KCP probably ends up starting, but, he's kind of right on the borderline between starter and bench player. But at 4,200, a guy who could get you 3 or 4 threes if he's hot, I do like that. At center, I kind of thought about James Wiseman. He's down at 4,900. We haven't seen him play in the preseason. We don't know if he's going to play at all in the preseason. He is set to scrimmage over the weekend. But for a guy who's basically played like 3 basketball games in the last year, there's a lot of risk. But at the same time, the Warriors need him to be good for them to be successful, not only this season, but on opening night. So he's a little bit intriguing. And then if you want to look a little bit deeper on that Warriors bench, I think Eric Paschall at 3,800 is worth a look. All
right, Kenny, value play.
I'm interested in Luke Kennard here just because I think they required him for a reason, the Clippers. So again, $3,600, like he's probably going to be backing up Kawhi. I don't know what the legitimate upside there is, but I'm going to take a page out of Nick's book here. I really like Eric Paschall at $3,800 because I've been thinking a lot about this rotation, right? I don't think that we know Kevin Looney's not going to see the floor a lot. He's not going to play 30 minutes a game. So the question becomes, who plays the 5 there? And usually it's Draymond Green. So like, are we going to see Eric Paschall in these small ball lineups? I don't know if James Wiseman's going to see 25 to 30 minutes either. I actually think that it will be Paschall, a guy they trust a little bit more, who's now been there for a year, who's also very talented and can score the basketball, that ends up playing maybe 20 to 25 minutes, if not more, just at the, in the small ball lineups that they love to throw out on the floor. I also don't think Kent Bazemore is going to jump him in the rotation here as much as everyone loves him. And yeah, I ultimately think that, you look at his track record last season, one of the most consistent guys. Whenever he's been on the floor, he always gets you. He always fills the stat sheet, gets you some points. His floor is probably pretty high here. So at $3,800, a guy with probably a floor of 20 points and a ceiling of maybe 35, I really like that play.
All right, that's it, gentlemen. Waylon, who'd you take?
I got Paul George in round 2, and I think I'm about to take John Morant here with my 3rd pick.
Okay. Oh, you took a guy, you just signed a huge contract. Yikes.
I think it's a bounce back for PG. I don't know about 2-3 years from now, but I think he'll actually be decent this year.
Yeah. And he said he's working now with his trainer that he had during his MVP season, which he never won MVP, but I kind of get what he was saying.
I respect that. Make people check.
Yeah, I knew. I had to Google. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
they came close. Lo and behold. Thanks, guys. We'll see y'all later. Good luck with the rest of your draft, Nick.
Right,
coming
thanks,
up, guys, high or low here. We're going to look at some spreads on the Sunday slate right after the Favorites podcast here, delivering the goods on Saturday's slate of games.
We are into Saturday games, 2 Saturday games. This is the first one. Bills, Broncos. Big number. Bills, 6.5-point favorites against the Broncos, who challenge us emotionally.
And we talked a couple weeks ago, Buffalo Bills, we like them. In the AFC, we thought of all the teams left, they'd match up well against the Chiefs, and they've gone on this crazy run, and we laughed about how I've just been dead wrong 2 weeks in a row against the Bills. I keep picking against them. The Bills keep winning. They keep covering. But this week, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a Bills team that just won a huge game on primetime at home. traveling to go play a Broncos team who they just won a game on the road. I know it's a little scary, but we like that. They've been playing well. They beat Miami at home. They played the Saints without the quarterback, so we don't really count that game. But this game here, 6.5 plus 7 with the Broncos, we have to take this number. This is a way too big number. I had it at 4.5, so as long as it stays above 5, I like this. And I don't hate it to put in the competition, but I know you're not going to be a fan because it's Drew Lock, and he's scarred
Drew
us.
Lock. Look, it's Drew Lock. It's a Saturday game. Are we committing to a Saturday game and potentially having sort of some kind of emotional hangover if we lose that's going to ruin the rest of our Saturday? not by the way, not that we do anything. You've got COVID and can't go anywhere. I'm afraid of COVID and don't go anywhere. So, like, it's not like Saturday night I'm going to be going anywhere. But, like, we're all of a sudden going to be, like, thinking, okay, that's a scary one. Drew Lock, Saturday, as a home dog scares me a little bit, even though it's totally the right side. Totally the right side. I'm going to write it down. I'm not totally against it because I feel like we got to do some gross things this week. We got to start making up some ground, right? So I'm putting it down. It's making the list. The other game, which I think might be more interesting, the other Saturday game, the Panthers are 8.5-point dogs against the Packers. This, to me, feels like we're going to end up, Teddy covers.
Yep. You already know, buddy. We love Teddy as a dog. This whole year we've faded Teddy as a favorite and we've taken him as a dog, and it's worked well for us. So once again, the Green Bay Packers, we saw last week, they let the Lions come back at that late field goal for that backdoor cover. And they're just one of those teams where they can't blow out these teams. And the Panthers have weapons on offense where they can always put up points. So Panthers coming off a loss, coming to play Green Bay after Green Bay just had a big divisional win. As long as it's above 7, we love this number. So I'm with you. We can pass on the Broncos, and this could be our Saturday play. Because I don't know if you know this, Chad, Nor'easter's coming. Me and you are going to be snowed in for the next 3 days anyway. So we might as well have a football game on Saturday that we're betting on.
There is a nor'easter headed our way. I did not even know that.
Yeah, honestly. So it's supposed to hit me tomorrow night. So it would be to you by I guess Thursday morning.
It's not the only storm that's coming, Simon.
You excited?
It's not the only storm that's coming. There's a storm of winning that's headed our way. I do love the Panthers in this game, but the more I look at this Broncos game, like the more it starts to feel like the right side. We might have to go for 2 games on Saturday. As we get closer, we're going to have to sort of think about this. Remember, we did that on Thanksgiving. We started off 2-0 because we like those games. And, like, the Broncos might feel right here.
If they both come through, that's a sharp day because that's both big dogs covering.
That is a legit sharp day, but we got to be sharp. We got to go 5-0. We got to take some chances here.
All right, guys, less than 10 minutes left in this Thursday night edition of The Sweat, so let's get right to it. So let's look at some Sunday spreads here with Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, and Pierce Dietrich. 3 DraftKings contributors here. Are the following spreads for Sunday's slate too high or too low? We'll start with America's team taking on the Ravens. And Baltimore, almost a 2-touchdown favorite, minus 12.5. Jeff, too high or too low?
This is too high. This is actually too high. I can't believe I'm saying it. Baltimore is not that great a covering team, especially at home. They play a little bit slow. They run the clock out when they're up ahead. Jacksonville has been scrappy. And look, I think the biggest thing here is Gardner Minshew's back in action. Gardner Minshew is the guy who brings the scrap to the scrappy of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He can run around, keep things close. Baltimore's coming off a short week. It's a big emotional letdown after that huge win. I think this spread is too high. I fully expect Baltimore to win, but I don't think it's going to be more than 10.
What do you think here, Reed? Can Baltimore cover this ginormous spread, or do you think the Ravens, crap themselves?
I agree with Jeff that Jacksonville seems better with Gardner Minshew, but this is still a Jacksonville defense that is horrendous, Emerson. You and I both know that. They've been very bad. And look, the Baltimore defense, for as quote unquote, like they're not as good as they were. They faced some injuries in the middle of that season that allowed maybe more rushing yards to be had there, but only 6.5 yards per pass attempt this season, which is only behind the Rams. So Gardner Minshew, like I get it, but I don't see this team covering, which is weird to say. Like Hollywood Brown not being there, maybe, but I don't know, man. The Jaguars defense is so bad.
Too high or too low of a spread, Pierce?
It's too low. Jeff is crazy. He loved Baltimore. A couple days ago, he loved that Baltimore defense, and they gave up 40 points. Yes. But Jacksonville is so much worse. They're a 1-12 team for a reason, and Gardner Minshew is not the answer. The only reason he got that job back was because he got yards in garbage time. He has a 59 quarterback rating this year. 20% of the time he's under pressure, 20% of the time he makes bad passes. You can't sustain drives. You're not going to keep the game close. And if you look at what he did in garbage time against a prevent defense with no pressure on him whatsoever, he's still 29% of his passes were bad passes. How do you do that? How do you throw 1 out of every 3 passes a bad pass with no pressure against a team that's not even trying? Well, that's what Minshew did, and I imagine he's going to make that Baltimore defense look really good this weekend.
Ravens have won 16 straight games when favored by double digits, gentlemen. However, they're just 5-11 against the spread in those games. Some food for thought. Kansas City is -3 on the road at New Orleans. Reed T, too high or too low of a spread?
I think at first glance, this is too low. I know what New Orleans has done. Well, everyone has because you're watching the games. But Taysom Hill, if he's back there, I like him for DFS. I like this game from that perspective. But Patrick Mahomes, this team, Kansas City hasn't covered in 5 straight games. That last one was fluky, obviously, with that field goal. But this is Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. This defense in New Orleans is strong, but -3, even though they're on the road and they haven't covered in the last 5. And New Orleans is covered in 3 of Taysom Hill's 4 games. I still think Kansas City takes this one by more than a field goal here.
What do you think, Pierce?
It's too low. Dare I say that New Orleans defense is overrated. Let's look at the schedule. Look at who they faced. They really haven't faced a lot of top-tier quarterbacks or top-tier offenses, especially lately. They faced 2 times against an Atlanta team that's not good. Denver sans quarterback. Last week they struggled. I'm not going to really worry about last week all that much, but I don't think this New Orleans team's that great. And then on the other side, I'm not really that crazy about Kansas City either. They're far from complete. They can't close these games out. Like Reed mentioned, they haven't covered the spread in 5 games, but 3 points is just too low. This is the lowest they've been favored by all season. 3 points for Mahomes in this offense. Even if it comes down to last series, they should be able to cover this.
Jeff, Saints have been covering machines this year, though. 5-1 ATS in their past 6.
Yeah, they may have been covering machines, but they're really not covering machines at home. For the last 3 years, they're actually 11-14 against the spread at home. I mean, they really haven't been that good a cover team, and I don't think they're a good enough cover team to be given this low a line. Like, why is this down to 3? They have issues at quarterback. Even if Drew Brees is back, he's not 100%. They're going to be pushing him back before he should be. I think we all know that. And then it's Taysom Hill. I mean, you saw what Taysom Hill can be like against a decent defense. Philly put pressure on him. And look, I know Kansas City isn't exactly, a sterling, like it's not like the Steelers or something like that, but they can get a little bit of pressure and they're very opportunistic in terms of turnovers. They're up there inside the top 10. So I see very much on the same page as Pierce. I mean, the Saints have just been beating up on weaker teams. They got their comeuppance last week. And I think it's kind of a similar situation to what we saw with the Steelers. They got the shock loss, and I don't think they have enough time to necessarily sort of recuperate in a week here, especially with concerns at quarterbacks. I think Kansas City is going to win this game quite big.
All right, guys, need you to speed it up just a wee bit for these final 2. Reed T. Fowler, -7.5. Indianapolis at Houston, too high, too low.
I'd love to take the Houston side of this, but I think this is too low. They look really good against going against the Houston run defense that is not good. Taylor's coming up. Houston 4.9 ATS, second lowest. Indy 8.5, fourth highest. So too low.
Pierce, what do you think?
Houston too low. They're 4-8 against the spread this year. You look at the two of those games that they covered, it was against really bad teams. Another game that they covered was a Cleveland weather game. So really, you can only really consider them covering once. Their defense has been bad all year, and they're missing guys in the secondary.
Jeff, too high, too low?
It's too low, man. Like, I mean, they gave up 7 yards per carry to Jonathan Taylor the last time. He's probably just going to run roughshod over them. Houston has packed it in. I mean, you saw what they did to you saw what the Bears did to them. I mean, it's too low.
New England at Miami. So the Dolphins here, -1, essentially a pick 'em. Pierce, what do you do? Is it too high, too low?
Too low. Miami surprisingly has won the last 3 December matchups against New England. New England might be able to run on them, but in a pick 'em, I'm just going to go with the better defense. So that's Miami.
But Jeff, that was when Tom Brady was quarterback, and he wasn't very good down in Miami late in the season.
Give me the Patriots here. I don't care. I think this one's I think the Patriots are going to win this game. You got a rookie QB who has not looked good. You got Bill Belichick. Cam can just run the ball a little bit. What the Patriots do on offense is actually really what you want to do against Miami, stay away from their corners. I think the Pats sneak this one out.
Sweet T. Fowler.
Yep, same rookie quarterback. Mike Gesicki banged up as well. So who are they going to pass to with the Dolphins? So, yeah, give me the Patriots.
Gentlemen, wonderful job. Friendly reminder to everyone watching on the Dream Stream, right? Meow. We've got Leaderboard Live coming up for this Thursday night showdown between the Chargers and the Raiders. It'll be Adam Kaufman and Kenny Ducey. Kenny likely from the couch tonight. So everyone hang out and enjoy that. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Good evening, all you cool cats and kittens. I am Emerson Latzia in a not very ugly sweater, very beautiful sweater. You are watching The Sweat. The reason we are here is because we have a lot of football to talk about before tonight's game between the Chargers and the Raiders. I am not alone here when it comes to talking about showdown picks for this contest. I've got this beautiful three-headed monster of Pierce Dietrich, Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich. Gentlemen, plain and simple, favorite place tonight, your captain. Reed T, go ahead, start us off. I know this one is hitting close to home for you, pal.
It is. It is. America's team, the Las Vegas Raiders. No, not America's team at all. Not America's team at all. I like Derek Carr at 15K, and it's not necessarily in terms of probably being the best quarterback in this matchup. We know what Derek Carr has done this year. He's been, head and shoulders better than he was last year, but I think he's just too cheap as a home favorite in this one. I know you think that against the Chargers you go Josh Jacobs heavy, but I like him in this one, and I think this is going to be a shootout. I think Justin Herbert's in play. What you do like about the Chargers defense, if you're a Chargers fan, is that they're pretty good against the pass in the air. So why play Derek Carr? Well, we saw Derek Carr get a little bit of a rushing touchdown last week, Emerson, and I don't necessarily call him a rushing quarterback, but the Chargers do give up quite a few points on the ground to quarterbacks. And so I think when you look at Carr, who's thrown 40 plus times over the last 2 games, I think there's some upside there.
All right, Jeff, Derek Carr, $15,000 in the captain spot. 3 players ahead of him who are pricier. Your captain, one of those guys.
Yeah, it is actually. And look, I don't mind the Derek Carr call. I mean, if you're going to go with the Raider, I think you kind of have to go with Carr because they spread the ball out so much outside of like the 1 or 2 Darren Waller games where he catches like 15 passes. So I don't mind Carr, but I'd rather go to Austin Eckler. Look, find someone who loves, find someone who loves you as much as Anthony Lynn loves Austin Eckler. I mean, this guy's come back for 3 games. Okay, there was the blowout game where he got like 16 touches. The other 2 games, he's had 24 and 25 touches. I mean, he is going to get the ball. And look, I love Justin Herbert. I kind of would rather roster Justin Herbert, but Justin Herbert with Austin Eckler in the lineup, it was only averaging 1 passing touchdown per game because Anthony Lynn wants to throw the screen pass to Austin Eckler every single down. So I think he goes to Austin Eckler here. The Raiders defense is falling apart. I actually kind of like the Chargers here, which is a whole other segment, but we'll get to that. But I like Austin Eckler. I like paying up for him slightly better than Carr.
That's a wonderful tease there, Jeff. Pierce, need your captain for tonight's showdown between the Chargers and Raiders.
I like all the guys these guys are talking about, but it's hard to roster them unless you put Jalen Guyton as your captain. I know it's pretty aggressive, but if you look at what the Raiders allow, they've allowed 68 passes of 20 yards or more. That's the 5th most. They've allowed 16 passes of 40 yards or more. That's the most, and that's what Jalen Guyton is. You're looking for that home run ball. We've seen him hit this a couple times this year. If he hits that home run ball, then you're pretty much good to go. And then you just let your Ecklers, your Herberts, and your Derek Carr take care of the rest of your lineup.
All right,
Jeff kind of alluded to this. The Raiders have some injuries back in the secondary. And yes, the Chargers are checking down a lot. We've seen the last 3 games since Eckler has come back. We've seen Herbert's yards per attempt go from 8 down to as low as 3.9 in some of these games. But the thing is, they've lost 2 of these 3 games. They haven't scored more than 20 points. It's time for them to open the offense up. Mike Williams is questionable. Keenan Allen is questionable. Even Eckler has that questionable tag, so that might increase the target share here for Guyton. But it's a pretty good matchup here, and it gives you a lot of savings.
Yeah, it does. You can put some meaty men in the rest of your lineup. So would his quarterback, Justin Herbert, be the guy you're stacking with him?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You got to play him. It's a no-brainer. We don't doubt his talent. The only issue we've had with Herbert this year is the last 3 games, Eckler is, getting all the shares here for these low yardage passes. Hopefully they change the scheme up. It's not working out for him. You want to see him air it out. The Raiders have several injuries in their secondary. Their 1st-round draft pick, their cornerback, he's out. They've got another quarterback that's questionable. They're starting strong safety. He's going to be out. I know on paper it looks like you want to attack the Raiders on the ground, but if you look at the injury report, there's definitely an opportunity here. A lot of it just comes down to the Chargers coaching staff deciding to air the ball out more like they did earlier this season.
Reed T. Fowler, Derek Carr, that is your captain. Which one of his targets do you want to stack with him?
I mean, if I had to, Darren Waller is definitely there, but it's going to cost you a pretty penny. I love that Jalen Guyton call. I like another receiver actually on the Chargers side. I just think Justin Herbert is definitely in play. Like Pierce mentioned in terms of his yards being down, and I know the Raiders. Trust me, I've watched more games of theirs than I like to admit, and that I can stomach. But they're allowing the 6th most fantasy points per play. And the Chargers are 3rd in neutral game script. So I do think the Chargers have a lot of upside from a fantasy perspective. And I want to get the guy that we've seen have these ceiling games like Justin Herbert. Mike Williams, I believe, is out, Pierce, already, just because he's just fragile. He's like a glass house. And Keenan Allen, I think he's going to be limited too. They say if he's active, he's going to be limited. So that probably does lean to Jeff's pick and Austin Eckler. But we've seen what Justin Herbert can do. And I think if you get some of those guys like Jalen Guyton going, he's going to be a nice stack with Carr.
Jeff, who are you stacking with Austin Eckler?
Yeah, look, the good news is with all the value that's potentially going to be available at wide receiver, especially on the Chargers side, you're probably going to be able to play both quarterbacks. And I don't think there's a very big difference between Carr and Herbert. I think they both have good upside in a matchup like this. But if I'm going to stack one guy with Eckler, it's actually going to be Derek Carr. Because if Eckler's running rampant and scoring touchdowns and getting all these yards, Carr is probably going to throw a lot. In the Raiders' losses, he's thrown for way more yards than in their wins. Like when the Raiders get up, they just try and run the ball. And Derek Carr doesn't actually do that much. But you've seen over the last few games, the Raiders have lost. He's cracking 300 yards like every week, and he's playing pretty well. It's just that he's not necessarily needed every week. I think this is going to be one of those games where he's needed, though. He's playing well, like I said. So I'd slightly lean him over Herbert. But again, realistically, I think this is a game where you want both quarterbacks.
Jeff, you just mentioned all the value at wide receiver. So is it going to be a wide receiver as your value recommendation?
Look, I'm going to take the load off Pierce and Reed, and I'll let them talk about all these wide receivers because I can tell they're very excited to do it. Devontae Booker at 1,800. I think this is actually a pretty smart play too. He's just too cheap. This is a guy who gets red zone touches every week for the Raiders. I understand Josh Jacobs is playing and all this, but Booker is still more of the passing back. And the thing you have to understand about the Raiders, they give Booker touches regardless. It's not about game flow. They'll just rotate them in series. They usually give Jacobs 2 and then Booker 1. But again, for 1,800 in a showdown, you're telling me you're guaranteeing me like 35% of the snaps for Booker and you're guaranteeing me red zone touches? It's too cheap. I think he's a great value at 1,800.
By the way, latest right now, Chargers wide receiver Mike Williams not expected to play against the Raiders per Adam Schefter. And then Keenan Allen is likely to be limited if he does give it a go. Reed T. Fowler, hook us up with a value play for the showdown.
It's like the one problem I have with Booker is that he saw less snaps than Jalen Richard last week. And so that scares me a little bit, but we know what his upside is, right? We've seen it. It's Tyron Johnson at $5,000. Raiders, like I said, I know like they've given up the 12th most PPR points per game to wide receivers. Pierce mentioned the deep threat ability. We saw it with Mike Williams out. Tyron Johnson is that guy that plays on the outside. And the Raiders are not going to have Damon Arnett, that questionable draft pick from Ohio State that they picked way earlier than they should have. And he just cannot stay healthy. He gets back on the field, and within 2 or 3 plays, he's back off the field. They're already out with Jonathan. They're already without Jonathan Abram. He's out with concussion and knee injury. So it's Neville Lawson, and Lawson is not good. So Tyron Johnson, $5,000 is someone that I'm taking a look at. And Brian Edwards, he's 3 digits, $600.
Pierce, you kind of already gave us a value play in your captain spot, but you got another one for us?
Well, adding to that, Nevin Lawson's questionable as well. So, yeah, the Chargers are going to be the place to play. But if you want to pivot away from probably, which is going to be a popular play with Tyron, is to go to Hunter Renfrow. And, his snaps might scare some people away. He's only playing about 60% of the snaps, but he's running 30 routes over the last 3 games. That's comparable to what Ruggs is running. It's comparable to what Nelson Aguilar is doing. He's got the second most red zone targets. The Chargers have allowed a touchdown to 2 separate receivers last week. They did the same thing the week before. They've given up a touchdown to a receiver in 9 of the last 10 weeks, 11th most passing touchdowns allowed. So we know that someone on the Raiders is going to catch a touchdown. You can possibly pivot away from the chalky Chargers and hope for that Renfrow touchdown, and he'll pay off.
All right, let's do some chaser fade, but we're going to go ahead and put our sports goggles on here. Jeff, Raiders -3.5, chasing or fading?
Yeah, look, especially at 3.5, I'm going to take the Chargers. So I'm going to fade the Raiders at -3.5. I mean, look, again, it just comes down to their defense, man. I mean, they're just allowing points everywhere. I mean, you go back, obviously, we can talk about the Jets game. That was like an episode in itself. But, I mean, Indy, the week before getting smoked by Atlanta. This team is not playing good. I don't care how well Derek Carr is playing. That's great. The Raiders might even win this game, but I don't think it's going to be by more than 3 points. And I mean, again, you've got Justin Herbert here. So even if the Chargers defense plays bad, there's the very real possibility he just shoots it out. And again, we get a close game. I don't know. There's just nothing here with the Raiders that would make me say, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to cover by more than a field goal. I get it. It's the Chargers, but I think you take the +3.5 for sure with the Chargers all day.
Pierce, does anything convince you to think and to say, oh, yeah, they'll definitely cover by more than a field goal?
No, I'm going to fade that. And I understand that the Chargers are 1-6 against the spread in the last 7 games, but the Raiders have not covered their last 3 games, and those weren't even close. Raiders can't defend the run. They've got tons of injuries in the secondary. Josh Jacobs is not 100%. He hasn't really looked that great this season anyway. And I know the Chargers haven't been all that great. But the thing that strikes me as odd is earlier today, almost 90% of the bets were on the Raiders, yet 50% of the money was on the Chargers, which tells me a lot of the smart money is going to the Chargers. So I'm going to follow that.
Reed, when it comes to this rivalry, you know this. Not only have the Raiders won 3 in a row against LA, they've also covered in all 3 of those games. You want to chase your boys -3.5?
I mean, yeah. Let me defend the guys a little bit here. Not these 2 jabronis that are fading the Raiders here. No, like they bring up good points. The Raiders have not been good. I'm not going to try and tell these guys that they've been good. Take it one step further. Pierce, 1-7 their last 8 for the Chargers. We know the foibles that Anthony Lynn is up to, and the antics that he can provide towards the end of first or second half. We just know that that's the case. Now, granted, there's also another guy on the other side, and John Gruden, that gets his guys playing fairly well when the chips are stacked up against him. That's all narrative street. These guys laid out the trends. Vegas has not been good in their last 8, 4-4. They're even not that good at home as favorites either. So I get taking the points. I think the Raiders win this. But yeah, if I were putting money on it, 3.5 with the Chargers seems good.
Pierce, give me your favorite bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook that you are chasing tonight.
I like Austin Eckler over 5.5 receptions. I know I'm talking about them airing the ball out and opening up the offense. I know a lot of DFS players want to see the same thing happen as well, but look, they don't care what we want. The coaching staff for the Chargers is going to do what they want. They're going to continue to be conservative and check in. He got about 16 targets 3 weeks ago, 9 targets over the last 2 weeks. If you get 9 targets to Eckler against the Raiders team that's allowed 73 receptions out of the backfield, this seems like a really easy over of Eckler over 6.5 or 5.5 receptions.
Reed, favorite bet for this game?
Yeah, I mentioned it with Tyron Johnson, over 3.5 receptions, plus 124. If he's a guy going out and running those Mike Williams routes and Keenan Allen is limited, that leaves just a handful of guys. I know Hunter Henry is there and Austin Eckler soaks up a lot of those, but I think that's 3.5 getting plus money. I like it.
Jeff, the bet you're chasing for tonight.
Yeah, I have 2 things written down. I really do like the Chargers plus 3.5. I think that is probably my favorite bet, but I also have written down, just take all the Austin Eckler overs. I mean, he's going to get the ball. Like I said before, Anthony Lynn, he loves this guy for whatever reason. So, you can take receiving yards. You can take what Pierce is doing, receptions. That's fine. Just take the Austin Eckler overs.
You three hang out because we need you for some Saturday showdown conversation here. DFS and Sportsbook early looks at the 2 games on Saturday. But for now, here is unreasonable odds on tonight's game.
All right, so we're going to shift gears to tonight's game, the Thursday night game, which is featuring the Chargers at Raiders. In this one, there is a player prop that, you and I talked about, and hopefully this show gets out fast because I feel like this line is just going to be moving.
We're already getting it out too slow. I'll say that. Something
Let's put it
happened.
Yep. So Austin Eckler is in an amazing spot here against the Raiders. When we were prepping for the show, which was about 11 a.m., this line was at 39.5 for his receptions. Since that, his receiving yards, 39.5 receptions. That'd be remarkable. Take the under. 39.5 receiving yards.
I'd be willing to play that pretty big.
For Austin Eckler. Since then, in the last hour or so, we got news that Mike Williams has been ruled out of this game. So one less body in that Chargers offense. Since that news came out, Austin Eckler's receiving yards has already jumped to 44.5. I'm still down with taking the over. I'm still down for taking the over for about another 15 yards at this point. Since Eckler has returned, the Chargers have made it a point to give him the ball. Justin Herbert has been throwing to him out of the backfield in the 3 games that he's been back. 85 yards, 32 yards, 67 yards. You look at what the Raiders have allowed, 557 receiving yards to running backs. That's the 7th highest total in the league. Eckler is averaging a 23% target share since he's returned. That's even better than Keenan Allen. Not by much, but Keenan Allen's at 21% over that same span. Mike Williams, 13%, not a guy they go to normally, but there's a 13% chunk that now has to be distributed to the rest of the offense. This is one of those spots, in my opinion. You take what you normally bet and do it again. So that's like a double 2-unit play, in my opinion. But this is just such a good spot for Eckler. I will be on this a lot.
Yeah. I tried to lock it at 39.5 at one point in time. I got 42.5. There was some movement in the moment. But 44.5, I like it a lot. You probably like it a little more than me. I'll play it up to 49.5, I guess, let's say. From a target perspective, it's been targeted at least 9 times every game since he's returned. 16, 9, 9. I think 5.5 receptions is another good play.
Yep.
So he caught 4 of 9 targets against the Patriots in that blowout. That would be the only under. He caught 11 against Buffalo, all 9 of the targets against Atlanta. This is a Vegas defense that gives up a lot of yards, is not very good against running backs. So
And also just fired their defensive coordinator.
okay, so yeah, not great. This is the way. I'll have a best bets article. I have a lean to the Raiders on the spread, who have been awful lately, but the Chargers covered for the first time in 6 weeks.
It was probably
against
an accident.
the Falcons last week. It's a gross game. I lean to the Raiders. I lean to the over. I think we'll see some points.
Yeah.
We got a lot of banged up defenses. Those will be in the article. But the third play is going to be Austin Eckler, receptions and yards. And that's, I think, what I'm actually going to stick to betting on tonight, pending any news. Eckler props are going to be where I'm at.
Chargers also tied for the best record in the league on hitting the over with the Titans 9-3-1. So if you wanted a trend to kind of back you up there with the over, the Raiders have been one of the best, as well as the Titans at 9-3-1.
Hey, everybody. I am back on your screen, but I am not alone. They're all three of these gentlemen look familiar because they were in the first block of the show. Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, Sweet T. Fowler. Guys, we got not one, but two games on the Saturday slate. So we're going to get your DFS opinion and sports betting opinion on all of them. Jeff, let's start with you. Buffalo at Denver. Who would you captain?
Look, I mean, I know I'm usually the guy who tries to take some sort of weird angle and give you some kind of low ownership play, but there's no need to get fancy here. Just play Josh Allen in the captain spot. I mean, you're going up against the Denver Broncos defense. They've allowed the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks, the sixth most rushing yards to opposing quarterbacks. And realistically, who else are you going to play? Who are you going to play on Denver? I mean, maybe what are you going to chase the Melvin Gordon 2-touchdown game? Maybe that happens. Buffalo's not the greatest rush defense. Drew Lock's not throwing 4 more touchdowns here. Josh Allen is by far the best player in this game. You could throw Steph Diggs in there too, but I would rather roster Allen against this defense. Like I said, I think Josh Allen essentially acts as the Bills running back. I think he is a great chance of finding the end zone with his legs. So Captain Josh Allen.
Reed, is it that simple? Is it Josh Allen and then everyone else?
Yeah, I mean, Stephon Diggs, you can have an argument there, but why not get the guys distributing? Because, I mean, Diggs is playing fantastic ball. I'm actually going to take Jeff's role. He took mine, the more rational, let's play the guy who should get the highest upside. I'm going to take Jeff's role. And I don't know if anyone caught it last segment where Jeff told everybody that his call was a smart play before he actually explained it. But I think this is a smart play here. And Noah Fant, Noah Times New Roman font, $8,400. He's cheap, and I want to get Diggs. I want to get Josh Allen in my lineup, and the upside could be there with Fant. He burned everybody last week where he left early with that illness to not come back, and so people might, be angry at him. And for your fantasy lineups, sure, rightfully so, but the guy's dealing with an illness. He should be back, and if he is, tight ends have seen close to a 25% target share against the Bills. It's top 5 in the league, and they're giving up about 8 yards per target to that position, and that's top 10. So if that's the case, I don't think Drew Lock's going to throw 4 touchdowns, but maybe 2 could go to Fant.
Not for the Fant of heart.
Oh.
That was producer Matt. He dropped that in the Slack. It made me look smart. I can't take credit for it. Yeah, I am cheating. I'm also cheating when I'm reading the information you just put in here about Broncos running back Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay are questionable to play in Saturday's game against the Bills. But Pierce, who would you captain?
Stephen Diggs. Jeff's right. You really have very few options. So if you're not going to take Allen, go ahead and take Stephen Diggs in this spot. He's looked great all season. And Denver's without A.J. Bouye. They're without Bryce Callahan. This is a spot where you can attack and not really have to worry about it. Diggs has had 9 receptions or more in 4 of the last 5 games. He's had over 90 yards in 4 of the last 5 games. The game that he didn't hit was where they actually had some rare success on the ground, which they could possibly have against the Broncos. Not so good run defense, but I'm more if you look at the script here, you look at the over-unders, 6.5 receptions projected for Diggs. I think he'll go over that. 82 yards projected for him over-under. Those are pretty good numbers. When Cole Beasley, 82 yards. When Cole Beasley projects for 63.5, it seems like the sports books are saying that, Buffalo is going to be able to pass pretty easily against Denver. So Josh Allen, Stephen Diggs. I'll put Diggs in the captain spot, though.
Okay, you mentioned just Diggs and Beasley and some of their numbers available for prop bets on the sports book. Are one of those your favorite bets Pierce?
I'm going to go with the Bills -6 here. And I think Denver's getting a little bit too much credit for beating the Carolina Panthers, who are not a good team. But the Bills have been really good. I mean, all the bets are coming in on the Bills side. The bets, the money line, I mean, it's almost like 96%. And I know you don't really want to follow the public, and it is early, but what it tells me is this number is going to move more towards the bets or the Bills being an even bigger favorite. So if you can get the Bills at -6, I think this is the spot to go for.
Reed T. Fowler, your favorite bet for the Bills at Denver?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Noah Fant here. Over 3.5 receptions. It correlates to what I think he can do in this game and how the Bills have defended, against tight ends. And that might have been without Matt Milano in the lineup. But even then, right, the Bills defense. And while we're seeing these huge games from Josh Allen, so their defense is okay, but they're still giving up a ton of points. So I like Fant if you can stay in the game. Over 3.5 at -112.
Jeff, favorite bet?
Yeah, look, Reed makes a good point about Fant. I like the Fant props too. I think I'd rather take the yardage, though. Buffalo's allowed the third most yardage to opposing tight ends, and Fant is a really good after the catch guy. That's why we like him. He's athletic, and realistically, the over under prop on yardage on the DK Sportsbook is at 33.5 right now. Again, like he could hit that on 2 catches. So I think I would rather lean towards the yardage, but realistically, I like both the overs on the Fant props. That's where I'd go, and just so we're all happy and the 3 best friends. I like Pierce's call on the Bills -6 too. Who cares if they're a public bet? The Bills were a public bet against the Steelers too. Denver is terrible.
Nightcap, guys. Carolina at Green Bay. Reed, who would you captain?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Pierce here because he knows the Carolina teams. But I'm going to go Mike Davis as my captain, 13.5. It looks like Christian McCaffrey is not going to play again. I don't know if he's been officially ruled out. But he's sure trending that way if that's not the case. 13.5 in that captain spot. Last 3 outings without Christian McCaffrey, 21, 18, and 16 touches. We know that Green Bay allows running backs an average of 29 PPR points per game. That's 4th most in the league. There was that little dip, right, with Mike Davis where he didn't see production and he became, like the guy that was enemy number 1 when he was priced super low. But I'm going back to him. Green Bay cannot cover the running back. And I think DJ Moore is okay, but give me Mike Davis in this one.
Yeah, McCaffrey officially listed as doubtful for Saturday night's contest against the Packers. Pierce, Reed says these Carolina players. Is that true?
Yeah, Carolina's not very good. I mean, just look at the record. Look at what they do. 27th pass DVOA. Play Devontae Adams. Don't overthink it. Carolina gave up 4 passing touchdowns to Drew Lock last week. What is Aaron Rodgers going to do? And he's probably just going to throw the ball to Devontae Adams. The Panthers have allowed 6 passing touchdowns over the last 2 weeks. You've got Devontae Adams, who leads the NFL in red zone targets, 10 touchdowns. That's the 2nd most. He tore the Panthers up last year. He's going to face Rasul Douglas, and he's allowed 19 or more fantasy points in 4 of the last 5 games. Don't overthink it. It's just Jim and Adams.
All right, Jeff. Pierce says, don't overthink it. Captain Devontae Adams. Are you overthinking it and captaining someone else?
Yeah, of course I'm going to overthink it. That's what I do, Emerson. I mean, 100%. Look, you obviously have to play Aaron Rodgers. I don't really mind playing him in the captain spot, but instead of Devontae Adams, you put Robert Tonyan in that captain spot. This game reeks of a Robert Tonyan 3-touchdown game, doesn't it? Carolina is terrible against opposing tight ends, 7th most DK fantasy points per game to that position. They've allowed touchdowns to there, and they allowed some 4th stringer on the Broncos to get in the end zone. They're really having trouble against this position, to be honest. A little bit better against the run, but I think if you're not going to go Rodgers, I think you go a little bit sneaky with the value play at Tonyan at captain. Then you can fit in. Then you can fit in all the guys, the Mike Davis and the Devontae Adams. But this game really does reek of a Tonyan multi-score game.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Tied with Travis Kelce for the reception touchdowns lead among tight ends. Oh, it's so great.
He's got more touchdowns than incompletions, I believe. It's crazy.
That's another fun fact. I mean, Reed, while you're here, you want to give me your favorite bet for this game?
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff's thinking that it's going to be a Tonyan multi-score, I believe he's plus 900 on the DK Sportsbook for 2+ TDs. No, I like the over in this one. It was at 50 earlier in the week. It's now 51.5. So I'm liking it a little less. 0.5, plays a factor in it. But look, the Packers run the 2nd most, or they have the 2nd most yards per play. Panthers are 9th as well. So even though they're a bad team, Teddy's getting these guys downfield, and they're actually doing well. It's these defenses, right, that are just not good. Green Bay is number one in points per game. They score, 31.5 points? I think they get that pretty easily. And Carolina, I think, ranks as the 6th worst total defense. So they just can't tackle anybody. They can't stop anyone. Carolina, for as bad as they've been, 4-1 in their last 5 hitting the over. So I like that. Let it come down a little bit, but if you want it right now at 51.5, I take it.
Jeff, favorite bet for Carolina at Green Bay Saturday night?
So I kind of do like the Tunyon touchdown props for sure. If you want like a long shot bet, obviously we're talking 2 touchdowns. It's a long shot to happen, but my favorite bet is going to be the Carolina Panthers team total. Actually, I'm on the same page as Reed. I like the over, but I actually like betting the Carolina team total over. It's 20.5 right now, -121 on the line there. Look, this is a team that's like Reed said, like Teddy Bridgewater is marching them down. Green Bay is so good at letting in like garbage points to opposition. Like they just don't care late in the game because Aaron Rodgers has them up 17 points every week. So I think this is a great bet, actually. Again, they have the skill, the Panthers do, and Bridgewater's competent. And if they're down, fine. Like they'll get the garbage points. I think 20.5 is too low.
Pierce, your favorite bet, please.
I like the over. And to Jeff's point, it really is a garbage situation for Teddy Bridgewater. Doesn't really look great in the first couple halves or the first half, but he'll be fine in the second half. I think the perfect example is you look at the Tampa Bay game where they were a 6-point dog and they were just getting their heads bashed in. But by the end of the game, they scored 23 points. And so if you only need 20 points out of them, you'll definitely get that in garbage time, especially against a bad defense. They got 23 points against a good Tampa defense. Facing Green Bay, the 20th DVOA that allows 25 points per game, it should really be a hard time for the Panthers to get their points. And I think we can assume that Green Bay is going to score. They're facing the 25th DVOA and the Panthers. Green Bay averages 32 points per game. So in an average day against an average team, they scored 32 points. They should go well over that. So I like the over as my favorite bet, but I like Jeff's bet as well.
All right, you three take a quick little break. We'll talk some Sunday spreads coming up. But after this break, we've got Kenny and Nick Whalen joining us. We're going to focus on NBA season tipping off here in 5 days. And I'm talking about that right now with Karin Phillips of Deadspin. It's funny, like Paul George, who also recently secured the bag, he was causing a little bit of drama, controversy, if you will, on social media when he said to everyone, hey, I'm back with my trainer that I had during my MVP season. Thing is he never won the MVP. I know he finished third in the voting a couple years ago here, and DK has him at plus 8,000 to get there to win MVP. Do you think he can actually do it?
No.
I don't think he doesn't actually, he's required to do what you have to do to be an MVP, with LA, right?
Yeah, you can't be the MVP if you're the second best player on your team. They just don't give you the award to Scottie Pippen if you're playing with Michael Jordan. Russell Westbrook didn't win it until Kevin Durant left. It doesn't work like that. When Steph won his, they weren't going to give it to Klay Thompson because, you're the second best player on your team. So Paul George is this isn't Indiana and the wonderful year he had in OKC. The reason why he was third and wasn't necessarily higher is because there was a guy next to him who had just won an MVP and has still averaged a triple-double that season. He's playing next to Kawhi Leonard. And just even from the standpoint of what happened in the bubble and all of these off commentary quotes we're getting from Paul George that just do not make any sense over the last 6 months, all of those play a factors in voters' mind. I'm not saying it's fair or that it's right, but it's human, and that's what happens. And it's just when you just add the structural or factual things up, and we don't even have to bring in his stats or how he will play this season, no, you can't win MVP because the second best player on this team. Now, unless Kawhi gets hurt and he's out for the season, right?
What's up, everybody? Welcome into DraftKings Leaderboard Live, kicking off Week 15. It is, of course, Thursday Night Football. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, and I must look a lot. I'm going to break out a sweat compared to you between the ugly sweater and the knit cap going on. You look much.
I got a sweater on right now.
You got the well-groomed goatee too. Used to seeing you bearded. You looking sharp, kid.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a goatee. It's just it's a little it's like a 1 right now or a 2.
Fair enough.
It's not very thick, but it comes in thick over here.
Let's get into this thing, and I know lineups
Okay.
have locked or will in a matter of seconds, so we can talk DFS strategy after the fact and help absolutely nobody out. But this game in general, obviously not all that important for the Chargers from a win-loss perspective. They've already been eliminated from playoff contention. For the Raiders, it is essentially a must win. I mean, I realize it is not, but it is in looking to make the postseason because they are one of the teams that are on the outside looking in right now. So, and dealing with injuries as well, between Henry Ruggs not playing, he's on the COVID list. You have Greg Olsen out due to injury. On the Chargers side, a bunch of guys who are playing, Eckler, Allen, Williams, but all came into this effectively game time decisions and questionable. So we don't know what kind of snap count and that sort of thing they're going to be on. So how do you feel about this one?
Look, the Raiders, they have the 7th easiest schedule left in football. They have the Dolphins, they have the Chargers tonight, and then they have the Broncos as well. So there is a realistic possibility here that the Raiders could win out. They could finish 10-6. They could finish in a playoff spot. So that's what's at stake tonight. If you lose to the Chargers, how do you feel going into those two? I mean, first of all, you have one difficult game with the Dolphins, right? They're certainly an obstacle getting into the playoffs, but this is a team that really should be better than 7-6 right now. They should finish with 10 wins. That's how good this team has been at times this year. And when you look across the field at the Chargers, I mean, this is just a team that is simply not good whatsoever, Koff. I mean, everyone bought in to the Justin Herbert hype early on. And look, I don't think that's definitely, he's a good quarterback. I think he's going to be great, and that's definitely warranted. But for this season, I mean, there's certainly there's a big learning curve for Herbert. I mean, he clearly is talented, but this whole team, has really struggled to convince you that they're good. And they beat the Jets. They barely beat the Jets by 6 points weeks ago. The 45-0 loss to the Patriots obviously sticks out. And then last week, I mean, beating a really terrible secondary to me is not that, surprising. A team that's looked defeated at times in the Falcons, a team that's out of it. So you have a team now that comes in, they need to win this game. I think they do it. The previous game between these two were close. So I could certainly see a pretty close game tonight because the Raiders defense obviously leaves a lot to be desired, but still, you think that this offense is talented enough. This defense is kind of worn down enough on the Chargers side that the Raiders should be able to get the victory.
Let's mix in a little bit of DFS before we let people go and watch the first quarter of this game. Obviously, Justin Herbert feels like he should be a safe play. Naturally, you got to pay up for him. He's not cheap. He's a quarterback. Derek Carr is a little bit cheaper than you could usually find him, and he did okay in this matchup earlier in the year. Still, I don't think he's a guy that's going to be necessarily heavily rostered as compared to Herbert at the very least. The guys that, are kind of the questions, the ones that you feel like, yeah, well, of course I would roster them, Eckler and Allen, under normal circumstances. But how do you feel about them tonight?
I mean, to be honest, if I'm looking at a guy to run the football, I'm actually looking on the other side of the ball at Josh Jacobs at 8,800. He's not going to be a popular option. I think the other two guys you mentioned are. And look, with good reason, the weakest link in this game by far is going to be the Raiders secondary. The Raiders secondary is very bad. You're going to want to have Allen in there and Herbert to attack that, right? But I think that the Chargers rushing defense is almost as bad as the Raiders passing defense. They rank 24th with 4.6 yards allowed per rush, 120 rushing yards per game. So this is not a good rushing defense. When you look at the recent games for Jacobs, he obviously dealt with a little bit of an injury, but I mean, Indianapolis is a great defense. Kansas City, they can stop the run. And then, he had limited action in that Atlanta game. I think that there's a lot of recency bias that comes into play here. That's always something that I like to talk about. No one's going to roster Josh Jacobs coming off a 10-point game and then a 6-point game the week before that and not playing in between. I think that he is going to be a breakout potential here. I think that he could certainly go over, eclipse 20 points. And again, pretty good matchup for him. Great matchup for Keenan Allen. The difference is the price tells you the story with Keenan Allen. It does not tell you the story with Josh Jacobs. I think this is a great buy low spot on one of the best running backs in football.
looking at some of these ownership numbers, so the $1.5 million, obviously $1.5 million contest here that we are tracking tonight, and we'll keep you posted here throughout Leaderboard Live on how things go for all those people vying for the big cash. Justin Herbert, Derek Carr, they are the top two owned. That probably shouldn't shock anybody. 68.5 and 65.5% respectively. The only thing that surprises me there, not so much the ownership numbers as the fact that they are as close as they are. I just figured there'd be a good 10% or so gap between those two QBs. Then you have Austin Eckler at about 65% as well. Darren Waller, naturally very popular, 60%. Josh Jacobs, who you talked about, a good buy low option at about 45%. You got to go all the way down to about 23% for Keenan Allen, which floors me. Is that more people that, sort of set it and forget it? People that set their lineups, didn't want to deal with all the, game time decision and revisit later on? Or is it really, is there that much of an industry-wide lack of faith in Keenan Allen tonight, a possible projected snap count? This guy still has an incredibly high ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, he should be limited, right? So I think that that's certainly the concern there, but he does have a high ceiling. You're absolutely right about that, Koff. Even if this guy plays 70% of snaps or 63 or 60, whatever, this is a great matchup and one of the best receivers in football. So theoretically, yes, he should be in your lineup. I think that a lot of times people big brain themselves in these situations. Like I don't think that accounts for 30% of his ownership numbers, right? Like there's obviously something else at play here. And it's like you said, there's injury concerns. There's, people just not even bothering to put him in their lineup of, hours ago because they didn't want to deal with, tweaking at the end. But I do think that, there's definitely a small percentage of owners that thought, well, Keenan Allen's going to be a pretty chalky play tonight. He is going up against one of the worst secondaries. He, he's fired up. He has a great talent. So I think a lot of people probably figured, well, I'm not going to play him. Everyone's going to play him. And then what ends up happening is you get lower ownership than you think. So I think that certainly has something to do with it as well. But yeah, I mean, I think that the primary reason was most likely that he's going to be limited to this injury.
So before we go, just going into the game, obviously it's not relevant now. We'll do some live betting over the course of the evening. But entering the game, DK Sportsbook had the Raiders at -3.5, the over/under at 51.5. How do you feel about those numbers?
Well, I like the Raiders tonight as chalky or as public or as square as that may be. I think that that's certainly the square side here is the Raiders -3. You're getting a pretty low number on a team that needs to win, who is at home. So in theory, it is a little bit too good to be true in this situation. But I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. The Chargers have proven themselves not to be a good football team. I mean, you saw them try to lose that game to the Falcons last week. Now there's no incentive for them to win. They just look lost. I mean, they've looked lost so many times. Anthony Lynn also is not a good coach. You can say what you want about John Gruden, but John Gruden any day of the week outcoaches, Anthony Lynn, as undisciplined as his team may be. So I just think that the talent, the importance of the game, the coaching, all lies on the Raiders side here. And as tricky as Vegas or the DraftKings Sportsbook wants to be here and try to get you to bait it in with the Raiders, I'm taking the bait, definitely. I think that the Raiders should win by a touchdown. And again, this was a close game last time they played. It was a 5 or 6 point deficit. So, I don't think that this is a wrong line. I think this line is pretty right, but I would ultimately side with the Raiders. And in terms of the over/under, I would actually go with the over here. The Raiders on primetime this year, if I'm not mistaken, have a pretty good record with the overs. And both of these defenses have struggled in certain aspects, whether it's the Chargers stopping the run, the Raiders stopping the pass. So I think that this could turn into a shootout.
Well, we are about 3 minutes into the opening quarter. No score in Las Vegas, again, against the Chargers here. The Raiders did nothing with their first possession. It was 3 and out. Derek Carr, 6 yards passing. Chargers have the ball now, and it's really been Austin Eckler so far, 2 for 3 on the ground. He has the game's only catch on that side of the ball with an 8-yard pickup. Herbert's only thrown the ball once. Again, we are extremely early. We're going to step aside. We will revisit you, though, at the end of one, see where things stand, and check in on some of the leading contests, lineups, all of that good stuff here on Leaderboard Live. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, and 1/4 in the books in Las Vegas. It is 7-3. The Chargers currently in front of the Raiders after LA, I guess it'd be LV in this case, sort of got stifled there in the red zone at that moment as well. Derek Carr, as he was moving out of the pocket, looking at the end zone himself, and got a little tied up. He ended up hobbling off with an apparent groin injury, and as a matter of fact, is questionable to return to this game. Kenny, let's start right there, because Marcus Mariota, at least as things stand, will be coming in to play for the Raiders, a guy that in the $1.5 million contest is only 0.02% owned, as one would expect for a backup quarterback. Very low, especially a guy priced at $6K. What does this do for the Raiders, all these other guys that still are on the field, and obviously, lineups that roughly 65% of them that banked on Derek Carr tonight?
Well, I mean, if he doesn't return, obviously your lineups are pretty tanked at that point, because Carr only has the 53 yards. But I actually do believe in Marcus Mariota in this spot. The guy did have back-to-back seasons with a 92.3 quarterback rating before his time in Tennessee came to an end. Of course, everyone knows the pedigree here out of Oregon. He was the number 2 pick in the draft. So, it didn't work out for him in Tennessee. But I think that a lot of times you see backups relish their opportunity to get another chance. And I think you saw that with high draft picks that flamed out, like, you take a Mark Sanchez years ago, very serviceable backup for the Eagles, for the Cowboys. And, even just this year, Robert Griffin III, the Ravens went out and covered against the Steelers. I know that it was kind of fluky, but they gave them a game for a long time, against what was a very good defense. So I think that we've kind of seen this era of the good backup quarterback, right? Even the worst team in the league, the Jets, have Joe Flacco. We are now seeing all these great backups everywhere in the league. I think everyone knows the importance. And I think that the Raiders are decently equipped to handle this situation. Of course, the receivers, your Darren Wallers, your Nelson Aguilars, they do take a little bit of a hit. But hey, I mean, the matchup to exploit here was the rush defense. Josh Jacobs give him the ball. So I think they're just going to continue to stick to the game plan, which is hand off most of the time. And Mariota will do just fine in play action and the small amount of passes they ask him to throw.
A quick look here at the $1.5 million Thursday night special. Again, we are early in quarter number 2, and we have a 7-way tie for first among the 176,500 entries here. It is a total of 46.9 points as we chat, with Herbert in the captain spot, where he is about 11% owned, has himself a dozen points. He is perfect and has reached 100 passing yards. Josh Jacobs, who you just talked about, has about 6 points. Nelson Aguilar, similar ownership for those two as well, both sub 45%. Hunter Henry, with the only touchdown in this game, has himself north of 10 points already on a couple of catches with that TD. He is in a third of lineups. Tyron Johnson, who is a guy that certainly would have been in a great spot, seemingly, if Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were inactive. But even with them in the lineup, he's doing okay for himself, has 5.5 points. He's in the quarter of lineups here. And then you got the Chargers DST at about 5% owned with 8 points early.
And the Chargers DST, I mean, that's certainly one to watch, Koff, because if things do break the way that a lot of people expect, with the Raiders struggling with Marcus Mariota under center, then perhaps the Chargers defense becomes sort of a steal in this showdown. But again, I think that we should certainly see something out of Marcus Mariota. I don't expect this team to just completely roll over and die, but certainly, not the way you would have drawn it up. But again, I think there might be some fumbles and interceptions out there from Mariota to get excited about with the Chargers defense. Not usually a very highly owned unit, even in showdowns, because they've just kind of been okay all season. They've been decent against the pass, but that's really all that you can say. So that's what I'm looking for. But Eckler, I mean, the start was to be expected for Austin Eckler. I think they're just going to continue to give him the ball any way that they can and let him make plays.
Well, time to get our first look at Marcus Mariota since 2019. He is on the field for the Raiders. They've got the ball. We'll monitor the Derek Carr situation, and stay with us here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. We'll talk to you again at the half. We are back here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, and at the half in Vegas, it is 17-10. The visiting Chargers in front. Of course, as we know, Las Vegas dealing with the loss of quarterback Derek Carr to a groin injury, questionable to return. And I don't know, maybe Kenny, the Raiders don't want him to. Marcus Mariota has been terrific. Perfect 5 out of 5 for 80 yards. He also has 11 on the ground.
Yeah, man, I think that he's been a sort of a revelation for them. I mean, look, I think that, you're kind of getting a little bit crazy here saying that maybe Marcus Mariota is better than Derek Carr. I know a lot of people will call me out on that. And I don't necessarily think that's true, but I do think that, Derek Carr, we know he's an inconsistent quarterback. Like, he's not always going to have his A game. He has let the Raiders down in many big games. I just don't think that they're losing too much right now with Marcus Mariota, and it actually appears to me that they're getting a pretty good version of Marcus Mariota tonight. I mean, he's been running the football very well. He looks pretty charged up, pretty motivated. He's made all his throws. He made a gorgeous throw the touchdown to Darren Waller. So I'm not seeing where the Raiders here shouldn't be expected to come back and win this game. I don't think there's any excuse. I don't think that Derek Carr going out can be your excuse right now. I mean, Marcus Mariota looks fine. So you saw on the last drive there, the defense has been awful. I mean, we know that the Raiders passing defense has been very, very bad, one of the worst in football, and exemplified by that terrible last drive by the Chargers in the first half. So they need to tighten up. I mean, if they lose this game, it's going to be on their defense. It is not going to be on their offense. I mean, Derek Carr didn't score a touchdown. Marcus Mariota did. So, there's no excuse here for the Chargers. They don't win, or the Raiders didn't win this game. They need it, and they should be in front right now, or at very least tied.
Let's take a look at the $1.5 million Thursday night special here that has a huge tie for first. Actually, I take that back. Just a two-way tie for first right now, marginally at that, but about 176,500 people in this contest, with $1 million going in first place, or close to it anyway. About let's see, 325 going to each of our two leaders currently, if of course, that holds, and we got a long way to go here in this one. But Herbert in the captain spot, where he's about 11% owned, similar story to what we were talking about at the first quarter break. He's got about 24 points in that slot. You have Darren Waller, who had the touchdown, as you alluded to already, has about 14.5 points in the flex. A quiet night so far for Josh Jacobs. He only has 6 points. Hunter Henry, with the other score in this one, has about 15 points to his credit. And yet another, Tyron Johnson, who has 15 points. He has really been the steal of steals at this point. Quarter lineups, 3 for 61 with the score. And then your punt play for $200, KJ Hill, who has himself 5 points.
Yeah, look, I mean, any way you can attack this Raiders secondary, you're going to do it. And, those were two pretty good ways tonight, KJ Hill and Tyron Johnson, two receivers for the Chargers, especially with no involvement for Mike Williams here, just to catch, and just to catch for Keenan Allen. So they clearly have been a little bit limited, and they've stuck to going to these lesser known guys, these lower owned guys, the Jalen Guytons of the world. Haven't seen any involvement for Gabe Neighbors yet, but I'm sure he might get a reception here in the red zone if they make it back. Ultimately, I mean, it comes down to, again, what we talked about before the game. You want to exploit the biggest weakness on the slate, and you want to do it, of course, ideally in a spot where not a lot of people are. Everyone in the world knew that the Raiders secondary was the worst unit in this game, and the Chargers offense are arguably one of probably the best unit in this game of the four. So I think that this was the right call, especially when you look at the value plays. You want to look at what team you want to go with. So yeah, I mean, so far so good for those people. I actually think that Hunter Henry might be the play of the day so far, though, with the 4 catches, 46 and a touchdown. He's caught the eye of Justin Herbert, played a few times here, and I expect a big second half out of him. But yeah, I mean, Tyron Johnson almost had a long touchdown pass. I liked what Troy Aikman said when he said it was an Aaron Rodgers play from Justin Herbert. And then he was like, well, Aaron Rodgers usually completes the throw, though. So, okay, what was Aaron Rodgers about it? He rolled out to the right and threw. Like, not a good throw. So Tyron Johnson ended up getting his touchdown anyway, thankfully for Tyron Johnson drafters. But, so it could have been a bigger first half. But, I think there's some points there to be had in the second.
$300,000 play action contest, very similar leading lineup among the 119,000 entries that we have for this one, and a massive tie here in this contest, 192-way tie for first currently, with each person getting about $700 if, again, this holds. Long way to go. Herbert in the captain spot, Waller, Jacobs, Henry, Johnson, and then the only difference here is we have Jalen Guyton, who you mentioned before, who rather than KJ Hill's 5 points, he has 4.7.
And I again, Guyton is really, really speedy. You saw them bring him around an end around. He only got 4 yards, but it looked like a play where he was about to get 20, maybe 30, and then a corner came in and made a really nice play. So he is one of those guys. You look at Richie James for the Niners, right? When the Niners had nothing. Clearly tonight the Chargers are playing with a limited offense, right? With the injuries and everything. Austin Eckler is certainly a guy they're getting the ball to, but you want to look at who's the speedster on this team, right? Who's the Robert Woods, who's the Richie James or the Deebo Samuel when he's healthy. It's Guyton. I mean, he has explosive playmaking ability. He's super fast. So when he's sort of a safe draft pick at 2,800 because that they're going to get him the football. Like one way or another, he's going to be involved in a few plays. It's again, I keep just throwing out random names, but Cordell Patterson before he became a running back. Right, that's another guy who clearly Matt Nagy was like, we just got to find ways to get this guy the football. Guyton is that guy. They want to find ways to get Guyton the football, and that's not going to stop in the second half. That's a staple of the Anthony Lynn game plan, and I think we're going to continue to see some Guyton. So very sharp play, taking him at $2,800. I might have gone down a little bit further. There were some pretty cheap options I liked in this one, and obviously you mentioned J.K. Hill, but I do expect this lineup to continue to thrive in the second half.
The $1,500 main event millionaire satellite contest with $1,500 going to first place of the 356 entries. We currently have a solo leader by a little less than a point. It is Quigs44, the second entry for that person. And once again, similar story here. You have Herbert, Waller, Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Henry, Tyron Johnson, and Jalen Guyton. So your difference here, obviously, from what we were just talking about, is Aguilar's in this lineup instead of Josh Jacobs and has himself 5.6 points.
And, Nelson Aguilar got to highlight here because I actually think that he will benefit from, or I wouldn't say benefit, but I don't think he's going to drop off quite a bit with Marcus Mariota throwing the football. He has, he only has the 2 targets tonight, but he's a very talented receiver. He's shown that in Oakland that he's not this meme that he became in Philly. He can play. And, Darren Waller gets the bulk of the coverage for the Chargers. So there needs to be another guy to step up here. And I actually like Aguilar's inclusion here, especially because, you look at the flame emojis going off for everyone in this lineup. I always like to look at the top lineups and say, was there potential that you could have another stud develop in the second half? And that's who Aguilar is, right? Aguilar is a guy that will seemingly get the football in the second half. I expect him to, and that would lift you from 5.6 points to maybe you get 15 more points out of him in addition to the points you'll continue to get from everyone else. He's also 34% owned, so it gives you an opportunity to not only build on that foundation that you have at the first half, but also there's Nelson Aguilar catches a 50-yard touchdown. There's going to be a lot of lineups rising up the board. And it gives you that, that added little bit of protection to have a lineup in first place that's not doing that great. Even Guyton as well. I mean, who hasn't done that much? He only has the 27 yards total. It gives you a little bit. You can see a world. You can see a path to the top prize here.
No way to know right now, obviously, if Derek Carr returns to this game. But as of this moment, we have to talk about it as though it is going to be Mariota the rest of the way. What are you expecting in half number 2?
Well, I mean, the Raiders have to figure out a way to stop the Chargers. I was actually decently impressed with the pass rush at the end of the first half. I mean, on that touchdown drive that Justin Herbert led down the field, the pass rush did get there, and they did make life a little bit difficult for Herbert. So I wouldn't, and again, that was 4-man rush playing prevent defense, and of course the defense was so soft that there was a giant hole in it. I do think that pass rush can save the Raiders. They're going to need to maybe drop some blitzes here, get Herbert a little bit uncomfortable because he seems way too comfortable right now. Offensively, I don't think that they really need to do that much different. I think that Mariota keeps the defense honest and will open things up for Jacobs. We've seen one touchdown drive already out of him. It's early, so what? 1 out of 2 drives, one for a touchdown, one was a punt and a shanked punt at that. I could see the Raiders continuing to score the football. My biggest concern, if I'm rooting for the Raiders here, or if I have the Raiders pregame -3, or if I'm taking them +7 right now, my biggest concern is what is going on with that defense. Will this defense be able to stop Justin Herbert? We've seen plenty of defenses be able to do it over the last 5 weeks. So they need to drop some sort of way to stymie him. And again, I just think that bringing pressure here would be the ultimate way, because you cannot let him, be able to make deep throws. You can't afford to let him have time, because that's killed them time and time again tonight. That is clearly the weak link on this team.
For those that enjoy playing the big play payday, sorry to tell you, there is no big play payday tonight here on Thursday, but it will return Saturday and Monday. So obviously join in on that. Hope for that 20+ yard fourth quarter touchdown and earn free entry into large contests. You can't beat that. Why the heck wouldn't you? Again, through 2 quarters, it is 17-10. The Chargers leading in Las Vegas. We'll obviously closely monitor not only these contests that we have just discussed and some of the leading lineups along the way, but Derek Carr and whether or not he returns. Otherwise,
I will interrupt you here.
Yeah.
I know I'm really good at interrupting. He has been ruled out just now. Just breaking news. So he is out.
Easy enough. I guess we don't have to keep tabs on him at all. It's going to be all Mariota all the time. Hopefully the guy goes off, and maybe in the infinitesimal amount of lineups that he is actually rostered in.
What a word.
Larger contests, he can rise to the top if he starts going crazy.
Infinitesimal. What a great word.
You're welcome.
I'm going to add that to my vocabulary.
There you go. Yeah, just, these things, they just come to you sometimes. All right, half number 2 is coming up. We'll return for third quarter break. For Kenny, I'm Adam. Thanks for being with us. Well, we should have an exciting fourth quarter on the way here. The Chargers on top of the Raiders 24-17 through 3. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. Most recently, Kalen Ballage snapping the tie with a touchdown. So no, wasn't Austin Eckler, folks. Kalen Ballage. In fact, Eckler is probably disappointing quite a few of you out there. What did you think of that third?
I mean, it is disgusting to watch the Las Vegas Raiders play defense. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. I think that this could be a good game, if not for the Raiders defense. I mean, the Raiders should be winning this game. And you look back to that 19-yard punt at the end of the first half, the terrible defensive performance on that drive. And then again, right there for the taking, they almost pick off the ball in the end zone. They have a 3rd and 9 they force the Chargers into. And then what happens to this defense? They just fall asleep. They lose sight of where their men are. I don't know what's going wrong right now for Rob Marinelli's defense, but he had better figure it out, because the Raiders are faced now with a 4th and 2 around midfield. If they do go for it, and they have to, given the way their defense has played, it would seem that the defense is just going to let up another touchdown as soon as they step on the field. You got to go for it here. And, it appears that they did make it, so that's good. Again, though, this team should be up by 7 points. They should be up comfortably. They just don't know how to play defense, Koff. They're forcing the offense into a position where they must get a touchdown every time they go out there right now, or they're toast.
So taking a quick look at the $1.5 million Thursday night special, we actually have a solo leader winning $500,000 million right now. If things hold, long way to go, about a 2-point advantage for UCLA Neal 2001. Go Bruins, good for you. I can't get over this lineup though, Ducey. So I'm going to give you the flex first.
Me neither.
Herbert, Waller, Jacobs, Henry, Tyron Johnson. All of these guys got that fire emoji, all of them having great games in the flex, all with at least 14 points, between 14 and 20. The captain, though, the captain in this lineup is Marcus Mariota, the backup quarterback who was $6,000, $9K to captain, who was rostered virtually nowhere, who never in anyone's right mind should have played in this game, except Derek Carr obviously left very early with a groin injury and was ruled out the rest of the way. Marcus Mariota captained in a lineup and has himself 19 points in that slot.
Yeah, only in the millie, right? That you would ever see this with so many entries, with 176,000 entries. And yes, you look at the other contests that we're tracking tonight, no one has Marcus Mariota in the captain spot. This is a very, very unique lineup, the definition of a unique lineup. You look at this and it makes perfect sense why this is happening, because Mariota, not only is he racking up points with all the rushing yards that he's been getting, but no one really is having a Dalvin Cook game here, Koff. No one is having a Derrick Henry game, a Devontae Adams game. That's not happening. Justin Herbert has 18 points, Waller 19. Like, these are all modest games. Mm-hmm. And if you can find a way to get them all in your lineup, in the way clearly is Marcus Mariota, I mean, that is salary flexibility that not many have. You look at the other leading lineups, Waller at 14K, Jacobs at 13K. No one has a 9K captain with 20 points. That's just unheard of right now, and unheard of, frankly, in most showdowns. So good on UCLA Neal. 2001. He graduated, what is it now, almost 20 years ago, and maybe he'll show up to the 20-year reunion with $1 million or 500,000, as it may be.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable to me. I mean, it's not even so much the 9K captain for salary flexibility. I mean, you could have had, Hunter Henry for cheaper, and he'd be having himself an even better night, and he would have made a lot of sense. To captain a guy that, he must have a crystal ball to captain somebody that you never would have expected to play in the first place. And the fact that he is there doing what he is doing, it's a hell of a story. I don't think we're probably supposed to choose sides, but I am rooting for UCLA Neal just because of the absurdity of the uniqueness, to your point about this lineup. We're going to step aside. We will return, though, in a little bit. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's also one of those situations, though, where I think that people do have these lineups every time in the millie, Koff. Like, I think that you see the 0.2, 0.3% ownership, but never does the person combine that bold pick with a good lineup. So you're seeing, like, good fortune here in a way where finally one of these crazy lineups is hitting. But again, I feel like this could have happened any night. You get an injury and you get one of these people putting in a backup just in case in one of their lineups. just so happens that it finally I think we were due for one of these after a while with all the ownership numbers that we always see. Anyway, that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, turns out UCLA Neil's been playing backup quarterbacks as his captain all season long, and this is the night. This is the night that it finally hit. All right, we're going to go. We'll return post-game, talk more about, obviously, our top contests that we're following, the leading lineups, and so much more. Stay with us. Remember, no big pay play day here in this fourth quarter, but that does return on Saturday and Monday as well. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Enjoy the fourth. Welcome into DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Tell you after a little while with Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. Kind of forgot that we even had to come back to work. You just settle in. You're watching a football game. It's been an eternity since that third quarter hit. After an overtime win for the Chargers, came down to the wire, took most of OT, 30-27 the final.
Yeah, it was, wow, what a topsy-turvy game. I mean, you had the Raiders basically winning the game. I mean, they had first and goal from the 4-yard line. They can't get the ball in. All sorts of issues for both teams. I mean, this was one of the most frustrating games to watch I think I can ever imagine. The one takeaway, the one frustration that I really had, though, was that we didn't get to see Daniel Carlson try for an NFL record 65-yard field goal. We were stripped of that chance. Daniel Carlson, quietly, look at the numbers on this, guys watching at home and cough. I mean, he has quietly been one of the best kickers in football this year, Daniel Carlson. So if anyone deserved a chance at a 65-yard field goal, it was Carlson. So I'm sad that we didn't get to see it. You know, you're sad for the Raiders. I mean, their playoff hopes now, according to ESPN stats and information, my man Seth Walder, 5% after that loss. Not very good. You can all but kiss the playoffs goodbye if you are a Raiders fan, and that is just a brutal way to do so. Every chance to win that game. The interception, you know, Mariota throws, again, the tip ball to Ingold there, Jacobs not being able to run it in twice from the 4. That's just painful, man. It's painful to watch for us at home. And just really both teams had very painful moments. You look at the Chargers, you know, they should have had that game wrapped up. Herbert even fumbling the football on 2nd and goal. Really, the Raiders, again, another chance to win right there. So this is reminiscent of last week's win for the Chargers against the Falcons, where both teams were just trying their best not to come out victorious. It felt the same way here. The Chargers could have easily won this game by 14 points. They had a flat second half. And on the other side, the Raiders had about 3 chances in the last minutes of the fourth quarter and in overtime combined to win this game. They couldn't do it. So frustration abound.
Interesting night, obviously, for a variety of reasons, and we'll get into the leaders and the projected winners for the contest that we've been watching over the course of this one. But just, you know, diving into some of the game stories, obviously Derek Carr goes out after only 5 passes a series late in the first quarter there. He was done, and then Marcus Mariota comes in and rock star ever since. Obviously much more on him coming up, but certainly showed that hey, maybe this guy's worth a starting job in the NFL again at some point in the future. Justin Herbert hits the bonus, 314 passing yards with his multiple scores in the air, ties Baker Mayfield for the most quarterback rookie touchdown passes ever. It's the most convoluted way I can imagine saying that. The most passing touchdowns by a rookie QB in NFL history, also of course rushed for one as well. You had Kalen Ballage with a touchdown on the ground, not Austin Eckler. Eckler, who a lot of people were leaning on tonight, did not perform well, didn't even clear 100 total yards, didn't come close to it for that matter, had a total of 79. Keenan Allen, who prior to the game was seen going into the cameras and saying, "Don't sit me," seemingly to the fantasy users out there. It's a good thing that most people did, because he was downright bad and frankly not used all that much. Just 1 catch, 17 yards, came very early, was only targeted 3 times. You had guys like Jalen Guyton, Hunter Henry, Teron Johnson, these guys stepping up, the latter 2 with touchdowns. And on the Raiders side, Darren Waller obviously went off 9 for 150 with a touchdown, and he was the most dependable receiver on that side that Mariota was really leaning on. So just again, and you had multiple missed field goals on the Chargers side as well. Just a really interesting game that obviously dragged on forever.
Yeah, it didn't want to end, Koff. It really didn't. But I think that tonight, you know, we saw a triumph here of the guys on the Raiders that don't normally get to see the football a lot. And that was Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson. I mean, both of those guys showcase their explosiveness, showcase their speed, their pass catching ability. Great game by both those guys. You even think back to, I believe it was the second quarter with Tyron Johnson. He had a wide open touchdown. Herbert missed him. Great job to get free of the defender. Now, look, it's not very hard to shred the Raiders secondary. It's not very hard to get open. So I don't want to go crazy here, but also they do deserve some credit. I mean, they're pretty good receivers. You know, the Chargers are very high on Guyton for a reason. He's very fast. They try to get him the ball in all sorts of situations. and he ends up being the guy who breaks free in the secondary and ultimately puts the Chargers in position to win that football game. So it was certainly a night to remember for the Chargers pass catchers, and that was again to be expected because they were going up against one of the worst secondaries in football. But on another note, a nice game too. You mentioned him, Hunter Henry, a guy who really was the darling of the fantasy community about a year ago, and again, he gets hurt, and then this year it's been filled with ups and downs, and I think that's mostly due to the fact that the Chargers have had ups and downs themselves. They haven't put together consistent winning football. Still, though, it's nice to see Hunter Henry go back to the monster that we can, expect him to be. He didn't go for 100 yards or anything, but he finds the end zone. He was the most targeted receiver tonight for Justin Herbert. Keep that in mind. Put that in your notes if you are thinking about filling out a lineup next week. 7 targets tonight from Justin Herbert for Hunter Henry. But it was nice to see him, do his thing as well.
Let's dive into the $1.5 million Thursday night showdown special. 176,500 entries. It is UCLA Neil 2001 who is the projected winner by only 2 points. Of course, everything has to be finalized, but as things stand right now, the projected winner, solo winner of $500,000 in this contest. I know you can't see the contest as you typically can. Apologize. We have some technical difficulties, but let me tell you who was in this lineup, and let me also let you know with 157.22 points, every single person in the lineup had the fire emoji going. First, I'm going to give you the flex. Justin Herbert, about 31 points. Again, hit the bonus, a few touchdowns to his credit. Darren Waller, 33 points, 150 yards the touchdown. He also had 9 grabs. Josh Jacobs, who was in about half of lineups, 20 points for him. He had a touchdown. Hunter Henry, we were just talking about, in a third of lineups, 17.5 points. Teron Johnson, $5,000 in a quarter of lineups. He had 15 points. Your captain, though, or UCLA Neil 2001's captain, Marcus Mariota. He was not the starting quarterback, folks. That was Derek Carr. Marcus Mariota, who wasn't supposed to play, at $9,000 in the captain spot, 0.0% owned officially here on DK. Who knows how many people had him in a lineup? Might have only been a couple percentage points. You just got to dive on deep, obviously. And he came up with 40.26 points in relief of Derek Carr with a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown, 226 yards, 88 rushing yards, and an interception as well. Unbelievable lineup.
And full credit. I mean, it's so funny, right? We get the ownership numbers for every week or every time we do Leaderboard Live from our wonderful production staff. Jordan put it in our chat tonight, and you don't even see Marcus Mariota. It's cut off at the bottom at like Steven Anderson and Gabe Neighbors, and then those are the only 2 you see. They had to drop in the chat that, oh, by the way, I think it was 0.002%. So that is just something absolutely outrageous when you do the math on that, which I was going to do, but then I ran out of time. All credit to Marcus Mariota. I mean, this guy was spectacular tonight. He ran the football. He ran for over 70 yards. And in the fantasy community, in fantasy football, that's what you love to see, right? That's what gets the senses tingling. Jalen Hurts going for 100 yards last week. Kyler Murray consistently going for 70 yards. You'll take the good with the bad passing wise. If you can get a guy that consistently gets you 70 to 100 yards on the ground. And Mariota just was running the football all night long. I mean, they had options ready. That was the crazy thing. John Gruden, I mean, give him credit too. They were ready for Marcus Mariota to enter that game. They completely switched the playbook. They don't run the option with Derek Carr. They were running the option all second half long with Marcus Mariota, even in the second quarter when he came in. So that was certainly a big factor here in his performance from a fantasy perspective. Now, of course, no one rostered him, right? And he had a modest performance, but it was the fact that someone got him in the captain spot at $9,000, which was a bargain, and he manages to go off because of the way that the game unfolded. He ended up getting 4 quarters of football. It is pretty astounding that someone managed to put him in the captain spot. And again, we always see this, every once in a while, there's like those meme plays. Someone puts the third string quarterback in at captain. It happens every showdown. When you have 176,000 entries like we did tonight, you're bound to see it, right? And just so happened that the one entry, or one of the probably 7, and I have to do the math, that winds up with Mariota pulls together a fantastic lineup around him. So the stars really aligned.
$300,000 play action contest with about 119,000 entries, and we have a 17-way tie for first as things stand with 146.96 points. Waller in the captain spot went for about 50 points there. Herbert, Jacobs, Henry, Johnson, and Jalen Guyton, who was in a quarter of lineups and had about 14 points. Again, another lineup here with everybody getting that fire emoji, just perfect storm success.
I think that this game really turned and went the way of Josh Jacobs in the second half. And that is the big story here with this lineup. Josh Jacobs with 20 points at the half. If I'm not mistaken, he had 6 fantasy points. And what did we say at the half? We said there's great potential for these lineups with Josh Jacobs because he could still hit his 20-point, 30-point upside that we always see from him. And in the second half, the game obviously changed for the better for the Raiders. They get back into the game. They were in it the whole time. They even took the lead late in overtime, and they just gave Josh Jacobs the ball. And that is what you want to see if you roster him, because you know when he gets the ball, he's going to do great things. Of course, first and goal from the 4, and he gained 1 yard. He fell on one play. Maybe not then, but for the most part, he was running with a purpose. I mean, he was breaking off 10-yard runs. He was fighting for extra yardage. I mean, this is the guy that you think that you're getting every time that you roster him. So he gets the touchdown, which was key to his performance tonight, but also manages to rack up over 110 yards through the air and the ground. Didn't quite hit the bonus in either one, but a dynamic performance from one of the NFL's greatest young players. He still is young. It's only year 2 for Josh Jacobs. He's only going to get better. And it was inspired. It was inspired running tonight for Josh Jacobs. And again, this lineup, Tyron Johnson, Guyton, Henry, Herbert,